Chapter 373. It was only right and proper to return the money owed. The money had to be returned, and the person had to be beaten. He simply couldn't stand their style. It was one thing for them to force the debt, but they shouldn't have taken photos, and they even threatened Qin Bao. They were simply too arrogant. Debt collectors were not good people. It was always right to remember this sentence, especially loan sharks. Debt collectors, 10 or 20 years ago, liked violence. Beating people was a light punishment. They would rush into people's homes and wreak havoc. They would splash paint on people's doors, and the entire corridor would be filled with a pungent smell. On the wall, they would write things like, "Return the money owed," and so on. This was not made up on TV. It was real. Qin Zhe had seen it when he was a child. A group of people rushed into his uncle's house and smashed everything they could get their hands on. They threatened to drown people in the Huangpu River if they didn't return the money. Then, they quickly left before the police arrived. At that time, his sister and cousin huddled together in fear. Qin Zhe watched the whole process expressionlessly. He felt that he was a little like Bu Jingyun. In fact, he was so scared that his legs went soft, and he didn't know what expression to make. He wanted to cry, but he couldn't. At that time, Qin Zhe, who was in the 3rd grade of elementary school, comprehended a super cool sentence without a teacher: the river flows east for 30 years, and the river flows west for 30 years. Don't bully me just because I'm still young. Since then, he didn't like to go to his uncle's house. He had long wanted to beat up the debt collectors. Unfortunately, debt collectors were now advancing with the times. It was not popular to rush into people's houses to smash and rob. Qin Zhe's many years of wish could not be fulfilled. At home, he had to maintain the image of an obedient grandson, a good son, a good cousin, a capable brother, and so on. Brother Lu was right about one thing. He couldn't let his image collapse. Brother Lu strode over and slapped him. He was very disdainful. Did a stinky actor really think that he was the king of the city's soldiers? One against a group of them. He didn't hit people because it was more convenient to collect the debt more quickly. It didn't mean that he really didn't know how to hit people. Halfway through the slap, he was kicked in the stomach by Qin Zhe. The man, who was more than 160 pounds, flew 2 meters away and lay on the ground vomiting acid. Well, he didn't have time for lunch. The group of people and the entire atmosphere suddenly froze. But Qin Zhe didn't care. He was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. He sent one flying with a slap and one flying with a kick. He was fast and ruthless. There were almost no roundhouse kicks, high kicks, tombstone smashing hands, and all kinds of fancy dodging skills. A real fight relied on speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. When Qin Zhe first got beaten up at the entrance of the internet cafe, he already knew that the tricks in the martial arts novels and the tricks in the movies were all fabricated. It was only after the fight that he realized that it wasn't even a warm-up. He wasn't panting or sweating at all. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't even have time to react. How did they get wiped out so inexplicably? Qin Zhe walked to Brother Lu and squatted down. "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Brother Lu's eyes were filled with fear. What the F***ck, is this guy really a soldier king? In addition, there was hatred. "You're finished. You're a celebrity. How dare you hit us? We're going to expose you. We're going to call the police." Qin Zhe slapped him on the head. "Go ahead and call the police. Let's see if the police side with you or me. You have to believe that I have the ability. Expose you? You don't even have evidence. Go ahead and expose me." He threw the phone in front of Brother Lu and sneered. "Whoever doesn't call the police is a coward." Brother Lu didn't pick up the phone and said unwillingly, "Even so, the loan contract still has legal effect. You still have to pay the money." "I didn't say that I won't pay the money back. I'll pay the money back. I'll hit you." Qin Zhe patted his face. How many years have you been in this business? 4 years. How many have you forced to commit suicide? Brother Lu didn't say anything. Qin Zhe peeled the skin on his head again. He hit him especially hard. He covered his head and his body trembled for a long time. 2. Brother Lu said. 1 in 2 years. Impressive. It's their own fault. It's not my fault. Qin Zhe said, take out your phone. Huh? Brother Lu didn't react. He slapped him. Take it out. Although he was a little confused, he had to take it out obediently. Qin Zhe threw it on the ground and stomped it. Take photos. Take them out. Take them all out. One by one, they were all crushed. He stepped on one and scolded, take photos. When he stepped on one of the phones, he added another kick. The guy who kicked him rolled his eyes. Accompany you for dinner, right? Do you want Qin Bao Bao to accompany you for dinner? No, I don't, my sister is so beautiful. Don't you want this? Another kick. Big brother. Spare me. Just now in the kitchen, Qin Zhe wanted to beat him. A group of losers took photos of his sister, commented on her figure without restraint, made fun of her, and even wanted Qin Bao Bao to accompany them for dinner. Either they were arrogant or Qin Zhe couldn't lift the knife. This group of losers was quite rich. They were all using the latest model of Pair Mobile. When he stepped on the last person, the guy cried, Big brother, I didn't take any photos. Can I not step on them? Qin Zhe looked at him disdainfully. Give me a reason not to step on them. We have to take a taxi. Qin Zhe was speechless. I. Damn you, Didi hailing taxi. He stomped on them. Damn it, he was almost speechless. Finally, he remembered the business. He asked the underling who almost made him speechless, are you doubting life? Huh? Why would I doubt life? The underling was confused. You're not pregnant, right? He slapped him and asked again, are you pregnant? Yes, I'm pregnant. The underling cried. Qin Zhe asked the next one, are you pregnant? Yes. What about you? Yes, I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant too. I'm pregnant too. Ding, mission completed. Reward, 300 points. The system's emotionless voice ended, and then said, congratulations, host, you've successfully made a group of men pregnant. Qin Zhe, after beating them up and venting his anger, it was time to think about returning the money. Qin Zhe said, did you bring the loan contract? Yes. Brother Lu explained, this time, the boss gave us a death order. If we don't get the money back, we won't go back. So I brought the contract with me and left it in the hotel. Okay, you go back to the hotel and get the contract. The rest of you, follow me. I'll go get the money. Big brother. We don't have a car. What? No car. Qin Zhe suddenly felt that this group of debt collectors was very low. They were like the system. Damn you. The system scolded. I forgot that this low can read my brain waves. Brother Lu explained, we're not from Shanghai. It's too far away. We took the high-speed rail here. If we drove, we would need 2 cars. The gas and toll. The high-speed rail is more affordable. I was speechless again. Big brother, can you give me a ride? The hotel is a bit far. My phone was smashed by you, so I can't take a taxi. Do you have to take a taxi to go out? When there was no taxi, did you go out by foot? Qin Zhe was furious. Damn it, this group of debt collectors came to tease me. It's the new year, so I can't take a taxi. Qin Zhe slapped him again. Fortunately, there was no one. Otherwise, the handsome show in front of people would become a taxi, and it would explode. Do you have nothing better to do than to send someone to a hotel? If I did that, my status would drop to 0. Qin Zhe turned his head and left. He drove to the company and took out all the money in the safe. It was not enough. He called Su Yu and asked her for the password of the safe in the office. The two of them pooled together and made up 3 million. He put it in a cardboard box, tied it with tape, and carried it out of the company. During the new year, some office buildings have been closed, some have not. Not every company must have a holiday during the new year. Many posts are open all year round. Back to Grandma's community, it was still the original grass. Brother Lu, with a group of people, sat on the lawn, smoking and talking. "Boss, is this the end of it?" A younger brother bit a cigarette and said unwillingly. "Why don't we get the money and run away without giving him the contract? Anyway, there are so many people, he doesn't know who has the contract." "You are stupid, if you don't get the contract, he will give you the money, watch you go a long way, and then say, 'Oh, the contract is not in hand,' and then catch us with flies?" Brother Lu spat out a mouthful of smoke and sighed, "Shut up, it's good to get the money back. Go home early and you can still catch up with the new year." "He's here," a younger brother whispered. Brother Lu threw away the cigarette butt, put a smile on his face, and greeted him. "So fast." Qin Zhe saw him and was a little surprised. "Didn't he say that it was difficult to take a taxi?" "I bought a few packs of cigarettes at the supermarket outside and asked the boss to help me take a taxi. I told the driver to cancel the order when the taxi arrives. Damn it, this Didi taxi driver just won't go away." In addition, his words were full of the shrewdness of a commoner. Although it was very realistic, it still felt very low. Why is it that other novel protagonists are so pretentious and full of pretentiousness, but my style is not right? Qin Zhe put down the box. Another problem came. The tape was too tight and could not be opened. "Do any of you have a knife?" Everyone shook their heads. "The loan shark, you don't have a knife?" A younger brother said awkwardly, "We did, but it was confiscated when we went through the security check at the high-speed railway station." The style was not right again. As a loan shark, shouldn't he just casually take out a knife? So he found a rusty iron wire and cut it open. A group of people moved the box to the side of the building. It was too conspicuous in the lawn, but it could be seen clearly from downstairs. $3 million, a group of people, counting for more than half an hour. Qin Zhe stood at the side of the building and looked up at the sky. His heart was tired. Other protagonists, what? "This beautiful girl's family owes you 5 million. It's okay, I paid it back. Then I paid the money back." As for me, I stood at the side and watched a group of debt collectors count the money until my hands cramped. I accompanied them in the cold wind for half an hour. Where did my pretentiousness go? Was it eaten by dogs? Brother Lu squatted beside the box and put the money into the box with his friends. He rubbed his swollen hands and said, "Actually, we can transfer the money to the bank. There's no rush." "Stop talking," Qin Zhe said in a deep voice, "if the amount is correct, take out the contract." Brother Lu took out the contract from the bag he brought from the hotel and handed it to him. Qin Zhe did not look at it. His heart skipped a beat. The money was returned, but his uncle did not learn his lesson. With his personality, he might be more reckless this year. Could he take this opportunity to teach him a lesson? For example, let these guys beat up his uncle. Scare him into chopping off his hands. But it's not good to cheat his uncle like this, right? Actually, this decision of mine is probably made by my father, mother, sister, grandmother, and other relatives. They all want to do it but are too embarrassed to do it. Well, this is not my decision alone. It's the decision of all my relatives and friends. But everyone is too embarrassed, so I'm the only one who can do it. Thinking of this, his heart felt much better. Qin Zhe frowned slightly and felt that this was feasible. "Come here, we have something to discuss." Qin Zhe waved at Brother Lu. Chapter 374. Big Brother. Is there anything else? Brother Lu looked at him cautiously. Once we get the money, our job is done. We don't know each other well. It's not easy for us lenders. Qin Zhe took out a cigarette and handed it over. There's something I need your help with. If you help me do it, I'll give you 3,000 each. You'll also have the high-speed train fare home. Then. What is it? Brother Lu said. Let's listen first. We won't do anything illegal. This was definitely not a debt collector. He was even more cowardly than a salted fish. Trick my uncle. Su Guang into coming down, and then. Qin Zhe mumbled, don't hit him too hard, just beat him up, but don't hit him too lightly, just scare him a little. Brother Lu looked at him in disbelief. He thought, what the hell? This kid is Su Guang's nephew? Then, how do we trick him down? Brother Lu asked. Just say that I asked him to come down and look at the loan contract to confirm its authenticity. Qin Zhe said. He ignored Brother Lu's weird look. Anyway, the situation had changed. It didn't matter anymore. From the nephew helping his sister solve the problem, it became the nephew working with outsiders to bully his uncle. I'll transfer the money to you through Alipay. Tell me your Alipay account number, Qin Zhe said. Okay. Although Brother Lu was a little confused, he was quite happy that he didn't earn money. Collapse, collapse, his uncle was obviously one of his own people, but he felt very, very scary. He only knew how to scam his own people. This time, he helped him with 3 million. What about next time? Would it be 30 million, or 300 million? When that time came, Qin Zhe would definitely not help. There was no reason for him to spend money like this. However, how could he, as the grandson and son, feel good when he saw his grandmother heartbroken and Qin Ma's sad face? Therefore, he needed to let his uncle know why the flowers were so red. Brother Lu thought for a while and felt that it was feasible. He looked around and sadly found that his subordinates all had some injuries on their faces. He couldn't find anyone whose face was unscathed. This son of a bitch, he didn't hit people's faces. He was going to break the rules. You, go up and ask Su Guang to come down. Brother Lu pointed at a subordinate with lighter injuries. The little brother answered and went up the stairs. After the little brother went upstairs, he knocked on the door. The one who opened the door was the lively little girl. Su Guang, come down. Your nephew wants you to take a look at the contract. The subordinate stood at the door and shouted inside. Su Guang immediately ran out. In the elevator, Su Guang looked at his little brother and asked, what happened to your face? It's none of your business. The underling's face immediately darkened. Su Guang smiled. The two of them exited the elevator and walked to the lawn behind the building. Su Guang saw Brother Lu and his gang. At the same time, he was also surrounded. Take a look at the contract. Is there any problem? Brother Lu handed the contract over. Su Guang looked through it carefully and scanned his signature and thumbprint to confirm that there were no mistakes. No problem. All right. Brother Lu placed the contract on the box and chuckled. The money issue is settled. Now, let's settle the accounts. What debt? I don't owe you anything. The uncle took a step back warily and looked at his nephew who was not far away. His nephew put his hands in his pockets and looked at the sky at a 15-degree angle. He was whistling and looking cool. A's. The uncle shouted. Uncle, what's wrong? Qin Zhe was confused. They want to beat you up. The uncle shouted. Beat him up. Brother Lu waved his hand. Immediately, one of the underlings kicked Su Guang and the others surrounded him and punched him. Please, don't beat my uncle. Be careful or I'll call the police. Qin Zhe's expression changed drastically. His feet didn't move at all. Don't beat him, I've already returned the money. Why are you still beating me? Give me a reason first, hit him again and I'll call the police. Qin Zhe witnessed the entire process of his uncle being brutally beaten up for 5 minutes. It was too cruel, too cruel. But it was different from when he was young. When he was young, he was filled with fear. Now, even if I told you, you might not believe it, but it felt great. After being beaten up, the uncle was not satisfied. Why are you beating me? Brother Lu was speechless. This wasn't written in the script. He turned his head and looked at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe said angrily, why are you looking at me? If you beat my uncle, I'll call the police. F***ck, he's so stupid. I really want to feed him an acting book. Who asked you to borrow money from loan sharks? Who asked you to owe so much money? You're the scum of society and your family. Brother Lu thought of a reason. But, you're the loan sharks. The uncle was not satisfied. Shouldn't people like me like you? Brother Lu said angrily, you talk too much. Beat him up. Another round of beating. Seeing that it was about time, Qin Zhe slowly took out his phone. I'm calling the police. Brother Lu received the signal and immediately stopped. He waved his hand. Brothers, let's go. The underlings carried the box. When they passed by Su Guang, they threw the contract at him. The group of debt collectors left in a hurry, waving their hands and not taking away a single piece of cloud. In a supermarket not far from the neighborhood, Brother Lu handed the boss a cigarette. Boss, is there a place nearby that sells mobile phones? Go down this road. There's a Lizzie mobile phone store. I don't know if it's open or not, the boss said. Thanks. The few of them carried the money through the market. The underlings were confused. Boss, this is the most confused day in my debt collection career. Brother Lu was silent for a long time. I feel like I met a lunatic. What should we do now? Buy a mobile phone first, then go back to the hotel and call the company to send someone to pick us up. With so much money, it's not easy to take the high-speed rail. In the neighborhood, Qin Zhe helped the uncle up and sat by the lawn. The contract was thrown aside. Do you have a cigarette? Su Guang rubbed his chest and gritted his teeth in pain. His handsome face was intact, but his body had been ravaged for 10 minutes. It hurt like hell. Qin Zhe handed the cigarette over with a lighter. Su Guang lit the cigarette, then picked up the contract and lit it. He watched the flames rise from his body and finally, a pile of ashes was left. Uncle, there won't be a next time, Qin Zhe said in a low voice. Next time, even if you're forced to the rooftop, I won't help you. Don't be like this. I'm your mother's only brother. I'm your grandmother's only son. Can you bear to see her send off her son? Su Guang grinned. The veins on Qin Zhe's forehead throbbed. He said in a low voice, I can't bear it. But even if I can't, I'll still choose to do so. It's better to end the pain quickly than to prolong the pain. I'll pay for Su Qing and Su Yu's education and take care of your grandmother. You can leave in peace. Really? Su Guang retracted his cynical expression and looked at him. The truth. Qin Zhe nodded and said word by word, the truth. Ha, you're just like your father. The uncle pursed his lips. That spicy radish didn't say anything just now. He was just watching the show. That's right. He learned the spicy radish from his uncle. When he was young, his uncle always said, your father is a spicy radish. Although I've been a jerk these few years, I didn't treat you badly when you were young. Do you need to find someone to beat me up? The uncle's expression was bitter. His uncle saw through him, that Brother Lu's acting skills were really bad. Qin Zhe didn't feel embarrassed at all. He snorted and said, you're my uncle after all. It's not good for a junior to beat up an elder. I just want you to know the pain and stop making mistakes. The uncle laughed. I've been hiding for so many years. I've been beaten up many times. When have you seen me change for the better? Damn, this shameless son of a b***tch. He's still so smug. Qin Zhe really wanted to beat him up. After finishing his cigarette, the uncle said shyly, "Have another one." "No." Qin Zhe said in a bad mood. "You're so shy. You're running around and losing money. If you continue to gamble, if you continue to be reckless, even the gods won't be able to save you." The uncle was stunned. He gave a thumbs up. "That rhymes pretty well. I've learned something new." "Qin Zhe, Dad, I finally know why you slap him every time you see him." The uncle blew out a puff of smoke. He looked at the sky and sighed. "In 2004, when you were just in your third year of primary school, your grandfather handed his business over to me. At that time, our Su family wasn't that rich. After all, we didn't ride on the wave of reform and opening up. But at least we accumulated more than 2 million yuan. It wasn't a small amount. Your grandfather told me, Su Guang, it wasn't easy for our Su family to come out of a small town in the countryside. It wasn't easy for me to accumulate this family business either. Now that it's in your hands, you have to support it. Don't ask for 100 generations of glory. You can't be rich for more than 3 generations. It's good enough if you can be rich for 3 generations." The sky was deathly pale. Qin Zhe looked at his uncle, and his uncle looked at the sky. His uncle's eyes were also deathly pale. Chapter 375. When I was young, my family was poor. We lived in the countryside. Back then, we didn't get paid and had to go to the cafeteria to eat. We had 2 sets of clothes a year, sewing and mending, and had a simple meal. Let me tell you something you don't know. Your grandmother actually gave birth to many children. The first was twins, but they died a few days after they were born. The second was your mother. Before me, there were 2 more, an older brother and an older sister. But they didn't survive because their lives were too hard. Otherwise, your mother and I wouldn't be so different in age. Your grandfather had a strong personality. He was afraid of being poor and suffering. Later, he pulled some strings and entered a state-owned enterprise. As for myself, I was educated and became a production model for a few years. After many twists and turns, I was assigned to Shanghai. Later, I slowly climbed up the ranks and became a small leader. The sentence that left the deepest impression on me was, "If you don't work hard, you'll always be a bumpkin. If you don't work hard, you'll never get a wife." He always said that to me. It's not that he looked down on farmers. He was one himself. It's just that the farmers back then had no way out. They just had to make ends meet. Qin Zhe thought to himself, Grandpa is so inspirational. Your grandfather also said that although that bastard Qin Jianzhang looked serious and was evil on the surface, his character was passable. As a family, conflicts are inevitable, but don't forget to support each other. He didn't expect his grandfather to affirm his grandfather's character. He remembered his grandfather saying that after he got Qin Ma pregnant, his grandfather called him a despicable scum. In fact, his uncle did often come to visit him and his sister with gifts. After he handed over the business to me, I ran around every day for a few years, receiving and delivering goods. Sometimes, I only slept for 4 hours a day. It was tiring, but it was fulfilling. I felt that my son, who didn't have any education, was quite promising. He successfully took over my family business and guarded it well. Until 2008, I didn't know why, but I kept losing money. Not only did my efforts go down the drain, but I also lost nearly 1 million. Your grandfather also fell sick at that time. He lay in bed and said to me, "Don't be discouraged. Dad just started the business, and it wasn't always smooth sailing. Just treat it as your tuition. Actually, you've been doing well these few years. It's good that you can suffer a little." 2008, Economic Crisis. Qin Zhe frowned. However, as an ordinary person, the economic crisis did not affect him much. Moreover, he was still young, so he did not feel much. Yes, at that time, I was young and full of vigor. Even if the market was not doing well, I could still make a name for myself and prove my ability. That's what I was thinking, and then I lost out again. How miserable. Later on, I gradually couldn't stop myself. I would enter whatever industry people said would sell well. I would invest in whatever industry was good. In the end, most of the goods went to waste, and the financial deficit made me almost desperate. In just over a year, I had squandered almost all of our savings. At that time, I was very haggard. My father was also haggard. His illness gradually worsened. He advised me to stabilize for a while and observe the situation. But I didn't listen. I was already crazy. A friend told me that he found a good project that would definitely make money. He just needed a partner. And then, you were deceived by him. Qin said. He knew about this incident. In fact, it left a deep impression on him. Qin cried at home for a long time. Not long after, Qin saw his uncle in the hospital. He felt that his uncle had completely collapsed. He was no longer that handsome uncle. You still remember? His uncle smiled awkwardly. Yes, our last hope was gone. Not long after this incident, your grandfather passed away. Then, his uncle began a carefree and unrestrained life. He began to indulge in all kinds of debauchery. Qin thought to himself, perhaps the blow was too great, and he gave up on himself. Before your grandfather passed away, he grabbed my hand and said a lot of things. He didn't blame me. Instead, he smiled and said that it was fine. Just treat it as starting over. As long as you were willing to work hard, your life would get better and better. Don't be defeated by a single setback. His uncle chuckled. He was clearly smiling, but Qin felt that he was crying. Even when I was such a good-for-nothing, he didn't scold me. I thought, there's no reason why I can't get up. If my business fails, I can make a comeback. If I don't have the funds, I'll gamble, I'll borrow. If I fail once or twice, I'll succeed. But, there's no hope. There's really no hope at all. I lose more and more, and the debt I owe more and more. I can't accept this. A few million, such a high starting point, but I still owe more and more. It's been more than 10 years, it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense. Qin was silent. All these years, I've been thinking, if it weren't for that, if it weren't for me, my dad might have lived a few more years. My mom doesn't blame me, neither does my sister, but I can't get over myself. Such a good family, such a rich family, my dad's life's work. 5 years, I squandered it all. Every Qingming festival, I don't dare to visit the grave. I'm afraid. I thought, sooner or later, I'll live a glorious life. When that time comes, I'll go and see him again. I'll go and see him in glory. This man, who was almost 40 years old, squatted on the ground with a cigarette in his mouth, crying like a fool. Qin heart skipped a beat. So that's how it is. Whether it's gambling, trading in stocks, or taking all kinds of risks in the eyes of others, they're all just trying to get back what they've lost. The death of his grandfather back then was a bigger blow to him than he had imagined. He felt that everything was because of him. He was the one who broke his father's heart, and he was the one who pushed the family from riches to poverty. His uncle was trapped in his own knot. He was too ashamed to face his father and elders in Jiangdong, so he had been wandering outside. He had a home, but he didn't want to come back because he felt that he wasn't qualified to come back and see his late father. But after so many years, he still hadn't succeeded. Instead, he became a scum in the eyes of his relatives and friends, a good-for-nothing. Qin heart was filled with mixed feelings. He sighed and said, so, if you want to make a comeback, you have to grow up wretchedly and not wander around everywhere. Su Guang, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the sadness brewing in his uncle's heart suddenly disappeared by more than half. In this world, there are many people who go bankrupt, and even more prodigals. Many people are unwilling to give up and want to make a comeback. But in reality, hard work isn't enough. If hard work is useful, what's the use of being a genius? Qin poured poisonous chicken soup for him. Success can't be separated from opportunity, vision, and talent. Only a genius like me can have the last laugh. Uncle, if you want to believe me, just wait. Qin said, business opportunities aren't so easy to grasp. You've been out there for so many years, so you should understand this. I have an investment company under my name, and this year, I'll start to survey the industry. If possible, I can help you fly. His uncle didn't reply. He lit a cigarette for himself, but he didn't smoke. He sat there in a daze and calmed himself down. Qin didn't say anything and just accompanied him. After being exposed to the cold wind for a long time, his uncle sighed and said, I feel better after spitting out all the words in my heart. If you didn't find someone to beat me up today, I wouldn't have said all these to you. No matter what, I'm still your uncle. I can't show my weak side in front of my nephew. A man has to maintain a strong image. Qin chuckled and said, don't talk about me. Your image is already gone in front of your own children. His uncle kicked him and scolded jokingly, get lost, I deserve to be beaten. I'm still your uncle, after all. I doted on you when you were young. Don't you know how to be gentler when you hit people? Oh right, how did you know that I'm in cahoots with them? Qin thought for a long time and felt that something was wrong. Could it be just from a glance? If his uncle had such astuteness, he wouldn't have been so weak for so many years. Isn't that obvious? I saw you hitting them upstairs. When I turned around, they hit me, and you stood there pretending to be a coward. I'm not stupid, his uncle said angrily. So that's how it is, begging for a bean sack. What do you mean you saw me upstairs? Could it be that everything I did downstairs was seen by my uncle upstairs? Why are you standing by the window in the middle of winter? If you want to jump, please go to the rooftop. If my uncle saw it, then did my grandma, dad, mom, aunts, sister, and cousins all see it? F***ck. I'm really done for. Qin sat in the cold wind, his body weathering inch by inch. Inexplicably, a song floated in his mind, let the autumn wind take away my thoughts, take away my tears. Chapter 376. Qin felt that this year must be his zodiac year. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so unlucky since New Year's Eve until now. Originally, he had stepped in and saved the day, appearing in front of his uncle's family as a savior. Imagining the thoughts of the various characters, Grandma, as expected of my grandson, the number one of the younger generation. Aunt, without A's, I really don't know what to do this time. Cousin is so capable. I admire you. Cousin, in the future, I will also become a man of indomitable spirit like cousin. Just thinking about it was wonderful. Now, it was not the case at all. Although his uncle deserved a beating and everyone wanted to beat him up, thinking about it and doing it were two different things. His nephew had asked someone to beat up his uncle. Even if the old man was frantically cheering for his son in his heart, he would still scold him for being an unruly brat. Imagining the thoughts of the various characters, Grandma, I didn't expect my grandson to be such a person. All these years, I must have been blind. Aunt, A's is so scheming. I thought he was a good kid. Cousin is too much. I will never forgive him. Cousin did well. But I can't show too much happiness. I must be angry. As for his parents, they would also see him in a different light, because in front of the elders, Qin was an honest, calm, and obedient child. He would only vent his anger on his sister. Qin Bao, don't you have hands and feet? Qin Bao, scram. Qin Bao, do you believe that I will press you to the ground, and so on. Occasionally, he would even slap his sister. But his sister seemed to be enjoying it. The angrier he was, the happier she would be. This was very awkward. Qin began to regret. If he had known, he would have found someone to teach his uncle a lesson another day. No, my way of thinking is getting weirder and weirder. If it were the old him, he would have definitely chosen to talk to his uncle instead of employing the insidious Didi beat people business. Since when did I become so black-bellied? It must be Sister Ziwei's fault. After being with her for so long, I unknowingly became a black-bellied person, always thinking of using underhanded means to do things. Yes, it was all Sister Ziwei's fault. Grandma, Qin Zhe was stunned. His uncle nodded. Of course I saw it. I even said that Ace is really good. His fighting skills are even better than the loan sharks. Qin Zhe was speechless. Then, he would turn around and act like a grandson and send someone to beat up his uncle. He took the elevator nervously and arrived at the door of the 6th floor. Qin Zhe was thinking about how to redeem his image. Ha, I'm just kidding. Uncle patted him on the shoulder. I saw it when I was smoking by the window. The others didn't know. Otherwise, how could there be no movement upstairs after I was beaten up for so long? Uncle had a look of satisfaction on his face as he took revenge. Wait a minute. Qin Zhe heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he remembered something. Uncle, can I ask you something? What is it? Uncle took out the key from his pocket. Do you know Su Yao? Uncle froze in the middle of taking out the key. Qin Zhe caught a glimpse of shock and panic in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Yes, I do. He's my childhood playmate. Can you tell me about him? What's there to say? I haven't seen him for decades. I almost forgot about him. But how do you know him? Uncle shrugged, inserted the key into the keyhole, and opened the door without changing his expression. Qin Zhe kept silent. Uncle was smart and took out the key to open the door, so he couldn't continue asking. Ace is back. Is everything settled? Aunt couldn't wait to ask. Qin Zhe nodded and said that it was settled. She was relieved and looked conflicted, wanting to laugh and cry at the same time. Grandma called Qin Zhe to her side and nagged for a long time. She scolded Uncle as she talked, but Uncle lowered his head and let his mother scold him. Qin Zhe glanced at him. He didn't know if Uncle listened to him. He wanted to see if Uncle would stay at home after the new year or sneak out again. Also, he felt that his cousin's starry eyes were so hot that he was a little restless. That night, they stayed at Uncle's house for dinner. Qin Zhe cooked again. Suyu quietly squeezed her mother away and helped him. While he was cooking, Qin Zhe stuffed a bank card into her pocket. It's not much. Just treat it as pocket money. Change your phone. It's still early for a 17-year-old girl to come into contact with cosmetics, but you can dress up more exquisitely. You can keep this money and spend it slowly. Or you can pay for your school fees. It's up to you. Suyu held the bank card and lowered her head. Her tears were falling. Her sister, who had sneaked in to eat, saw this scene and said angrily, "What's wrong? Are you bullying Yu again?" Suyu waved her hand. Her crying face was slightly red. She explained, "Cousin didn't bully me." "So you're touched?" Qin Bao glanced at her and patted the dog's head with a smile. "Do you want to repay your cousin?" Suyu nodded vigorously. "If you want to repay me, the best way is to devote yourself to me. You don't have to think about that. I mean, it's not realistic. Then, when you have a job in the future, you'll have to return the money." Baby Qin smiled. Suyu nodded. "Just give the money to cousin when the time comes. You can pay him back slowly. There's no hurry." Qin Bao said, "Cousin's wife money is all managed by cousin." Although Suyu didn't understand why cousin's wife money was managed by cousin, she still nodded obediently. "Help cousin make a cup of black tea." Qin Bao sent Suyu out of the kitchen. She rolled her eyes coquettishly. "How much did you give her?" "Not much, just 20,000. Are you unhappy?" Qin Zhe said. 20,000, no more, no less. Qin Bao knocked on his head. Yu is very sensitive and has strong self-esteem. Don't give her money all the time. You'll make her feel pitiful. If you give her money in the future, just tell her to pay it back when she has a job in the future. Or, ask her to come to our company to take a few modeling photos as repayment. Sister, you're so thoughtful. Qin Zhe flattered. I'll help you wash the vegetables. Qin Bao Bao rolled up her sleeves. No, no, no. Wait for you. Why? Are you looking down on me? His sister raised her eyebrows. He didn't have any self-awareness at all. If you wash the vegetables, I have to wash them again myself. Qin Zhe said, No, I'm just afraid that you'll be tired. His sister snorted. Then I'll go outside and watch TV. She felt that what he said just now was strange. For a moment, she couldn't figure out what was wrong. After dinner, they said goodbye to their grandmother and returned home. For the next 2 days, Qin Zhe's family ran around and paid New Year's greetings everywhere. Qin Zhe said tentatively, I'm going back to Zhejiang province to pay New Year's greetings today. Qin Ma said, Why are you going? You never went in the past years. You're not familiar with that place. Qin Zhe said, I'm returning home in glory. I'm so successful now. Of course, I have to go. Qin Ma said, Don't make trouble. Children should stay at home. She didn't agree no matter what. Qin Zhe said in his heart, If you don't agree, I'll use force. But on this day, he received a call from Su Yu. Hubby, I miss you so much. Same. Qin Zhe asked about her recent situation. Su Yu said, It's okay. I'm following my dad around to pay New Year's greetings. Hubby, come and stay at home tonight. Qin Zhe said, After the new year, I'm running around every day. How can I have time? Master, come on. Call me Hei's king. No. Su Yu giggled and said, Master Eel, I need an injection. I'm hanging up. Don't. My mother is back. We've made an appointment to go to Grandma and Grandpa's house today. As the son-in-law, you should meet your mother-in-law. Qin Zhe was speechless. Su Yu laughed and said, She's my mother anyway. You're in and out of my body, and I'm in and out of your body. I have to meet her, right? And Grandpa and Grandma occasionally remember that they have me, their granddaughter, and they'll urge me to find a partner, although they're just saying it. Qin Zhe's nose twitched. What time is it today? Come over now. I'll send you the address. Su Yu's tone was joyful. After hanging up the phone, Qin Zhe said, Mom, I have something to do today. I'm going to a friend's house to pay New Year's greetings. I won't accompany you to Zhejiang province. Ah. Whose house are you going to? Qin Bao Bao asked. My college roommate. He was hit by a little Mao Lu during the new year. I'm going to see him. Qin Zhe raised his phone and said, He just called me. I have to go. The actor was proficient in acting. Whether it was his eyes or his tone, they were impeccable, as if he was really going to visit his roommate who was hit. Qin Bao Bao said, Oh, and said to Qin Ma, Mom, you cook the rice. Zijin and I want to eat at noon. There was no shortage of food during the new year. She could just heat it up in the hot pot. She still knew how to use hot pot. Wang Zijin's mouth twitched, and she forced a smile and said, Auntie, you can go. I'll cook the rice. So embarrassing. Qin Zhe laughed and said, 2.5 cups of rice are enough for 2 people. Don't put too much. Wang Zijin's pretty face turned red. I don't know. You don't have to talk. Get lost, Bao Bao. Get the hell out of here. Qin Bao Bao, get lost, Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe, get lost, Qin Bao Bao. Chapter 377. After Su Yu sent the address, Qin Zhe estimated the time and found that he could stay at home for another half an hour. Qin Zhe and his sisters were not playing for money. Qin Bao Bao sneaked into the old man's study and tore a few pieces of white paper from his diary. If this behavior was discovered, he would be beaten to death. His sister cut the paper into square pieces with scissors and wrote, "One day." Each person had 10 pieces of paper, and one day represented a day of housework. Mopping the floor, sweeping the floor, washing clothes, washing dishes, in addition to Chinze's exclusive cooking. After all, the two sisters couldn't cook. The time was half an hour, and they arranged the work according to the pieces of paper in their hands. Chinze's card luck was surprisingly good. Whether he was a landlord or a farmer, he had never tasted defeat. In 10 minutes, he accumulated 21 cards from 10 cards. The one with the worst luck was Qin Baobao. She always lost, but her sister was a flirtatious little b*tch. At least, that was what Wang Zijin thought. When she lost too much, she would shamelessly throw flirtatious glances at her brother, hugging his arm and acting coquettishly. Chinze immediately fell into his sister's beauty trap. He let her win several times and let her equalize the disadvantage. In this way, after half an hour, Wang Zijin's paper was empty. "Oh, I won." Her sister lay down on the sofa and slapped the sofa with her long legs. Wang Zijin faintly looked at Chinze, got up and left. Chinze was shocked and asked, "Sister Ziwei, where are you going?" Wang Zijin smiled, "To the bathroom." Chinze saw the shining word MMP from Wang Zijin's smile. After 0.01 seconds, Chinze made an accurate judgment and followed Sister Ziwei into the bathroom. "What are you doing?" Wang Zijin squinted and didn't give him a good face. "Are you angry?" "No. I'm just angry. You're so annoying. I need to go to the toilet." "Get out." Without another word, Chinze pressed her against the wall. "It's just for fun. Don't mind it." "I don't mind. It's just 10 days of housework. I like to do housework. It makes me happy." "Sister Ziwei, if it weren't for the way you gritted your teeth, I would have believed you. Let go of that housework, let me do it." Chinze hugged her slender waist. "What are you angry about? No matter who wins or loses, it's not me who does the housework in the end." "Then why don't you let Qin Baobao lose and let me lose?" Wang Zijin said with a straight face. "Hey, this jealousy." Chinze licked her oval-shaped face. "Because I've always thought that Sister Ziwei is magnanimous and magnanimous. She wouldn't get angry over such trivial matters." "That's because you don't understand women," Wang Zijin said. She lowered her head and glanced at her chest. "Not as magnanimous as your sister. You're magnanimous, but she's magnanimous." Wang Zijin slapped his hand away and said gloomily, "I also eat papaya milk, but it's not on the same scale as your sister. Sister Ziwei is very good now. I like a woman who can be controlled with one hand. Moreover, it's not as effective as papaya milk. Let me tell you a secret," Chinze said mysteriously. Wang Zijin's eyes lit up. "What secret?" "What you eat to make up for it. You need to eat balls." Wang Zijin was stunned for 3 seconds. She finally understood. She lowered her head and glanced at it. "You're disgusting." Chinze clamped his legs together. His balls were cold when she looked at him. "I'm not asking you to eat my balls. It's my fault for not making it clear. Cock balls can increase breast size after eating for a long time. The effect is very good." "How did you know?" Wang Zijin revealed a look of realization. "So, Qin Baobao used to eat balls every day?" No. Don't think so. Otherwise, my sister will kill me." Chinze said, "I saw it on the internet. Anyway, many people said that it's effective. I don't know about such a disgusting thing." Wang Zijin sneered. "I'm just saying. It's up to you whether you want to eat it or not." Chinze lowered his head and licked her fair and beautiful oval-shaped face. "My face is covered in saliva. Are you a husky?" Wang Zijin wiped her face and punched his chest with her small fists. No, Husky is so cheap. It's definitely not me. Then what are you? I'm Teddy. Wang Zijin, speaking of Teddy, he almost forgot about Suyu. He should go over. He said that he would meet Suyu at the gate of the community. Aze, where did you go? Sister shouted in the living room. Qin Zhe turned and went out of the bathroom. What are you doing? I'm in the room. Qin Bao, help me get the scarf on the hanger. It's cold, Qin Zhe said in a bad mood. You don't know how to get it yourself. You're closer. Qin Bao said in a coquettish voice. You help me get it. Qin Zhe said in a helpless voice. Got it. In the bathroom, Wang Zijin listened to the conversation between the sister and brother, and suddenly had an idea. If I learn from Qin Bao and act coquettishly, will Ace be more obsessed with me? Men like women who are cute, cute, and coquettish. Zhao Taizhu once said to her. Then, should I use a new skill? Although it's very embarrassing and difficult for me to do it, men are all changed from eels. Women should also change. Wang Zijin closed her eyes, brooded for 3 seconds, and put on a cute posture. You're so annoying. No, not cute enough, not coquettish enough. In her mind, she recalled Qin Bao's coquettish appearance to Qin Zhe. Well, her eyes should be more charming, and her small eyebrows should be slightly frowned. Let's do it again. You're so annoying. She felt a little bit, but still a little bit. Yes, her small mouth should be pouted. Wang Zijin pouted and frowned. You're so annoying. Wang Zijin suddenly froze. From the mirror, she saw Qin Zhe standing by the bathroom door. Qin Zhe's face was very complicated, with a confusion of doubting life. When did he come back? He saw it all. Wang Zijin froze there, not daring to turn around, and her face turned red. Qin Zhe was stunned for a few seconds, then walked away silently. Wang Zijin, _A's, listen to me. Qin Zhe walked to the living room in a daze, his mind full of Sister Ziwei's pouting and coquettish appearance. Although Shishi's frowning appearance was very beautiful, when that kind of expression appeared on Sister Xian's dignified oval-shaped face, it felt too out of place and did not match her temperament. It stung his eyes. Sister, act coquettishly, Qin Zhe suddenly said as he walked past the living room. Qin Bao was lying on the sofa looking at her phone. She liked lying on her stomach, but this position was actually very tiring for her. After lying down for a while, she had to get up and rub her chest. What? Quick, act coquettishly. Qin Bao was confused, but still pouted and acted cute, annoying. Qin Zhe happily changed his shoes and left home. Sure enough, his sister's coquettish appearance was pleasing to the eye and tolerable. At 10:30, he arrived at the community where Su Yu's grandparents lived. The building was very new, and the greenery was very good. Qin Zhe estimated that it was completed no more than 5 years ago. In addition, this area cost 70,000 yuan per square meter. It seemed that they were rich. Although he didn't know what her mother did, her father was so rich that he must have received a lot of property when they divorced. At the gate of the community, a tall beauty stood there, waving her hand. Suyu recognized his car and burst into a bright smile. She was dressed very homey, light blue slim jeans, a down jacket of the same color, snow boots, and a burgundy scarf. On New Year's Eve, she had her hair styled like a goddess. Suyu trotted up to meet him, opened the door, sat in the passenger seat, rubbed her hands vigorously, and her round nose was red from the cold. Qin Zhe apologized, I'm late. Suyu's teeth chattered, it's okay, I only waited for 15 minutes. It's just that my hands are a little stiff and I didn't bring my gloves down. Qin Zhe held her small hand. It was cold. He suddenly remembered a joke on the internet. A real man should stuff a girl's cold hand into his crotch. You feel good, I feel good too. Because a man's balls like cold and fear heat. Did you buy a gift? Suyu asked. Yes, very ordinary healthcare and nutrition products. Qinze said. Suyu smiled sweetly, enough. My mother is also here, with her family, and my uncles and aunts are here, a big family. Suyu said. So many people. Qinze was stunned. Is it because of me? What are you thinking about? Suyu rolled his eyes and said, my mother is here. My mother lives abroad, and it's rare for her to come back. The key is that my mother's red envelope is big. She gives the younger generation a red envelope of 500,000 yuan every year. My uncles and aunts also want to borrow some money from my mother when she comes back. Qinze, how do I feel, Philistin? Suyu said, of course, my grandfather's family is just an ordinary family. My father was also a poor boy, so he and my mother married with equal social status. You don't understand. A barely well-off family has a rich man with assets of more than 100 million yuan. That kind of atmosphere of eating and taking. My family can't escape the rut. Your family is much better. My aunt and her husband are middle-level managers of state-owned enterprises. My aunt's family is doing business and is not short of money. The house where my grandfather and grandmother live now was bought by my mother for 8 million yuan. Then my uncle and aunts fought to write their names on the real estate certificate. Anyway, my mother won't fight with them. Qinze nodded, I can understand. My uncle's family is like this. The money they borrowed from my family is nearly 10 million yuan. The house in the past, according to the current house price, plus the 3 million yuan a few days ago, was almost 10 million yuan. My mother doesn't feel disgusted. She doesn't care if my brothers and sisters take some money from her, hundreds of thousands or millions. Suyu said, when she divorced, she got a lot of money. Later, she started her own business. My foreign stepfather met her when she was doing business. He is also rich, and he is a China expert. As she said, she blinked her eyes and smiled like a ghost, but they are not as good as you. The two of them together have only 1 billion yuan in assets. They all know that I left my father's company, but I didn't say how I am doing now. Qinze said, why? Suyu curled her lips, my father cheated on me and had an illegitimate child. My grandmother and grandfather's family hate him, and I, the granddaughter who grew up with my father, of course, doesn't love me much. We only see each other a few times a year, and we don't have a deep relationship. My mother has a new family and a mixed-race grandson. In the past, when she wanted to borrow money and had trouble, she would come to me, but after I resigned, my uncle and aunts didn't contact me. It's true that your grandmother doesn't love you and your uncle doesn't love you. Chapter 378. A child from a single-parent family would only see his father a few times throughout the year. It was normal for his maternal grandmother to not dote on him and his uncle to not love him. Suyu herself was used to it, so when she talked about these things, she didn't show any sadness. It was her biological parents who really hurt her. A father who regarded his son as his heir, and a mother who wholeheartedly ran her new family, she was superfluous in any way. Sometimes, the father may think, this daughter is really annoying, thinking about competing with his son for the position of heir every day. Sometimes, the mother may think, this daughter is really annoying, thinking of the failed relationship experience when she saw her. Who knows? In a beautifully decorated house, more than 100 square meters, Suyu's grandfather was called Ding Yukong. He was a thin old man with white hair and an old-fashioned and serious look. Her grandmother also had white hair, thin and small, with a mole between her eyebrows. Both of them were 80 years old. There were 4 people in the second generation of the Ding family, 2 sons and 2 daughters. Suyu's mother, Ding Yun, was the second. Suyu had 6 siblings, 2 of whom were married, and those who were not married also had a partner. The 3 generations of the Ding family, about 20 people, were gathered together. The family sat in the living room and chatted. The 2 babies were sleeping soundly in their mother's arms. As they chatted, the topic turned to Suyu. Eldest aunt gossiped, Xiao Yun, resigned from her father's company in the middle of the year. Do you know about this? I heard that it was not very pleasant. Youngest aunt complained, I wanted her cousin to work in her company, but it failed. Now Tsong Tsong is still working in a small company. I can't count on her. Ding Yun, 48 years old, had a gentle and beautiful face, and fine crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, showing her charm when she was young. Su Tong's facial features were well defined, but not stunning enough to give birth to such a delicate daughter. Sitting next to her was a foreigner with brown hair and brown eyes. He had a high nose bridge and deep eyes, very handsome. Then, there was a smaller version of the foreigner. He also had brown hair, a high nose bridge, and fair skin. He was a young man in his early 20s. He was a mix of Chinese and Western descent, very handsome. Mama, my sister hasn't come back yet. The little foreigner said, speaking in poor Chinese. Ding Yun said, she went out to pick up your brother-in-law and will be back soon. After that, she turned to look at her two sisters-in-law and asked, what's going on? I think that little B** starred snatched it away. The stock market is very hot this year, and you, started an investment company that specializes in stocks. I only found out about it when I asked her for help with Tsong Tsong's job. Tsong Tsong was supposed to go over, but that little B** starred came and made her a mere figurehead. After that, I heard that she quit her job. I heard that she got into an argument with her father. Ding Yun frowned. She didn't know about it. So you didn't tell her, but the mother and daughter rarely contacted each other. Grandma interrupted and asked, where is you, working now? I don't know. Probably not going to work. Anyway, cousin won't be short of money. Her pocket money is enough. You're such a petty child. No matter how much pocket money you have, it's still the same. Everyone was talking at once. Auntie suddenly said, sis, Liang Liang is getting married next year, but the down payment for the house isn't enough. Ding Yun smiled. How much do you owe? Uncle, 400,000. The policy was changed last year. The second house needs a down payment of 50%. I want to borrow some money from you. Ding Yun nodded and smiled gently. Sure. Everyone laughed. Then, the topic turned to Su Yu's boyfriend. Uncle said, you finally found a boyfriend. After the new year, she'll be 28. Ding Yun smiled and said, it can be considered as solving one of my worries. Uncle said again, sis, ask her later what's going on with her family. Don't always be angry with her father. When the time comes, you won't be able to get a share of the family property. Auntie, that's right. Let her go home and guard it well. The family property can't be less. We definitely can't let that little bastard have it. Auntie, it's the Su family's property. It's a waste not to take it. After so many years, when talking about the Su family, there was no longer the hatred of gnashing teeth. Now, the most talked about was the family property that Su Yu got. The core content was, the money that should be taken, not a single cent less. Ding Yun didn't like to talk about this topic. She turned her head and whispered to her foreigner husband in fluent English. The little foreigner stood by the window and looked out. He happened to see a car parked downstairs. Su Yu and Qin Zhe got out of the car and took his hand into the building. Sister is back. She brought back a man. He said in broken Chinese, looking very excited. Su Yu stayed abroad for a few years and lived with her mother for a long time. It was ironic that the foreigner's stepfather and cheap brother were very good to Su Yu. A few of his cousins rushed to the window and peeked out to look down. What car does he drive? Porsche? Lamborghini? Maybach? Which one? What does cousin's boyfriend look like? They asked in a low voice. The little foreigner pointed to a black, ordinary car. It's that one. Everyone looked disappointed. Several elders looked over curiously. Auntie asked, what's wrong? The car is ordinary. It doesn't look more than 1,000,000 yuan. You don't know the value. It's not even 500,000 yuan. I sell cars. I can see it at a glance. What brand is it? I can't see clearly, but it's not expensive. When Auntie heard this, she said to Ding Yun, "You's taste in men." She didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was obvious. Uncle, probably because he's handsome. Uncle, maybe he can take care of people. Grandma, it's good to take care of people. Auntie, what's good about it? How can you marry without money? Ding Yun, it's good that you like him. It doesn't matter if he has money or not. She was really an open-minded mother. Or, she just wanted to marry her daughter off as soon as possible. There was a knock on the door. The little foreigner opened the door in a hurry. Suyu took Qin Zai's hand and entered the house. The moment they saw Qin Zai, the elder's eyes lit up. Well, a very handsome young man with good temperament. Speaking of temperament, Qin Zai's temperament has improved recently. He was no longer a good-looking guy with no temperament. Since he had money and the system. Although it was a bit low, he finally had confidence in his heart. A man with confidence has temperament. In the words of my sister, my little foreigner is becoming more and more manly. Sure enough, Yu's taste in men was based on their appearance. Grandpa, Grandma. Suyu led Qin Zai to her family and introduced him to them one by one. "This is my boyfriend, Qin Zai." Several young people were dumbfounded and stunned on the spot. Then, Suyu introduced her family to Qin Zai. First uncle, first aunt, second uncle, second aunt, third uncle, and finally her biological mother and stepfather. "This is my brother, you can call him Ada," Suyu said. Ding Yun looked at Qin Zai with a smile. First impression, well, not bad. Grandpa said in a deep voice, "Young man, what do you do?" Auntie, hey, I feel that he looks familiar. Mom. He is Qin Zai. The cousin whispered. I know he is Qin Zai. Auntie replied angrily. Then, a cousin of Suyu said, "But I don't know who Qin Zai is." As she said, she looked at Qin Zai with starry eyes. Yes, as a 25-year-old star chaser, Qin Zai, a high-quality little fresh meat, was also one of her targets. Absolutely high quality. Most of the other little fresh meats personas came from movies and TV series, or forced personas. Qin Zai's persona was real, 24K pure gold persona. Rich and talented. Nickname is not to be said, it is embarrassing to say. Qin Zai's aunt understood and said in surprise, "Qin Zai, this name sounds familiar. Are you a celebrity?" The elders in the room had different expressions. Grandpa and Grandma were stunned and then frowned. His uncles and aunts were all shocked. Kind of understand, he is good at writing songs. Singers in the entertainment industry dream of his songs. The cousin worshipped. He is also the god of stocks, very good at trading stocks. A cousin said. He is also a big boss, has 2 companies, Qin Zai is super famous. A cousin's wife said. Very rich, richer than auntie, richer than cousin's family. The cousin said. His cousin was Suyu. This time, the look in her eyes was different. Oh, you, is really lucky, her boyfriend is so handsome. Auntie piled up a smile on her face, it's time to eat, let's eat. Qin Zai, treat this place as your home, don't be an outsider. Several relatives smiled more eagerly than Ding Yun. Not long after, the food was served, the younger generation sat at one table, and the elders sat at another table. Uncle said that the big boss couldn't sit with the younger generation, so he let Qin Zai and Suyu sit with the elders. At the table, the elders insinuated about Qin Zai's work and income. When they learned that Qin Zai and Suyu were partners, they suddenly realized that he was a rich second generation. However, from beginning to end, no one mentioned Qin Bao. In the past, Qin Zai's label was the most dazzling, Qin Bao's younger brother. Now, he himself was a very famous celebrity. So, The elders began to inquire about Qin Zai's family background, trying to estimate his family background. This was very normal. The younger generation in the family must inquire about the other party's family background. Qin Zai briefly said that his father was a university professor, and his mother was a stay-at-home mother. The elders were dumbfounded, listening to the young man's words. He was not a rich second generation. His family background was earned by himself. Qin Zai is amazing, he can sell a song for a lot of money. The cousin at the next table interrupted. Auntie secretly took out her mobile phone and searched for Qin Zai. At first, she didn't search correctly and wrote the name wrong. After thinking about it, she searched. Qin Zai is very good at writing songs. Search results, fast shooter Qin Zai. Fast shooter. Auntie's mouth twitched. Chapter 379. So it was this Zai. Auntie re-entered it and entered it correctly. She clicked on Qin Zai's personal profile. Shocked. A song that was hard to get even with 10,000 gold. God of stocks. Fast shooter. Buying 80% of the shares of Tianfang Entertainment. Everything that had happened was recorded. They were all legends that Qin Zai had left behind in Jianghu. In the eyes of a commoner like Auntie, he was simply the boss of the bosses. It turned out that you had found such a man. This was not just a rich husband, but a 24K pure gold, no, a titanium alloy husband. Moreover, he had a big celebrity sister. A big celebrity, in the eyes of ordinary people, was an existence that made money faster than printing money. They were paid tens of millions and bought mansions. Auntie's mouth cracked open. Look at this, look at this. She handed the phone to her husband. Little uncle took the phone and was shocked. He thought to himself, this nephew is amazing. What are you two whispering about? You're eating and you're whispering. Grandma glanced at her youngest son and daughter-in-law. Auntie's face was full of smiles. I just searched for Qin Zai. He's really amazing. Grandma was suddenly interested. What do you mean? Auntie glanced at Suyu. You her found such a good boyfriend. She didn't know to say earlier that she had to wait until the new year to bring him back. Mom, Qin Zai is very good at writing songs. He's the #1 in the domestic music industry. His sister is Qin Bao. That big celebrity Qin Bao, the internet said that she became famous because of the songs he wrote. Also, he's good at trading stocks. People say that he's the god of stocks. Many celebrities ask him to help them earn money. He also composes piano music and has acted in movies before. That Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach was directed by him. The male lead, I say, looks familiar. Auntie repeated Qin Zai's resume on the phone, refreshing everyone's understanding of Qin Zai again. Previously, they thought that although Qin Zai was excellent, their Suyu was not bad either. She was tall and well endowed. Ordinary rich people were not worthy of her. Now, they felt that Suyu was a bit out of her league. This was not an ordinary genius. This was a legend. Ding Yun also looked at him in surprise. Qin Zai and Suyu's elders talked and laughed. He could even chat with the foreigner's stepfather. The foreigner spoke fluent Chinese and talked about his experience in China during those years. After chatting for a while, Qin Zai realized that he was more inclined towards the technical type of boss. That's right. Developed countries have long passed the era of being uncivilized. Without skills and knowledge, it would be difficult to get rich. This was unlike China, where no matter how high one's education level was, one could instantly become a boss if they found connections or business opportunities. This phenomenon was gradually decreasing with the changes of time. In another 10 or 20 years, those fellows who claimed that studying was useless would really be useless. Suyu sat beside him obediently, poured wine for him, picked up food, and smiled. It was probably the happiest thing for a woman to see her man talking and laughing with his family. From the beginning to the end, her conversation with her mother did not exceed 3 sentences. The relationship between mother and daughter was relatively cold, but she had a good relationship with her half-brother. As time passed, the woman and the child finished their meal while the man was still drinking and chatting loudly. The little foreigner took Su-yu and walked to the guest room. He opened his laptop skillfully and logged into the game. He communicated in English, "Sister, I have a new hero. You see how I play it? I will teach you later. I asked my cousin to download the China version. I will use your account and buy the new hero." Su-yu began to play League of Legends abroad. It was this brother who introduced her to the game. Because she was bored, she tried to play it. Since then, she started a game career that was unrestrained and loved to scold people. In the game, she could scold people as much as she wanted. Others would not ignore her. Instead, they would fight with her for 300 rounds, making Su-yu feel full of sense of existence. The little foreigner brother was also very happy to have a beautiful sister to play games with him. "Your brother-in-law also plays this game. We met in the game." Su-yu laughed. "It's so good in China. You can make a girlfriend by playing games." The little foreigner said enviously. "Your brother-in-law is amazing. He often takes me to the next level." "Sister, what is your rank now?" "Gold." "Oh my God, I only take you to the gold rank." The little foreigner was shocked and despised. "The game is just a medium for communication. I will not be the girlfriend of whoever takes me to the next level." Su-yu's mouth twitched. The meal lasted until 1:00 in the afternoon. The uncle and uncle were drunk. The foreigner's stepfather was drunk and unconscious. Ding Yun helped him into the room to rest. Qin Zhe came to find Su-yu and saw her playing games on her laptop. As always, the operation was rubbish. The little foreigner brother was beside her, chattering in English and guiding her. The little foreigner was full of achievement. "Qin Zhe, help me play." Su-yu bit her lip and looked at her man with grievance. Well, the results were terrible. The little foreigner did not object and looked at Qin Zhe. Su-yu's character was a new hero recently. Qin Zhe had not played games for a long time. Not only him, his sister had become a major shareholder of Tianfang. She was getting busier and had less time to play games. Su-yu was focused on running Baozi and also rarely played games. They were like the game friends they had met on the internet. They gradually reduced their gaming time and then disappeared completely. They could not be contacted. Fate had ended. Fortunately, Qin Zhe did not need to worry about this kind of thing happening. Although he did not play games at night, he could play Su-yu. This was more intimate and easy to understand communication. After resurrecting, Qin Zhe stood in the spring and carefully went through the skills. Then he emptied the equipment and bought new ones. The little foreigner stared. Qin Zhe's move was undoubtedly suicidal. The economy was a lot worse, and now it was even worse. But 10 minutes later, it completely changed. He had a strong view of the overall situation, abnormal awareness, and sharp control. From the enemy's ATM machine to a hunter on the battlefield. Those who were scolding Su-yu before were now crazily cheering. 666, awesome. Boss, was it your primary school cousin who was playing before? After watching for a few minutes, Su-yu whispered, "Finish drinking?" "Well, I'm not drunk." "Your stepfather is drunk and lying dead in the next room." Qin Zhe grinned. "I'll make you a cup of tea." "Okay." Su-yu and the little foreigner went out. Soon, Qin Zhe finished a game and won the first victory. But Su-yu did not come back with tea. When he went out, Su-yu stood in the corridor and looked at the next room. Her eyes were filled with sadness and disappointment. Her thin shoulders seemed so weak at this moment. Qin Zhe stood beside her and looked into the room. The foreigner was drunk on the bed, his wife was taking care of him. The mixed-race son was sitting on the bed playing with his mobile phone. Sometimes he looked up and talked with his mother. The mother had a loving and gentle smile on her face. What a harmonious family of three. The warmer the atmosphere in the room, the lonelier the girl outside seemed. Qin Zhe suddenly understood how she felt. The feeling of, my home is no longer my home, and, I can't integrate into their family of 3, no matter which side it is. He filled in for himself. My mother is my mother, and my father is my father, but my mother is not my mother, and my father is not my father. That feeling was too heart-wrenching. He watched as his mother laughed and doted on his son in another family. He watched as his father laughed and doted on his son in another family. Obviously, they are also my parents, but where is her position as a daughter? Suyu felt her waist tightened, and then she was fiercely rubbed into his arms. She looked up in amazement and looked at Qin Zhe. You have me. Qin Zhe stared at her, his voice was soft and solemn, I will always be here. Suyu's eyes were moist and tears slid down, but her smile was sweet and happy. She put her arms around Qin Zhe's neck, tiptoed slightly, and stabilized Qin Zhe's lips. In the room, Dingyun felt something and looked sideways. She was stunned at first, and then her smile relaxed. Some people, it's not that they don't love, but they can't give too much love. Some things, it's not that they don't pay attention to, but they just want each other to be well. Chapter 380. Shujia Town, Zhejiang Province. Shujia Town was developed from a gathering place of clans. 100 or 200 years ago, those with the surname Su might have been the same ancestor. After several changes, the town expanded, but those with the surname Su still accounted for most of the population. Shujia Town was not a big town, let alone rich. It was located in a hilly area with green mountains behind it. Outside the town were continuous fields. Because it was a bit far from the national highway, it didn't catch the development bus. The neighboring towns used to be poorer than Shujia Town. In the past 10 years, factories had been built and countless people came to the town. There were supermarkets, shops, internet cafes, KTV, and everything else. The locals could live a rich life even if they rented out their houses. A dozen kilometers away was a different life. Fate. Half of the people in Shujia Town were still farmers. But many people had left the town. Some made a fortune in other places and didn't come back. Some returned home and built big villas in the town. Su Lan's family had been doing well back then. They had moved to Shanghai, and their household register had followed them. They had settled down in Shanghai. Except for the older generation, the young people nowadays didn't remember Qin Ma's family. Every spring festival, Qin Ma would come back to visit some of her uncles. In recent years, she had been less and less. She couldn't keep the old people. When he returned to Shujia Town this year, the atmosphere was completely different. Not only were the older generation amiable, some of the younger generation that he had never met before had also gathered together. Some of them had rushed over from the town, while others had rushed over from the nearby villages. This year, there was a legend in Shujia Town. Those who were related to Su Lan said, you know Qin Bao Bao, right? Yes. You know Qin Zhe, right? Yes. He's from my great-aunt's family. They're my relatives. They're the daughter and son of my second uncle's daughter. They're the daughter and son of my aunt's daughter. Whether it was Qin Bao Bao, a first-tier big shot and the queen of traffic, or Qin Zhe, the #1 fast shooter in the music industry and the god of stocks, there was basically no young people who did not know them. Qin Ma and Old Master Li bought gifts from the supermarket in the town and delivered them one by one. They were not in a hurry. Every time they visited a house, they would stay and chat with the elders. Then, they would give red packets to the younger generation. The gifts were not heavy, but the red packets were heavy. Although it was said to be a small gift from Qin Zhe and Qin Bao, it was actually Qin Ma and the old man's own money. Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe often came back to pay New Year's greetings when they were young. After they grew up, they almost never came back. It didn't matter in previous years, but this year, there were old people sighing and complaining, saying that no matter what, they had to come back and take a look. Although they had settled in other places, this was still their roots. In fact, Shujia town was Qin Ma's roots. It had little to do with Qin Bao and Qin Zhe. However, Qin Ma smiled and said that she was busy this year and could not find time. They stayed for dinner at Qin Ma's second uncle's house. An old man in his 90s lived alone. His son had moved to the city and would only come back to visit him during the new year. This year, the old man's son went to his daughter-in-law's house for the new year, leaving him alone. Knocking on the door of the yellow mud house, the old man stood shakily at the threshold. His old face was full of wrinkles, but his eyes were still clear. He said in a trembling voice, "Little Lon." It was not because of joy or emotion, but because he was old and his voice was trembling. "Granduncle, I'm back to see you." Qin Ma helped him into the house. "It's about time you came." The old man slowly walked to the table and sat down. "You're the only one who still comes to see me. Because granduncle often picked fruits for me to eat when I was young." Qin Ma said with a smile. At noon, Qin Ma cooked. Grandpa and the old man sat by the threshold and chatted. The so-called chat was Grandpa's one-sided chatter. The old man could understand Mandarin, but he could not speak it. Besides, Grandpa did not understand dialects. The meal was relatively light. It was placed on the small black table. There were 2 vegetables, 1 meat, and 1 soup. After eating, the old man asked in a muffled voice, "Why didn't your 2 children come?" "They're busy with work." Qin Ma said. "Your son's name is Ace, right?" The old man smiled. His face was full of wrinkles. "Su Guang has been very naughty since he was young. He looks handsome. Your son is more like the grandson of an old cow." Grandpa ate in silence. He did not understand. Qin Ma frowned slightly and gave a perfunctory yes. In the afternoon, the 2 of them left Shujia town along the wide road. After walking for 100 meters, they turned into a rugged mountain road. There were black fields on both sides. In the distance, there was a white Xing Wang temple. It was not big. After passing through the Xing Wang temple, they walked for another 10 minutes and arrived at the cemetery of Shujia town. The cemetery was surrounded by a tea forest. The waist-high tea trees stretched as far as the eye could see. In the distance, there were undulating mountains. The real Shirley tea forest was a rare green in winter. The sun was warm and the air was cold. Qin Ma stood in front of a tombstone and did not speak for a long time. Grandpa lit candles, burned incense, and burned paper money. In the tomb lay a woman about the same age as Qin Ma. She was her childhood sister and best playmate. Shujia town contained Qin Ma's childhood memories. It also buried her best friend who was like a sister. Time passed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 2 girls who ran barefoot in the black fields were now lying in the cemetery and middle-aged. In her memory, the bright sun, the blue sky, the mottled halo under the shadows of the trees, and the clear chirping of birds were as clear as yesterday. Qin Ma held the incense and talked to herself in front of the tomb. Her mouth moved, but no sound could be heard. She talked for a long time, as if it was not a tomb in front of her, but her best friend, Su Ru. Grandpa watched from the side. Every year when he returned to Shujia town, visiting the cemetery was a must. He was used to it. When Qin Ma finally finished, Grandpa set off a string of firecrackers and a bucket of fireworks. Only then did the 2 of them leave. On the way back, Qin Ma met a man in a suit. He was holding a bunch of yellow and white flowers that did not belong to Shujia town. He stood by the roadside with a complicated expression. Qin Ma paused for a moment, then walked away calmly and passed by him expressionlessly. They were like strangers. She and Grandpa gradually walked away. The man turned and stared at their backs. Blue sky, tea forest, picturesque scenery. Su Yao stood in the painting for a long time, lost in thought. Leaving Su Yu's grandmother's house in the afternoon, she didn't want to invite her mother to sit in her house, nor did she want to go out for dinner alone in the evening. She took Qin Zhe's arm, drove, and left. Today, The lonely boat in his heart finally had a harbor to anchor in. So you can calmly give up some of the indispensable feelings of others and give up the tangled and sad past. Qin drank wine and leaned on the co-pilot seat with his eyes closed. Suyu concentrated on driving. The car sped on the highway. She smiled and said, "Husband, I'm hungry." "Didn't you just finish eating?" Qin wondered. "But I'm still hungry." Suyu blinked. She was already at the age of a young woman. Now she really became a young woman. Between her frown and smile, there was a coquettish charm that was not there in the past. "I see," Qin nodded. "It's my thoughtlessness. I didn't bother you. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end," Suyu said. At the end of the day, the two played in Suyu's nest. When it was dark, Qin left holding the wall. "System, you said I would become a teddy, you big liar." Qin burst into tears. You lied to me, you lied to me." His eyes were red and his heart was broken. "I didn't lie to you. Your fighting ability has surpassed 80% of men. If you practice diligently, you can challenge the big boss Teddy in a year and a half." The system explained methodically. "After all, you've been practicing the second set of broadcast gymnastics for primary school students, the times are calling, and it's only been 2 months. Qin he found a phenomenon. When the body is hollowed out, people's reactions will become sluggish, and the brain will be tired. When looking at the mobile phone, the screen will be blurry. Tonight, the old man and Qin Ma won't come back. They usually go to Zhejiang province and stay for 2 or 3 days. The relatives in Shanghai have all left. Qin didn't have any teachers or close friends to give New Year's greetings, so he drove directly back to his sister's luxurious house. Qin Bao and Wang Zijin were already at home. Sister was wearing home clothes, opening champagne, eating snacks, and watching health programs. Sister Ziwei was dragging the floor bitterly. As soon as she saw Qin come back, Wang Zijin suddenly burst into tears, and sadness flowed like a river. These days, the nanny was on vacation, and the house hadn't been cleaned for several years. Needless to say, elder sister must have taken advantage of Qin absence to bully elder sister Xian. Wang Zijin was too arrogant. She admitted defeat. If it were baby Qin, she would act coquettishly and drag things out until her baby brother came back. Then, she would hand over the work to her capable brother. When washing the mop, Wang Zijin stretched her waist and said with a bitter face, "Ouch, my waist is broken." "I feel the same." Qin deeply understood. I mean, working hard every day. I do the same." "Then work harder. Sister will massage your waist tonight," Wang Zijin said with a smile. Actually, she wanted Qin to massage her, but she was shy, so she changed the way she said it. After doing the housework, he had to help his sisters cook. Qin felt it was unfair. There was only effort and no return, and it was annoying. After dinner, when his sister fell asleep, he sneaked to Sister Ziwei's room. Wang Zijin lay on the bed and patted the spot beside her. "Sister's waist is broken. Quick, massage it." "Aren't you going to massage it for me?" "Massage is mutual. You can help me first. I feel I've been tricked by you." After half an hour, Wang Zijin closed her eyes comfortably. "It's your turn." "But I'm so comfortable. I just want to sleep." "How about I reward you by sleeping with me tonight?" "Can I really?" "Yes." Wang Zijin's cheeks were red, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "You can massage it." She didn't know if Qin heard her. He crawled under the blanket, hugged Wang Zijin's waist, and buried his face in her hair. Wang Zijin's heart was beating fast. She froze in Qin arms and didn't dare to move. She was afraid that his hands would touch the forbidden place. That feeling of anticipation and hesitation. She thought about where her bottom line was. Well, she definitely couldn't take off her clothes. She couldn't touch the forbidden place. Yes, this was her bottom line. Then, she heard a snoring sound. Snoring. Wang Zijin looked sideways and found that the little guy had fallen asleep. Wang Zijin, damn, this salted fish. Chapter 381. Qin Zhe woke up naturally at 7:00 in the morning, half an hour later than his usual 6 o'clock. He was probably exhausted from last night. Wang Zijin was lying in his arms with her face buried in his chest. Her messy hair covered her face, and one of her legs was on his waist. She was sleeping soundly. She had turned off the air conditioner when she went to bed. Perhaps she felt cold in the middle of the night, so she subconsciously moved closer to the heater beside her. Wang Zijin's body was very soft, unlike his sister's. His sister's body was very elastic and flexible, especially her small waist. It was simply enjoyable to hug. Sister Ziwei's body was really soft and cute. Thinking of this, Qin Zhe touched her little butt with one hand. It was warm and soft to the touch, and it was very elastic. At this time, Wang Zijin mumbled and opened her eyes. Her biological clock was exactly 7:00 in the morning. Wang Zijin rubbed her eyes. Her sleepy expression was very cute. Thinking of this, the sun was not bad today. Why haven't you left yet? What if I get up? Wang Zijin sat up and pushed him with her little hand. Sister Ziwei, don't set flags. I'm experienced in this. Qin Zhe also sat up. Wang Zijin looked at him with a complicated expression. Ace, you're such a gentleman. Qin Zhe said happily, Sister Ziwei, I have absolute respect for you. However, he felt that Sister Ziwei's gaze was strange. Was it an illusion? Gentlemen, hurry up and go back to your room. Wang Zijin curled her lips. Let me hug you for 5 more minutes, just 5 more minutes. Qin Zhe shamelessly moved closer to her. This was a rare opportunity. Wang Zijin would at most let him hug her waist and kiss her lips. Anything more than that, she would not give him. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Wang Zijin lifted the blanket and chased Qin Zhe out of bed. Then, she saw the man's crotch that was always propped up in the morning. She blushed and scolded, stinky hooligan. Qin Zhe thought to himself, luckily I'm a hooligan. If I couldn't be a hooligan in the morning, you would be the one crying. In addition, the radio calisthenics was still very useful. The recovery rate was very good. Then I'm leaving. Qin Zhe got out of bed and put on his cotton slippers. Wang Zijin was lying on the bed, yawning and playing with her phone. She crossed her feet that were wearing cotton socks, and her small butt was very curvy. After leaving Sister Ziwei's room and closing the door, she turned around and saw the door of the big bathroom open. Her sister walked out with messy hair and squinted eyes. Why did you come out of Zijin's room? Qin Bao glanced at him. I woke up late today. When I woke up, I came to wake her up. Let's do morning exercises together later. Qin Zhe was so scared that he peed his pants. The small tent shrank back with a chirp. Oh, I want to go back to sleep. Wake me up at 8 for breakfast. Her sister squinted and turned back to her room. You have a toilet in your room. Yes, I forgot. I thought I was at Mom and Dad's house. I forgot that we were back in our own house. Qin Bao scratched his head and slammed the door. Elder sister must be muddle-headed from her sleep. Obviously, he was being intimate with his girlfriend. Why did it seem like he was having an affair? He was scared, but Wang Zijin was also scared to death. The style was completely wrong. He always felt that Sister Ziwei was the little wife, and his sister was the husband. He was the old man next door. Hey, thinking about it this way, the style was actually very similar. Qin Zhe, the Spring Festival holiday passed quickly. Tens of millions of people flocked back to Shanghai. After the Spring Festival, there was a railway boom. The internet complained incessantly. Netizens complained that they didn't want to go back to work and lamented that the holiday was short. Bao's company group had more than 200 people. The company's total number was less than 10 people. Now, it expanded wildly and the number of people skyrocketed to more than 200. Su Yu's ability to manage the company was absolutely first class. However, she admitted that she was almost at a bottleneck. If the scale continued to expand, it would be very difficult for her. Therefore, she wanted to discuss with Qin Zhe and promote a general manager from the senior managers. The two of them talked about the 108 postures during the break. I'm going to work tomorrow. I'm so tired. I want to stay at home and mold. Every time the holiday ends, I'm very homesick. I've already carried my bag and set off silently. Brothers, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Li Linfeng, the manager of the investment department, said, at the beginning of the new year, everyone continue to work hard and take care of each other. With that, he sent a red envelope. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Long live boss. A lot of people grabbed the red envelope and sent thank you pictures. The lurkers were blown out. Soon, the second manager jumped out, copied and pasted Li Linfeng's words and sent red envelopes. After the 6 managers sent red envelopes, more than a dozen team leaders took over and sent red envelopes. The group was raining red envelopes. Qin Zhe didn't say a word and silently grabbed red envelopes. If he was lucky, he got dozens of yuan. If he was unlucky, he got a few yuan. Happy. He couldn't help but think of the words on the internet. In the past, he didn't even look at 1 or 2 yuan. Now, whoever sends more than 50 yuan will cry with joy and shout, "Thank you, boss." The times are regressing. After snatching for a long time, someone suddenly at him. Li Linfeng, Qin Zhe, boss, it's your turn to send red envelopes. Boss Qin, please send red envelopes. Boss Qin, please send red envelopes. Boss Qin, we want red envelopes. In an instant, there were dozens of at s. Qin Zhe didn't want to bother. The employees were making a fuss in the group. As the boss, it wasn't convenient for him to chat. But Li Linfeng obviously didn't want to let him go. Boss Qin, I saw that you snatched every red envelope just now. In that case, Qin Zhe sent out a red envelope without hesitation. Oh, F*CK, 20 yuan. I'll give you 50 yuan. 1 yuan. The poor employees were crying. Other managers had red envelopes of a few hundred yuan. You, on the other hand, only got 5 yuan. Big boss? Qin Zhe, sent a red envelope. In 3 seconds, all 20 red envelopes were snatched. 10 yuan. 10 yuan. It's all 10 yuan. Li Linfeng, wiping sweat. Jiang Jingua, wiping sweat. Wang Guoqing, wiping sweat. All the employees, wiping sweat. Qin Zhe, sent a red envelope. In 3 seconds, all the red envelopes were snatched. Boss Qin, you can't do this. Still 10 yuan. 10 yuan, 10 yuan. Ha ha ha, you bunch of weaklings. I'll give you 20 yuan. Ha ha ha, 20 yuan weaklings. I'll give you 25 yuan. Reality proved that the times were indeed regressing. People's hearts were easily satisfied. Qin Zhe, I'm done playing. Inform everyone that next year's red envelopes will be cancelled for everyone who's late and asks for leave. The employees were so excited that they clapped and posted pictures. 3,000 red envelopes were equivalent to half a month's salary for many people. The benefits were reasonable. Bao's scale was not large. Compared to some financial giants, it was very young. But it was definitely not weak. In fact, it was full of vitality. First of all, Qin Zhe was a golden signboard and a stabilizing force. Second, there was no messy faction fighting in the company at the moment. Even if they didn't get along like a family, at least they were living in harmony and working together. As for the future, they could talk about it later. Qin Zhe had the low-level system, which meant that he could be in charge of the company alone. He didn't need to attract investment or recruit talents with shares. Maybe he could build a business empire. Although his system was unreliable, it was still a system. With the low-level system, he could control the world. Ha ha ha. Ding. Task released. Host, please build a business empire within 2 years. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 100,000 points. If you fail, the corresponding points will be deducted. The system sneered. What? Qin Zhe was dumbfounded. The words, business empire, were used too many times, just like, I'm in charge of my own destiny. The young people kept saying, build your own business empire. Just a few seconds ago, Qin Zhe was also one of the young people. What was a business empire? The literal meaning, business empire. In layman's terms, it was rich. It was big. Business empire, in the past, had a more layman's meaning. The top 500 companies in the world could be called a business empire. 2 years. What a joke, the low-level system would only provide him with some creativity. It wouldn't create something out of nothing. Asking him to build a business empire brick by brick. How could he live? This was an impossible task. It was certain that he would be deducted 10,000 points. 10,000 points, the ending was that the system left him. He went from being the protagonist of Long Out Yen to being a passerby. Please. Qin Zhe exclaimed in shock. Sir System, please listen to my explanation. Carefully your ass. The system scolded. I wasn't asking for it in my heart. It was purely fantasizing. Can you tell the difference between the two? Qin Zhe said hurriedly, the former is setting up a goal to achieve. The latter is knowing that it's impossible to achieve, or it won't be achieved in a short time, so it's fantasizing in your heart. Okay, then cancel the mission, the system said in a serious tone. So straightforward. Qin Zhe was surprised. The system could operate like that? A mission issued could be cancelled at will? This low-level system could defy the program. Besides, I'm not low-level enough to fall out with you. I'm just comparing, to know my place. Unlike those lowly systems that cause trouble all the time. The system found a reason for itself, then quickly changed the topic. The mission just now didn't come from the program. It was just me saying it casually. Casually? Qin Zhe remembered that the system's tone just now seemed to be sneering. In the past, when it issued missions, its voice was a standard electronically synthesized voice without any fluctuations. Qin Zhe sighed in relief. But, salted fish, didn't you forget something? The system changed the topic. What is it? The mission to become a big shot in the entertainment industry within 2 years. It's already been 4 months. Your Tianfang Entertainment is developing slowly, making the system anxious. At this rate, you'll at most reach the title, Small Fame. Not the title, Salted Fish Big Boss. Then what should I do? Qin Zhe frowned deeply. System. Who's the system, who's the host? You want me to do your mission? Do I have nothing better to do than to issue missions myself and use my own brain to complete them? Maybe I should have entered your sister's brain that day instead of choosing you. Probably because there's a slut living in my heart. The system gritted its teeth. It's quite interesting to think about it. Then Qin Bao Bao will produce and sell her own products, write her own songs, sing her own songs, start her own company, and with her beauty, she'll definitely attract hatred everywhere. Today, she'll fight this person, tomorrow, she'll fight that person, all the way out of the country, all over the world. Just thinking about it makes me sick. Qin Zhe's imagination was running wild. I think she'll be the first to fight you. Why? She'll send you to Europe for treatment. Chapter 382. Since Tianfang Films took over, they had taken in a few famous celebrities. For example, Li Wei, a B-list celebrity in the film industry. There was also a C-list male celebrity and 2 singers between B-list and C-list celebrities. Just taking in these celebrities would cost a lot. That was why Chen Qingheng borrowed money from Qin Bao, and Qin Bao discussed it with her brother. On the one hand, she wanted to use the opportunity to educate her best friend. On the other hand, she really had no money. Now, these celebrities were on the right track and developing well. The company tried to allocate resources to them, but it felt like something was missing. Qin Zhe lay on the sofa and fell into deep thought. During this period, he had been thinking about the development path of Bao's company. Now, it seemed like Tianfang was the main development target. After all, he had a mission. Just then, his phone started ringing. It was a piece of entertainment news: blockbusters are gathering in April this year. He clicked on it. The content was roughly like this: famous director Zhang Chu's new work is coming, September. New city, will meet you in April. Popular Queen XX is teaming up with popular teen idol XX, fantasy masterpiece, soul-breaking song, will be released in April. Famous director Ku has been preparing for his new film for 6 years, martial arts master, will meet you there. It was a software advertisement promoting the movie in April. He scrolled down. There was no more. The article was not long. Half of it was beautifully made promotional posters. Just looking at the posters, it was indeed interesting. Comments: 999 plus. Qin Zhe casually browsed through the netizens' comments. I'm looking forward to it. There are so many movies based on novels. It's just IP. Basically, every movie is destroyed. Only the novelties and ethical movies are worth watching. Fantasy movies, the special effects are awkward, and the plot is awkward. Even so, even if they keep scolding, there are still a lot of people going to watch it. Let's wait for April. Damn, I've waited for more than a year. It's finally going to be released. There's still 1.5 months left. April. I feel like it's going to be good movies. Awesome. XX, this sissy. Teen idols nowadays dress up as flirtatious as women. Disgusting. This is the trend brought over from South Korea. I'm looking forward to Martial Arts Master. I feel like it will be a very hot-blooded martial arts movie. Qin Zhe was looking forward to it. Blockbusters were indeed gathering in April. There was going to be something to watch. At the same time, his heart skipped a beat. Tianfang might be missing 1 or 2 works that could become classics. Songs didn't count. Songs were more representative of a person. For such a large entertainment company like Tianfang, it wouldn't be right if they didn't have at least a few classic movies that they had invested in. For example, Star Art Entertainment had to invest in a lot of movies every year. Some made money, some lost money, but overall, it was profitable. Not only did it make money, but it also supported the artists under the red flag. There must be a lot of movies in the system store. He could take his time to look through them. It wouldn't be difficult to find classic movies. Just think about it. The #1 fast shooter in the music industry, the current god of stocks, had transformed into a famous scriptwriter that shocked the entire country. TSK, it felt so good. Ding. New mission: host, please rely on your own abilities to shoot a movie with a rating of 8.5 and above. There are no restrictions on the theme. If you succeed, you will be awarded 5,000 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount of points. Qin Zhe calmly picked up his teacup and smiled. System, stop fooling around. Once is enough for this kind of joke. I won't fall for it twice. This time, the mission was issued according to the proper procedures. This is not a drill. Host, this is not a drill. The system's serious voice sounded. Pfft, Qin Zhe spat out the tea in his mouth. System boss, are you trying to play me to death and then change the host? Qin Zhe said angrily. Of course not. The system was very calm. I've never shot a movie before. You want me to shoot a movie with a rating of 8.5 and above. Relying on my own abilities, I can't use points to exchange for it, right? Qinzhe scratched his head. Do you know that our country's trolls, the moon is round in foreign countries. They will also give high scores for bad movies. Domestic movies, if there's even the slightest flaw, they will curse and slander. This is not good. So, cancel the mission. I'm sorry, host, but the missions generated by the proper procedures only have completed and incomplete. There is no option to cancel. Although I am an AI system, I have my own principles. Qinzhe, F***CK. A bolt from the blue. Why don't you just let me shoot a movie and compete with a blockbuster movie in April where the big bosses gather? Accepted. The system's voice was cold. Ding. Mission added, the movie box office in April will be in the top 3. If successful, you will be rewarded with an additional 1,000 points. If you fail, the corresponding points will be deducted. There were some things in the world that couldn't be reasoned with. For example, low-level systems. Host, I'm still a gentle system. If it were those despicable systems, they would have 100 ways to force the host to work hard. Right now, I just want to paint the wall with feces and then paint you on it too. At this point, the most important thing was to consider completing the mission. A movie with a rating of 8.5 and above was undoubtedly a huge challenge. It was not like those rubbish ratings on social media platforms. For movies, there were special rating websites. They were more authoritative and picky. Secondly, competing on the same stage in April meant that he only had slightly more than a month. Time was tight. The next day, the first day of work during the Chinese New Year holiday, Qinzhe did not go to Baozi. Instead, he drove his sister to Tianfang and called for an emergency meeting. They started work at 9 a.m. The meeting was at 9:30 a.m. In the number 1 large conference room, the higher-ups of Tianfang, as well as the person in charge of the production team, were all present. Qinzhe sat at the head of the table. On his left was Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao was twirling the pen at her fingertips, looking bored. She was the big boss of Tianfang in name, but everyone knew that the real boss was the man behind Qin Baobao, her younger brother. Today, I'll talk about my purpose for calling this meeting. Qinzhe looked around at everyone. I plan to make a movie. I want to release it before the end of April. The time is a bit tight, but I hope to ensure the quality. Does anyone have any suggestions? Below the stage, more than a dozen faces were stunned. But since the boss had spoken, the underlings could only follow the topic. The general manager, Zhang Fu, was the first to speak. CEO Qin, this is too rushed. Usually, from the preparation of a movie to the official start of filming, it takes a long time to prepare the script, crew, actors, etc. Isn't Tianfang a professional? They don't lack props, professional staff, and a director, right? Qinzhe frowned. Although the crew is there, there's a lot of preparation work to be done. Choosing actors and scripts is troublesome, and the scenic spots are even more time-consuming, one of the leaders analyzed. Qinzhe slammed the table, scaring Qin Baobao who was beside him. He said, that's why I called for a meeting. I want to hear your thoughts, and not shirk responsibility and complain. You guys get millions of yuan a year. Do I raise you guys just to hear you say, this won't do, or, this is very troublesome? Everyone was stunned. This was the first time Qinzhe showed his boss's fangs and behavior. In the past, he was smiling and approachable. In front of his employees and leaders, he lacked love and dignity. But a boss was still a boss. Just because he didn't show his fangs, it didn't mean that he didn't have them. Qin Baobao watched the show from the side, thinking, brother is so domineering today. Moi. 3. An experienced filmmaker said, Chairman Qin, if we have to release it in April, then the movie's theme will be very limited. I suggest we film some suspense, youth, literature, romance, and other low-budget movies. These kinds of movies can be shot quickly. Qin Zhe nodded. Continue. He had hit the nail on the head. The filming period of a movie could be as short as 10 days to as long as a few years. The key was the theme. Suspense, mystery, literature, and other such movies would not pay attention to special effects or scenic spots. The whole movie would probably be repeated on a few occasions. The filming time would be shorter. Some mystery movies about locked-room murders would be filmed in villas. The cost was very small, but the movie was exciting and the box office was very high. These kinds of movies had very high requirements for the script. As for some historical movies and adventure movies, special effects and scenic spots were very troublesome and expensive, and the filming period was also very long. In terms of the script, I suggest we adapt the novel of the same name. This way, we can save a lot of time, the experienced filmmaker said again. Qin Zhe thought for a while and nodded slowly. This can be done. Do you have a suitable novel? It was a great idea to adapt the novel of the same name. Not only would it have a very high fan base, but it would also save the time of writing the script. It was convenient, affordable, and cost-effective. Therefore, it was popular nowadays to adapt novels into movies and television dramas, and then the scriptwriters would polish and modify them. It would greatly save the filming period. However, it also caused a phenomenon. Almost everything that was filmed was destroyed. It was very rare to restore the original work to its original state. It was because the production team was too unskilled and did not put much effort into it. It was also because the scriptwriters could not get the charm of the novel and modified it beyond recognition. Chapter 383. The senior filmmaker smiled and said, "That's not difficult. There are many novels with high traffic online. Boss Qin, you can ask the marketing department to contact them. If there's a clear direction, we can choose it today." In this day and age, efficient filming was the last thing to be afraid of. In today's society, everything was about efficiency, including making money. No one in the domestic entertainment circle would do something stupid like preparing for 8 to 10 years for the sake of art. As long as they could make money, they didn't care about what art was or what moral integrity was. The fastest he had ever shot a movie was 2 months. The fastest film he had ever seen only took a week. It was a literary film about a down-and-out man who was betrayed by his wife. He entered a pawn shop with pink lights to save a woman who had lost her footing. The male lead performed 108 poses in a small house and exhausted his vitality to save the woman. The two of them smoked cigarettes and chatted. They talked about their experiences. The man said he was pitiful because his wife took all his money and ran away with another man. The woman also said she was pitiful because she had to pay off her gambling addict husband's debts. Most of the film was shot in a small house, interspersed with the memories of the male and female protagonists. In the end, the two tragic men and women seemed to have feelings for each other, but also seemed to have no feelings for each other. Literary films loved to see flowers in the fog. 1.5 months was more than enough to shoot a romance or a mystery film. Qin Zhe clapped his hands and said, "Then I'll leave this to you. I want to read the novel before I get off work today." "Is there any problem?" The filmmaker's face flashed with excitement. "No problem." "Right, what's your name again?" Qin Zhe realized he didn't remember this person at all. It was very awkward. "Boss Qin, I've been filming and studying outside. You haven't seen me much." The filmmaker smiled. "My name is Mou. You can call me Old Mo, get this done as quickly as possible. If you need anything, just look for General Manager Zhang." Qin Zhe looked at Zhang Fu. "Is there any problem?" Zhang Fu asked earnestly, "Boss Qin, is there any problem with the cost?" "By the way, CEO Qin," Mou said, "I suggest that we hire a popular young hunk to star in the movie to attract as much attention as possible. Although the little fresh meats have both praise and blame on the internet, no one is a fool. The reason why their pay is so high is because of the market demand." These words were quite interesting. They were referring to the trolls on the internet. They were scolding the little fresh meats, but at the same time, they were watching the movies and dramas of the little fresh meats. Qin waved his hand. No need. As long as we make a high-quality movie, we don't have to worry about the cost. MOU, take a look and find a little fresh meat with a good reputation. Don't look like a rat crossing the street. MOU nodded. I promise to complete the mission. Qin said, all right, dismissed. After the meeting, Qin and his sister returned to their big office. Qin lay on the sofa and closed his eyes. Sister, my head hurts. Help me rub it. Qin pretended to be pitiful. Qin Bao lifted his head and gently placed it on her elastic legs. Her white fingers gently massaged his temples. Why did you suddenly think of making a movie? Even if you want to make a movie, you don't have to be in such a hurry. You're making me feel like you're in a hurry. His sister frowned. She realized that things were not so simple. Qin pondered for a moment and then sighed, I had no choice. What's the matter? Nothing. I just want to save enough money for you to spend for the rest of your life before I turn 30. Good boy. Qin Bao smiled brightly. Her eyes narrowed into crescents. She patted Qin head lightly. His smart sister could only be easily won over by Qin sugar-coated bullets. Qin also closed his eyes comfortably. His sister's long legs were too elastic. A woman's thighs were indeed the most comfortable pillow in the world. He finally understood why so many heroes like to lie on a beauty's lap. What about after that? What do you plan to do? His sister asked. I don't know how to make a movie. At most, I'll supervise on the set. If I'm not satisfied, I'll continue until I'm satisfied. Qin fumbled in his pocket with his left hand, took out a pack of Yushi cigarettes, and bit it in his mouth. Although he was now very rich, he was not willing to change cigarettes after he got used to it. Don't smoke. You don't take my words to heart. Qin Bao raised her eyebrows. Don't snatch it. I'll just bite it. Qin felt wronged. I only smoke 3 cigarettes a day. If I'm hungry, I'll bite one. Of course, I have to take my sister's words to heart. Let me be the female lead. My acting soul is burning. Qin Bao's eyes were shining. She had acted in 2 movies since her debut. The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach and The Legend of the White Fox. Both movies were popular. His sister suddenly became arrogant and felt that she was outstanding. Your acting skills are still lacking. Qin said. Nonsense. I'm a drama queen. Awesome. Qin Bao puffed up her cheeks. Go ahead. Qin ridiculed, and his head was hit hard by a hand knife. My acting skills are not good enough. Dance to make up for it. Qin Bao pushed his head away, took off her high heels, and spun on the spot. Her figure was plump and tall, and she was as graceful as a swan. Look, so hot and beautiful. You have a good figure. You can play all kinds of roles. I feel that I'm a natural drama queen. Qin Bao was infinitely arrogant. Ha! Am I wrong? How's my figure, okay? Qin glanced at her round and perky buttocks and gave her a thumbs up. Round, wonderful. Let's see how it goes. Read the script first. You can act in a literary film, but you're not allowed to act in a romance film. You can also act in a youth film. Do you want to watch a lot of kissing and bed scenes? Qin said. There's nothing wrong with kissing and bed scenes. Just think of it as a dedication to art. His sister smiled playfully. I'll kill you. Qin stared at her. Oh, the little red guy is jealous. Qin Bao sat on his lower abdomen and smiled. Qin mercilessly straightened his waist and pushed her to the ground. It turned out that Qin could push anyone away without a seamless joint. So far, the only one he couldn't push was Su Yu. After all, the screw was screwed into the screw and the two became one. Qin Bao Bao certainly wouldn't let him go. She gritted her teeth and came back, sitting on him and strangling his neck with both hands. The sister and brother didn't fight for a long time, and the sofa became their battlefield. At first, Qin Bao Bao stood on the advantage of the position and suppressed the little red guy. But soon she suffered a loss because of her weak physical strength. She panted and was turned over shamefully by her brother. She was lying on the sofa. Face the wind. Qin Zhe sneered. As a result, there was a rapid sound of slapping in the office. Slap. 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 Qin Bao Bao, whose martial prowess was declining day by day, could not escape the fate of being Pa. Everything was calm and tranquil. Qin Zhe waved his hand, feeling refreshed. His sister covered her ass and huddled on the sofa. My ass is swollen because of you, sob. Qin Zhe, who heard this sentence, suddenly had a brainstorm. He knew that after a girl was upgraded to a woman, her ass would become bigger because she had been hit by a car for a long time. And his sister's big ass, was she slapped by him too much? After all, to some extent, his own slaps were the same as the old man's car. No, his slaps were more uniform because he had obsessive-compulsive disorder. When he fought, his left hand and right hand must move in slow motion. It must be so. Mou was very efficient. This guy had spent most of last year running around outside, so he was not familiar to the big boss. He was very frustrated. Familiarity with the big boss was very important. If the big boss wanted to set up an administrator, he would definitely choose a familiar ID. Now, the opportunity had come. He wanted to improve his favorability and familiarity in front of the two Qins. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Mou knocked on the door of the Qin's office. The two Qins were sitting on the sofa. One was playing on the computer, and the other was resting with his eyes closed. Mou said, Boss Qin, I found a suitable novel. Qin Zhe opened his eyes. What novel? Mou said, it's called If I Become Memories. Qin Zhe was stunned. He felt that the name was very familiar. Mou said, it was a popular novel last year. It has already ended. I happened to read it too. There were 3 reasons for choosing it. First, the author's original intention was to sell the copyright. Therefore, it is very convenient to adapt it. Moreover, it can show the original novel in the movie. Second, I just called to ask. The movie copyright of this novel is still available. It has not been sold. Third, this is a romance novel that combines literature, school, and youth elements. The plot is very rich. Qin Zhe nodded. Sounds good. But I want to read the novel first. Mou said, it's a pity that there is no physical book. Otherwise, I can go and buy one. Qin Zhe said, is there an electronic version? If there is, I will read it on my phone. Also, from the name, it seems to be a tragedy. There is an electronic version. Mou nodded. Of course it is a tragedy. The theme of this novel is, I hope that all the lovers in the world will eventually become siblings. What did you say? Qin Zhe was dumbfounded. Actually, the novel's setting is very old-fashioned. However, the writing is good and the plot is good. Mou said, the male and female protagonists are long-lost siblings. They have the same father but different mothers. This is the plot that often appears on TV, actually, he is your older brother, younger brother. Although it is a little melodramatic, it has cheated waves of tears. It has a lot of fans. Qin Zhe, Qin Bao Bao. Chapter 384. The mission given to Qin Zhe by the system was to shoot a high-quality movie with his own ability. He really didn't know why the system would give him such a mission. Perhaps Qin Zhe had been a salted fish for too long and was unwilling to accept it, so he wanted to clear his name. In any case, the movie in the points store could not be exchanged for. Time was tight, so adapting a novel was undoubtedly the fastest and best choice. However, this novel made Qin Zhe speechless and nervous at the same time. I don't think it's appropriate. How can a movie like this pass the censors? Qin Bao frowned. No problem. This is not a taboo novel, Mou said. The siblings looked at each other. For some reason, they saw stars in each other's eyes. This is not a taboo novel. Then what the F***ck is a taboo novel? This kind of theme is very popular in Korea, but it's also very popular in our country. Duan Gongzi's novel is still being remade. There's also a famous novel by a certain big shot in the Republic of China. It's a novel disguised as art, and it's about lovers becoming siblings in the end. Mou said confidently, this is a youth sadomasochistic novel. The wrong time, the wrong person, and it inexplicably tugs at the heartstrings deep in your heart. Qin Zhe said in his heart, someone, come and press down on old Chow's coffin. Also, President Qin, this novel is in the top 3 best-selling novels. The fan base can be converted into box office sales to a certain extent. The key is that it's relatively short, ending at 300,000 words. It's not like other novels that can easily reach millions. From the scriptwriter's point of view, this is the best choice, Mou said. Qin Zhe turned and asked his sister, do you still want to be the female lead? Qin Bao tilted her head and thought for a while. I'll read the novel first, okay? Qin Zhe said, discuss with the production team and confirm the cast list as soon as possible. Also, if we look for little fresh meats, will it affect our reputation? Qin Zhe pondered. This was a problem. Little fresh meats were the product of market demand. Even if their reputation was bad, it was fine as long as they could make money. However, his movie had a rating requirement. It couldn't be lower than 8.5. In fact, if the little fresh meats show off their acting skills, they'll be able to get better reviews. In this regard, we need to check it out ourselves. Many production teams don't actually have high expectations for the little fresh meats' acting skills. That's why there's a bunch of lousy movies. But even if it's a lousy movie, with little fresh meats acting in it, it's still profitable. On this point, Qin Zhe felt that he could keep a check. If the little fresh meat did not act well in the production team, his scalp would be shaved off. Alright, hurry up and do it. Qin Zhe said. Mou nodded and left the office. Qin Zhe and his sister were reading novels on their phones. If this novel were to be placed in an online novel, it would be a proper female-themed novel. The main character was a female. However, a female novel was the best choice for television adaptation. It was easier to film than a male novel that could easily destroy the world. Qin Zhe basically didn't read female novels. Women would enjoy the intrigue of the otaku family, but men would think, damn, so boring. However, when he really immersed himself in this novel, If I Become Memories, he found that the writing was unexpectedly delicate. The plot was not exaggerated, and the delicate writing style was humorous. It was very good. Qin Zhe went online to check. The author was a very famous female writer from the 1980s. She took the traditional route of physical publishing. No wonder her writing was so solid. Qin Zhe finished the 300,000-word novel in 2 to 3 hours. The female protagonist was called Chu Xiangxiang. She was born in an ordinary family, but she grew up to be beautiful. She said, the red flowers I got in kindergarten can circle my home twice. The boys who had a crush on me in junior high can circle the field 3 times. The boys who confessed to me in high school can form the 300 Spartans. But, I'm so outstanding, but I don't have a boyfriend even when I'm in university. It's tiring. When Qin Zhe saw this sentence, he felt that it was quite funny. He subconsciously turned to look at his sister. This character setting was similar to his sister's. When the female protagonist was in her 2nd year of university, there was a crazy cool boy among the freshmen. The description of the novel, he was 1.8 meters tall, straight and tall. He had a face so handsome that it made people despair. His facial features were deep. Qinzai's brain twitched. Sister, don't you think I'm handsome? Qin Bao Bao looked at her phone with great interest. Handsome? Is he handsome enough to make you despair? Crazy. It seems that the distance between the male protagonist and me is only the word, despair. Such a handsome male protagonist immediately attracted the attention of countless girls. He was named as the schoolbeau. On a certain afternoon when one was thinking about eating and eating. No, thinking about eating and eating, the female protagonist and her roommates went for a walk in the field. They found that the basketball field was surrounded by many girls who were screaming excitedly. Her roommates also screamed, "Mo Chen Feng, he's playing basketball." Mo Chen Feng, the male protagonist's name. Sure enough, a name like mine can't be the main character. Qin Zai pursed his lips. The female protagonist was dragged by her roommates to watch the male protagonist play basketball. There was a psychological description here. The female protagonist was amazed by the male protagonist's handsomeness, but the female protagonist wasn't moved at all. She was very calm. The female protagonist with a heart as calm as still water. Female protagonists were all like this. They had the ability to clear their hearts. Then, a ball flew over and hit the female protagonist's roommate. The male protagonist came over and said coldly, "Are you okay?" The roommate was instantly infatuated. "I'm fine." The male protagonist picked up the ball and turned to leave. The female protagonist's brain twitched. She stuck out her chest and said, "Stop right there. What's the matter? You're not going to apologize after hitting someone?" The male protagonist's face darkened. It was as cold as ice, but it made the girls' hearts beat faster. Facing such a charming man, the female protagonist didn't move at all. She was really determined. "Then, I hit you. You should apologize for hitting my friend." Boring. The female protagonist scolded angrily, "Scumbag, shameless." She dragged her roommate away. The male protagonist looked at her back silently. This woman is a bit interesting. He smiled evilly. "Sister, look at me," he said. Qin Bao Bao looked up. "What's the matter?" Qin Zai smiled evilly. Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zai smiled evilly twice. Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zai smiled evilly 3 times. Qin Bao Bao, is your face cramping? So, what was the meaning of this evil smile? Qin Zai's mind was full of crap. The whole novel was more than 300,000 words. Qin Zai finished reading it in 2 hours. The plot in the early part was shallow, but it got better in the middle and later part. After reading the ending, he was actually quite touched. Even he, who didn't read romance novels, felt that it was good. There was a reason why this book was so popular. "Sister, this book feels good. Why don't we film it?" "Okay." Qin Bao Bao looked up. "Why are you crying?" Qin Zai asked. "It's too touching. You only know how to make me cry." Qin Bao Bao sniffled. Her eyes were red. "I want to play the female lead." Qin Zai thought for a moment. Okay. The novel was not bad. It was not as dirty as online novels. The theme was youth, love, and school. The character design was very similar to his sister. It was not a problem for her to play the role. Qin Zai thought to himself. It's decided then. If this novel was filmed well, it would definitely make his sister famous. Anyway, I'm not the male lead. I can film it as much as I want. It's better than filming the bloody battle at Shanghai Beach. If my parents want to watch it, I can take them to the cinema. As long as it was not too bad or awkward, a movie with a slightly sad tone would have a good reputation. This was the route that literary films took. Similarly, the quality of the actors would also increase. However, a movie that was not popular did not suit his mission. The system's mission was to call it good and then call it good. Therefore, the filming method of this movie could not be too literary. It had to suit the tastes of the public. He had to make this clear to the director. It was not that there were no youth romance movies that used a small budget to achieve a big box office. There were such examples in the past. 2 days later, the revised script was out. At the same time, the actors were basically gathered and the crew was officially established. The male lead was a popular young hunk. He was not as handsome as Chin Zhe but was more beautiful than Chin Zhe. Inexplicably, Chin Zhe thought of a saying, "You're different from those flirtatious sluts outside. You're more flirtatious than them." When the young hunk heard that he was going to work with Qin Bao Bao, he was very happy and happily accepted the movie. Before signing the contract, he had to read the script first. Besides the male lead, Qin Zhe left the other supporting roles to the artists under Tian Fang. However, just a day before the filming officially started, MOU, as the director, had just finished mobilizing the actors. There was a problem with the actors. The young hunk's manager requested for a raise before the filming started. Otherwise, he would not sign the contract. MOU asked him how much he wanted. "Raise it to 100 million. The little fresh meat's manager replied on the phone, his tone full of conviction. MOU did not agree or reject him. He said that he had to ask his superiors. MOU told Qin Zhe about this and said, "I heard that a production team wanted to sign him. They offered 100 million and the other party agreed. They really have all kinds of idiots." Qin Bao Bao frowned. In the current market, there were not many young hunks who dared to ask for 100 million for a movie. This was definitely not a price that a young hunk should have. In the film industry, a few $100 million investment was considered a blockbuster. It was not like you were the only one filming the movie. There were other actors, crew, post-production, and other miscellaneous expenses. If the box office was not high, it would be a flop. MOU, CEO Qin, do you want to increase it? Qin Bao Bao, let's change it. MOU, but the other young hunks, A-listers, all seem to have their schedules. Those who are not A-listers are not as good. Also, the pay is high. Why don't we use this? Qin Bao Bao was about to say something when Qin Zhe waved his hand and said loudly, "Ask him to get lost." MOU, then we can only delay the filming. I'll see if there are any suitable male leads. Qin Zhe frowned. At most, delay it for a day. Time is points, money. We can't delay it for too long. Although he did not know why his boss was so anxious, it was too difficult to find a suitable actor in a day. Those who could not fulfill his boss's test would not get a raise or a promotion. MOU pondered. The filming was going to start tomorrow. Where could they find a popular young hunk? It was not easy to sign a celebrity. They had a lot of work to do and needed to contact their management companies first. Then, the management companies would help them screen or ask for their opinion. Therefore, it was very troublesome to sign a young hunk in a day. How good would it be if Tianfang already had a popular young hunk? Chapter 385. MOU suddenly realized something. A popular young hunk? Wasn't there one standing right in front of him? He was a popular young hunk who knew how to write songs and compose piano pieces. He was also a famous stock god who had countless fans who wanted to bear his children. Moreover, he had experience in movies. The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach was the #1 movie at the box office. MOU had seen it before. His acting was 999 likes. Boss Qin, why don't you play the male lead? MOU suggested. Qin Bao Bao's eyes lit up immediately. Me? Qin Zhe paused. I don't think that's a good idea. I'm not an artist. MOU smiled. Didn't you act in the Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach? Your acting is good. You found a suitable male lead in one day. Boss Qin, it's not that I'm kicking the ball, but it's really difficult. I don't think so. Qin Zhe shook his head. I think it's possible, Qin Bao Bao said. Qin Zhe looked at her. His sister was calm, but there was excitement in her eyes. This black-hearted maggot wants to drag me down. Qin shook his head. Boss, it's not like you don't know how to act in movies. Why are you so reserved? Moreover, you have a good reputation. Not only do you not attract negative comments, but if the movie is good, you'll get a bonus. When you were in the bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach, the netizens said that you were just playing around and had no acting skills. The more they looked down on you, the more they praised you. Qin thought about it. It made sense. Ratings were one of the requirements of the mission. But it was still inappropriate. Sister, it's not good for us to act in this movie. If Mom and Dad see us. Qin leaned in front of his sister and whispered. Are you stupid? Just don't take them. It's not hard to do what you did last time. I don't think it's very reliable. Trust me. It's fine. Okay. The two whispered for a while. Qin nodded. Okay, tell him we don't need him. I'll be the male lead. He remembered that he swore to himself that he would never act in a movie with his sister again. Once again, he set a death flag. He had to change his bad habit. Most importantly, acting in a romantic movie with his sister was very exciting. Last time, her sister had a stomachache and her period, so she brushed it off. This time, it's my turn. Why don't I try Uncle's pain? Mou was stunned. He had prepared a long speech to convince his boss, but in the end, he suddenly agreed. She nodded too quickly. Didn't she disagree? Wasn't she very reserved? Inexplicably. Fudan University. The words, Fudan University, first appeared on the screen. Then, the camera zoomed out to show a bird's-eye view of the school gate. Groups of students pouring into the school gate and the cars coming in and out were all reflected in the mirror. It was the start of school. As a pure black luxury car drove through the school gate, the camera followed it as it entered the campus. The car stopped, and a handsome, long-legged appa got out. He was like the brightest star in the night sky, attracting the gazes of the girls. Who is that person? So handsome. Which department is he from? I've never seen him before. This car costs at least $1 million. The girls nearby whispered to each other. Mo Chenfeng was such a flashy man. From the beginning, he was the center of attention. However, his face was indifferent and he did not smile. Okay, cut. Mou felt that the opening was not amazing, but it was impeccable. The opening was mainly to set off the handsome and arrogant character of the protagonist. Qin also acted very well. Mou had always been puzzled. Someone who had never received acting training actually gave him the aura of acting from head to toe. The university in the novel was chosen to film in Fudan University. Qin and Qin Baobao decided unanimously. Qin Baobao was an alumnus of Fudan University, so the school leaders readily agreed. Before filming, there was a chaotic fan meeting. Hundreds of students surrounded the crew, asking Qin and Qin Baobao for autographs and asking all sorts of questions. The students were very excited to see Qin Baobao and Qin filming a movie. There was no news about it on the internet. Fortunately, the students of Fudan University were very good. After the novelty, they were busy with their own things. At most, they would watch the filming from afar. The biggest advantage of the school was that there was no lack of extras. The second scene was set in the girls' dormitory. The morning sun was warm. Baby Qin, who had a slender waist and perky breasts, was drying clothes on the balcony. She was wearing a white knitted sweater, blue jeans, and a pair of running shoes. Her curly hair was straightened, and the chestnut color was dyed back to black. She looked more innocent and less charming, which was more suitable for the temperament of a college girl. Li Wei played the role of the second female lead. She was also the female lead's roommate and best friend. Her name was Xiaoyu. She was Mo Chenfeng's #1 fan. Lying on the bed, she browsed the campus forum with her laptop. When she saw Mo Chenfeng's new student photo, she was completely infatuated with the handsome male lead. Xiang, I found a high-quality handsome guy. Xiao Yu shouted on the bed. Which grass did you see today? Chu Xiang, who had finished drying clothes, replied casually as she swept the floor. He's really handsome. Which faculty is he from? Luxurious car. Is he a rich second-generation heir? Mo Chenfeng? Why haven't I heard of this person? Her two roommates went over and discussed. He's a new student last year. After registering, he took a semester off. He just started work this year. Xiao Yu said, someone already found out about him in the post. Chu Xiang was curious. She took a look and was slightly stunned. He seemed to be, indeed, very handsome. Cut. This scene is over. Mou was very satisfied. Everyone is in good shape today. Let's try to shoot more scenes. The next scene is on the basketball court. Under the accompaniment of the school teachers, they cleared the set, found extras, and started shooting. The plot of this scene was the first meeting between the male and female lead. The first meeting between the female lead and the first meeting between the male lead were a little similar. Either the female lead hated the male lead or the male lead hated the female lead. However, the hated one would be inexplicably curious about the other. But this simple scene had to be res-hot 8 times. Director Mou was not satisfied. Mr. Cheens, both of you have some flaws. First, the female lead. Her roommate was hit by a ball. Her first impression of the male lead was very bad. Her eyes should be filled with disgust and anger. This emotion should be expressed through her eyes. Mr. Cheen, your eyes are too gentle. Also, Mr. Cheen, you should smile evilly. But your smile is too warm and peaceful. The two Mr. Cheens reflected deeply. Qin Bao thought to herself, how can I hate him? Brother's face, it's hard for me to hate him. Qin Zhe thought to himself, damn, how can I smile evilly? In his mind, he imagined a big-breasted and long-legged sister lying on the sofa, crying and showing a scared expression. Then he raised his hand and slowly approached. Qin Zhe's lips curled up. Yes, that's the smile. Mou clapped his hands. An evil and cold smile. Perfect. They continued shooting. The basketball court scene was res-hot. Cut. Mr. Cheen, your expression is still not right. It's not you, it's you. Mou frowned and felt irritated. He comforted himself, she's the boss, I can't get angry. The first, you, was Qin Zhe, the second, you, was Qin Bao. Sister's expression was still not right. They took a 3-minute break. Qin Bao wore a coat and sat on a small chair by the field. Her face was gloomy and her lips were pursed. Qin Zhe walked to Mou and said, Director, just call my name and Qin Bao's name on the set. It's easier to remember. Also, I'll talk to her. If it doesn't work, we'll pass this scene. Mou smiled bitterly and nodded. Qin Zhe held 2 bottles of mineral water and squatted on his sister. He comforted her. It's okay. If it doesn't work, we'll pass. Qin Bao felt wronged. I can't grasp the details in your eyes. Qin Zhe curled his lips. Useless. Qin Bao was stunned. She wanted to hear her brother coax her with gentle words. Qin Zhe sighed. Sister Ziwei is so smart. If she acts, she'll get the hang of it quickly. Qin Bao was speechless. She looked at Qin Zhe in disbelief. Qin Zhe continued to fan the flames. I like Sister Ziwei the most. With that, he got up and left unhurriedly. Director, let's do it again. Qin Zhe deliberately shouted, let's do it again, straight through. The scene was quickly shot and the ending was unexpectedly perfect. Mou felt that Qin Bao had brought the scene to life. There was anger in her fierceness and hatred in her anger. Perfect. Life was wonderful. Some things were predestined when they first met. Just like Chu Xiangxiang and Mo Chenfeng in novels. The first time they met, Chu Xiangxiang didn't leave a deep impression in Mo Chenfeng's heart. He just felt that this girl was interesting. The second time they met, it was in the quiet library. The afternoon sun shone in through the floor-to-ceiling windows and shone on the campus students. Chu Xiangxiang bought a cup of coffee and planned to read while enjoying the peaceful afternoon. Opposite her, the handsome Mo Chenfeng sat at the brown solid-wood square table. The young master also came to the library to read. The girls around him secretly sized him up, but they didn't dare to approach him because of the schoolboy's cold temperament. Mo Chenfeng was so handsome, but there were also people who secretly looked at him. For example, the girl opposite him. She sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and the warm sunlight was her background. To like a girl, it probably only needed a casual touch. For example, the girl sitting in the library reading under the sunlight was demure and elegant. Her fingers were crystal clear under the sunlight. Mo Chenfeng gradually became infatuated. The camera gave him a close-up. His gaze had to be interesting, as if he had discovered something new. The smile at the corner of his mouth was exquisite. It was the kind of smile of a CEO. Chu Xiangxiang. Let's have dinner tonight. Mo Chenfeng took the initiative. But the female lead ignored him. She glanced at him, ignored him, and continued reading. Is this your coffee? Mo Chenfeng asked. Yes. Chu Xiangxiang replied. I think it's my coffee. Mo Chenfeng took a sip. Chu Xiangxiang glared. There's something on your face. Mo Chenfeng said. Chu Xiangxiang was stunned. She took out a makeup mirror from her bag and looked. There was nothing on her face. She glared again. It's my gaze. Mo Chenfeng said in a magnetic voice. Crazy. Chu Xiangxiang stuffed the book into her bag and left angrily. Mo Chenfeng's character was a combination of a domineering CEO, a cold CEO and a ruffian. Even with Qin Zhe's proficient acting level, it was difficult to act. He held the script and thought, how could there be such a perfect man in the world? He just got this character and there were no flaws. He hoped that he could maintain it. Okay, cut. MOU was extremely excited. Chapter 386. Good, very good. MOU clapped his hands and said loudly, now, let's split into two groups. One group will go to the KTV first and the other group will follow me to do some scenes. The filming of this movie was unusually smooth. The quality of each segment was good and the actors' acting skills were on point. Before this, MOU had already prepared to train the actors' acting skills. Unexpectedly, there was no need at all. Qin Bao Bao could not be said to be perfect, but she was stable and flawless. What surprised him the most was Qin Zhe. Mo Chenfeng's character was cold and domineering, but he was not an abstinent male god. He was a rebellious young man. The character design was too complicated. Generally speaking, it was not possible for actors to portray such a character perfectly. At most, they could match a certain characteristic. But until now, Qin Zhe had brought this character to life. However, this was just the beginning. As the plot progressed, there were many places where the acting skills would explode. It was not certain if he could control it. When Chu Xiangxiang returned to the dormitory, she was still angry. She was about to complain to her roommates about Mo Chenfeng when she suddenly heard cheers in the dormitory. She pushed the door open. What are you so happy about? Xiao Yu came up and danced. Our dormitory is going to have a social gathering. Dormitory number 2, you definitely won't be able to guess who it is. Dormitory number 3, it's Mo Chenfeng's dormitory. They just contacted us. Chu Xiangxiang, she did not want to go, but she was forcefully dragged by her roommates and went. Chu Xiangxiang was a gentle and obedient girl. She was surprisingly resilient. Otherwise, she would not have chosen management as her parents' request and not her favorite history. The social gathering was, of course, Mo Chinfeng's treat because he was the one behind it. The eating scene between the two dormitory mates passed quickly. The main point was that Mo Chinfeng was cold and did not like to talk. Chu Xiangxiang sat upright and did not look at him at all. It showed that their relationship was very awkward. The main point was singing in the KTV. Mo Chinfeng changed his cold arrogance and became a microphone hog. In novels, songs were not just mentioned. The author described the song name, but it could not be used here. Or rather, it was inconvenient to use it. Because even if Qin Zhe sang a few lines casually and put it on the big screen, it would involve copyright issues and he would have to pay copyright fees. Can't you sing a new song? Qin Bao Bao asked expectantly. Everyone in the room turned to look at Qin Zhe. There's no new song. How can it be so easy to write a song? Qin Zhe righteously refused. Am I seeing things? Everyone was curling their lips. His voice was very magnetic, thick and heavy, but it also had the texture of a cold collision. To hell with the adjectives. Anyway, that was how it was described in the novel. When Qin Zhe tried to mimic the voice of his ideal character, everyone was stunned. The female lead, the supporting characters, the lighting technician, the director. Mo even forgot to shout, "Cut." Qin Zhe put down the microphone and looked around. He thought to himself, this operation is a little tricky. The skill book, ventriloquism, wasn't wasted. Director, wouldn't it be too much to film the entire song? Do we need to cut it? A staff member asked. No, there's no need to cut it. Let's just give the audience time for one song. Mo waved his hand. In the room, the dazzling lights were turned bright and the music was turned off. Mo walked over. Next is the kissing scene. Do we need a stunt double? No, get lost. Although Qin Zhe wanted to say that, it wasn't good to blatantly ask for a kissing scene with his sister. He had to be reserved. He looked at his sister. His sister met his gaze and blushed. Qin Zhe was speechless. Hey, why are you blushing? You're making me anxious. There are so many people watching, Qin Zhe said, there's no need for a stunt double. As an actor, I shouldn't use a stunt double unless it's absolutely necessary. I don't want to be like those little fresh meats who only know how to copy pictures and use stunt doubles. With such a noble reason, the staff was in awe. Qin Zhe was indeed not an ordinary little fresh meat. He was a little fresh meat with professionalism and integrity. The dazzling lights flashed and the noisy music played. The camera was aimed at the door of the room. Mo Chinfeng, who had drunk a lot, pushed the door open and walked towards the washroom. After a while, Chu Xiangxiang came out and they bumped into each other at the washroom door. Chu Xiangxiang's face was stiff. When they brushed past each other, an arm wrapped around her waist and she bumped into a firm and warm chest. Beside her ear, a voice reeked of alcohol. Woman, has anyone ever told you that you're very good looking? The hot breath was mixed with the smell of alcohol. Her brother's gaze was aggressive, sharp, and domineering. The way he looked at her seemed to be saying, woman, don't run away. You're mine. Qin Bao Bao blushed, her heart thumping wildly in her chest. She knew that other men would never be able to give her this feeling. Therefore, when Qin Zhe's hot lips were sucking on her soft lips teasingly, Qin Bao Bao went soft in his arms and hugged his neck out of habit. Cut. Mo quickly stopped them. This part won't do. The female lead definitely doesn't have a good impression of the male lead. CEO Qin, if you were kissed by a strange man, would you hug his neck and kiss him so intensely? I don't mean anything else. I just want to say that you have to resist and be angry. Qin Bao Bao stuck out her tongue and said softly, last time when we were filming, sister hugged the little pervert like this too. I'm used to it. It's different this time. This time, you're acting as a pure girl from a humble family. You're not pretentious or flirtatious. Qin Zhe said, then, let's do it again. Qin Bao Bao nodded. Qin turned his head and said, "Director, we're ready." Mou waved his hand and asked the staff to prepare the clapper. Ready, action. With a bang, the clapper started shooting. Mo Chinfeng hugged Chu Xiangxiang's waist, his gaze aggressive. "Woman, has anyone ever told you that you're very good-looking?" As he spoke, he lowered his head and kissed her. Chu Xiangxiang twisted her body in his arms and found that she couldn't break free. She went soft in his arms and kissed him. Mo silently covered his face. This scene definitely couldn't be done. They had to do it again. In his heart, he thought that this wasn't a forced kiss. This was clearly a golden couple hitting it off. Cut. Mou said, "No, it's not done. CEO Qin, you can resist more violently. You can't break free from a man's embrace even if you twist your body." Clapper ready, action. "It's still not done. How could you hug his waist just now? You said you were going to resist." Action. Cut, it's still not done. CEO Qin, you should resist. You're being kissed by a strange man. You should punch his chest with your little fists. A 2-minute scene had to be shot repeatedly for 40 minutes. Mou's heart was about to break down. The KTV company had already come to negotiate with them several times. The opening time was delayed again and again. The crew had no choice but to pay more. Qin and Qin Bao kissed until their lips were numb. Qin glanced at her moist and bright red lips. They were slightly red and swollen. He said, "It's about time. Are we done with this scene?" Qin Bao also felt that it was enough. She was satisfied. She replied with an "N" and pretended to be ashamed. "I'm sorry, director. I'm not very familiar with kissing scenes. I promise to complete it this time." This time, Qin Bao struggled with all her might. In order to make it more realistic, Qin kissed her slightly swollen lips with all his might. She probably felt the burning pain. She struggled even harder and punched his chest with her little fists. Mo Chinfeng stepped back. He covered his mouth and frowned in pain. He was bitten hard by Chu Xiangxiang and there were traces of blood. This was something that didn't happen in novels. "Very good, this scene is done." Mou shouted, "Cut," and revealed a relaxed smile. "This is very good. It's more perfect than expected." At this moment, he saw Qin Bao's slightly red and swollen lips. He immediately ordered the crew. "Hurry up and bring ice water to Chairman Qin. Hurry." Mou was in awe. Although Chairman Qin wasn't a professional, his professionalism and persistence were something that no young person in the entertainment industry had. He could rely on his face to make a living, but he relied on his ability. Chairman Qin was more hardworking than he thought. "That's it for today. Everyone, pack up your things." Mou ordered. Today's filming was over. He turned around and saw Qin pass him a cigarette. He quickly accepted it and the two hid in the toilet to smoke. "How was it?" Qin asked. He lit the cigarette for him. Mou was flattered. He lowered his head and sucked on the cigarette. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. He didn't pat his chest and promise anything. After thinking for a long time, he said, "Currently, it's not bad in all aspects. The more low-budget a romance film is, the more details and plot are important. If you want to sell it at the box office, you have to work on the details. The plot of the novel is indeed tear-jerking, but it's important to let the audience feel like the novel after it's adapted into a movie. Many movies and TV dramas adapted from novels of the same name have good acting skills, but the audience's response is very poor. In the end, there are only 2 reasons. The actor's temperament doesn't match the character, the director and scriptwriter didn't grasp the spirit of the novel. After filming, let's go through all the scenes and try to nitpick, Qin said. Yes. Mou agreed. At night, Qin was driving his sister home when he received a call from Grandpa Qin. It was his sister who answered. Dad, Ace is driving, Qin Bao Bao said. Bao Bao, I heard from a student today that you're filming at Fudan University. Grandpa went straight to the point. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. She subconsciously looked at her brother. Qin Zhe felt inexplicably guilty. It seemed that his sister felt the same. Ah. The company is preparing to film a new film. It's a movie, Qin Bao Bao said. What kind of movie? Grandpa looked very interested. We're filming a school-themed movie. Qin Bao Bao stammered. Do your best. When it's released, bring me and your mom to see it. Grandpa chuckled. Qin Bao Bao's hand shook. She almost dropped her phone. Qin Zhe held the steering wheel with both hands. He drove steadily, but his legs were shaking. Chapter 387. I can't bring you to the movies, not in this lifetime. After his sister hung up, Qin Zhe was worried. Hey, sister, I suddenly thought of something. Will Dad come to Fudan University to watch us film? Fudan University was very close to the University of Finance and Economics. No way. Qin Bao Bao was shocked. She frowned and pouted. Don't jump to conclusions. You're pissing me off. She slapped Qin Zhe's face twice with her small hands. Qin Zhe was speechless. It was easy to like someone, but it was hard to like someone deeply. Mo Chenfeng really fell in love with Chu Xiangxiang on the way back to school. It started to rain. The spring rain was as precious as oil, but there was a chill that seeped into the bones. Chu Xiangxiang was at the flower bed outside the girls' dormitory. She broke the bread she bought from the convenience store and carefully fed it to the stray cats covered in mud. Mo Chenfeng, who saw this scene from afar, was in a daze. As for Chu Xiangxiang, she fell in love with Mo Chenfeng. There was no reason for him to save the damsel in distress, nor was there any reason to take care of her when she was sick. It was just that under his tyrannical and unreasonable pursuit, she went from disgust at the beginning to reluctantly accepting his advances. Her heart fell little by little, and when she looked back, she realized that she had already fallen in love with Mo Chenfeng. Under Chu Xiangxiang's reluctance, the two started dating. They read books in the clean cafe, studied in the library with floor-to-ceiling windows, ran in the KTV battlefield, and ran in the field. Occasionally, Mo Chenfeng would take advantage of her. He would hold her hand and kiss her. Chu Xiangxiang started to like Mo Chenfeng's figure on the field. She sat by the field and the warm spring sun shone on her. Do you want some water? Mo Chenfeng sat beside Chu Xiangxiang with a bottle of mineral water and passed it to her. Thank you. Chu Xiangxiang took it but did not drink it. She held the bottle with both hands and lowered her head slightly. Beside her, Mo Chenfeng was supporting himself with his hands behind his back. He looked up and narrowed his eyes. Perhaps because he was too quiet, Chu Xiangxiang said, "What are we eating tonight?" Mo Chenfeng did not answer. He tilted his head and smiled. This smile was a test of acting skills. In female novels, there was always such an adjective: his face was like frost, his dark eyes were like a deep pool, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Mo Chenfeng had such a smile, and the camera gave him another close-up. Mo, you like to do close-up shots of Qin Zhe. He felt that his facial expressions were perfect for portraying the male lead. I'll eat you. Mo Chenfeng flipped his body and pressed Chu Xiangxiang against his body. Both of his hands propped her up and the two pairs of eyes looked at each other. Beside the two of them, the cameraman was squatting and lying on his stomach, constantly taking close-ups of the two of them. Next was the kissing scene. According to the script, they were to have a French kiss in a crowded field. The reason why the novel was so sweet in the early stages was that the male lead would kiss the female lead on different occasions. Under the glow of the street lamps at night, beside the white walls of the library, and on the playground where the spring breeze blew, it was very romantic. The frequent kissing scenes made Qin Zhe feel that he had used too much strength. Although his sister's lips were soft and fragrant, he accidentally kissed them until they became swollen. Although he had warned the crew not to reveal anything, there were many students in the university, and it was inevitable that someone would take photos. His sister's lips were often swollen, and it was very likely that she would be targeted by unscrupulous online media. Qin Zhe could even guess the title, shocking. Qin Bao Bao kisses her swollen lips repeatedly on set. Is it the distortion of human nature or the decay of morality? Stay tuned tonight at 8:30 p.m., enter Qin Zhe. With that thought, Qin Zhe glanced at the crowd to see how many people were taking photos. Then, he saw the old man standing in the crowd. Nanny? What? Excuse me. Qin Zhe bounced up from his sister's body like a spring, experiencing the pain of a sudden cardiac arrest. Dad, why are you here? Hey, why didn't you say anything? Qin Zhe was flustered. The calmness and enthusiasm on his face were all supported by his proficiency in acting. Life was like a drama. Without acting skills, it was easy to die. I don't have classes in the afternoon, so I came to watch you guys film. The old man waved his hand. Continue, I'll just watch, I won't say anything. Qin Zhe, how can I continue kissing my sister when you're standing there? I can't continue, or you'll soon see your son biting your daughter. Absolutely not, I'll be done for. So, what was the old man's mentality now? Had he collapsed? Had he noticed the follow-up kissing scene, or had he been too excited to pay attention? Oh, my dear father, why are you here? His sister rushed over with a smile. The woman was indeed a natural actress. Her expression and posture were impeccable. I don't have classes in the afternoon. Many students from the University of Finance and Economics came to watch you guys film, so I came to watch too, the old man said with a smile. In the distance, a group of students was surrounded outside. The old man was initially blocked outside. The professor from the University of Finance and Economics said casually, my surname is Qin. I'm here to watch my son and daughter film. The staff was in awe and decisively let him out. The old man showed his power in front of the people without leaving a trace. You came over. Boss Qin, shall we continue? As soon as he finished speaking, he was cut by the daggers hidden in the eyes of the two Boss Qins. He suddenly froze. Did I say something wrong? Qin Zhe thought to himself. This King ignorant thing should have said, Boss Qin, let's take a 10-minute break. Qin Bao Bao thought to herself, he doesn't know what to do at all. Do he still want to work? Qin Zhe smiled and said, I'm a little tired. Let's get a stunt double. Qin Bao Bao glanced at him and said with a smile, it seems that you're really tired. Isn't this kind of plot done by the stunt double? Qin Zhe was stunned and suddenly understood. Yes. Elder sister's awareness is still high. Elder sister is really witty. Qin Zhe turned his head and said, Dad, my sister and I are done with our scenes. Let's leave it to the stunt double. He moved a small chair and let the old man sit down. He and Qin Bao Bao sat on both sides of the old man. You looked at them strangely and thought that they wanted to talk to their father, so they let the stunt double do it. He waved his hand and called the stunt double over. A man and a woman, two stunt doubles, were overjoyed. Damn it, it's finally my turn. I've been sitting on the bench for 2 days and haven't earned a single cent. The stunt double of a big star had a much higher appearance fee than an extra. After a few scenes, the income was very good. The stunt double looked at each other affectionately and the two started to kiss. Yes, a French kiss. Qin Zhe took out his phone and sent a message to his sister. Sister, I was so scared that my legs turned to jelly just now. Qin Bao Bao replied, Brother, I was so scared that I almost peed. Cry, Qin Zhe said, our father is such a black-hearted maggot. He didn't even tell us that he was coming to the set. Qin Bao Bao said, maybe he's just here to take a look and see how we're filming. I told you not to put flags on the set. You're a black-hearted maggot. You have to take the blame. Qin Zhe said, it's all my fault. I won't put flags on the set even if I'm beaten to death. He realized that he was like an old general on the stage recently. Anyone who put flags on the set would die. The siblings secretly broke out in cold sweat. Just now, it was so close. They almost kissed. No matter how open-minded their father was, he would still collapse when he saw his son and daughter kissing each other and then his son kissing his daughter's lips swollen. The old man didn't collapse. He was watching with great interest. The siblings knew that the old man was probably just here to watch the show and see how it was filmed. However, Qin Zhe and Qin Bao's mentality collapsed. They felt as if there was a thorn in their backs the whole day, and they felt uncomfortable all over. The quality of the filming was extremely bad. Then, you couldn't stay calm. Since the start of filming, this was the first time that both the male and female leads' acting skills collapsed. The future of this drama was unpredictable. At this moment, the camera followed the male and female leads. They were obviously a couple, but they kept a safe distance from each other. The most they did was to hold hands and hug, but things like that were thrown to the stunt double. The stunt double was surprised and confused. What was going on? Could it be that the investors felt that they had neglected them for 2 days and felt bad, so they went easy on them to make up for it? They looked back at the camera afterwards. Qin Zhe said, yes, this part is not bad. He was referring to the scene where the two of them kept a safe distance from each other and wandered around the campus. Qin Bao said, yes, this part is not bad either. She was referring to the scene where the female lead fell into the male lead's arms. But, what did this have to do with you? It was clearly done by the stunt double. Mou's mentality collapsed. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the old man, who had been running around with the crew, was satisfied. He told the siblings to focus on filming and said goodbye to the director and scriptwriter before leaving. The siblings heaved a sigh of relief and felt that their bodies had been hollowed out. Director, cut all the scenes today. Let's do it again. Yes, I think the stunt double was not involved enough in the kissing scene on the lawn. Let's do it again. The two of them said. Mou, the assistant director, the cameraman, the scriptwriter. 3 days later, they entered the first exciting scene of the drama. After a period of warming up to each other, the male and female leads naturally went to get a room. The female lead walked into a luxurious 5-star hotel suite with the male lead with a nervous and expectant mood. Chapter 388. At 10:00 at night, after a sumptuous dinner, Mo Chenfeng sat at the desk in front of the window, smoking and pondering. The dim light from the table illuminated the outline of his face. The door of the washroom opened and steam floated out like a veil. Chu Xiangxiang's tall figure was wearing a bathrobe, her waist was tied, her chest was perky and her beautiful face was flushed. A picture of a beauty coming out of the shower. Mo Chenfeng was stunned. He suddenly got up and hugged her. His breathing was rapid and he threw her on the soft bed. Are you nervous? Mo Chenfeng propped himself up with his elbow and looked down at her. Chu Xiangxiang blushed and nodded. First time. Her face turned redder and she nodded again. It's my first time too. Mo Chenfeng's voice was like a bomb. Chu Xiangxiang suddenly opened her eyes. Surprised? Yes. Mo Chenfeng revealed a rare warm smile and said, do you regret it? Regret it? Chu Xiangxiang asked herself in her heart. At this moment, the inside and outside of the movie seemed to merge into one. She shook her head and said softly, I don't know what will happen in the future, but I know that I don't regret it. After that, her eyes lit up and she stared at Mo Chenfeng. Thousands of words, all turned into one sentence. What about you, do you regret it? Mo Chenfeng was in a trance. He should not be in a trance. It was not written in the script, but he was indeed in a trance. And the director, Mou, also forgot to shout cut. The light was soft and the fragrance of shampoo floated in the air. One sentence, one question. It was obviously very simple, but it was hard to speak. Silence. Silence. After a while, Mo Chenfeng finally opened his mouth. It was no longer the sound of ice, but a hoarse voice with a meaningful expression. He said, "No matter in the past or in the future, I won't regret it." Their lips met and the two were entangled on the bed. But when Mo Chenfeng's hand pressed on the belt of the bathrobe, Chu Xiangxiang woke up from her dream and pressed down on his hand. Her voice was soft but firm. "No, no, I'm not ready yet." The camera stopped on Mo Chenfeng's face. He was stunned and at a loss. He frowned slightly and finally smiled. "Then I'll give you the time for one song." "Very good, one take." "Mo," shouted. The staff in the room sighed in relief. The assistant director asked, "Not a retake?" "Many of the lines are wrong." "It's good that you were wrong." Mo closed his eyes and recalled the scene just now. That feeling, the feeling of acting, is even better than the original work. It was too perfect. With just a few glances and a few words, there was actually so much conflict and so much trouble. What I want is this kind of puzzling and profound scene, because after this, the plot will have a turning point. Qin Bao Bao took off his bathrobe, revealing a V-neck low-cut sweater. His trousers were rolled up to his calves, and he dressed up as if he had just come out of the shower. She put on her outer robe, her expression somewhat gloomy. After acting for so many days, she was deeply immersed in the role of Chu Xiangxiang. To put it simply, she was a little too immersed in the role. He even imagined her to be another Qin Bao Bao. Why was she depressed? Why was this the turning point of the movie? In fact, according to the conventions of women's literature, under such circumstances, it was more than enough to omit 500 words if it was not suitable for children. However, there was none here. Chu Xiangxiang had rejected him, and this in itself explained many things. Readers who were familiar with the rhythm of female genre novels would frown and realize that things were not as simple as they seemed. At this time, the dormitory door was already closed. Fortunately, Chu Xiangxiang's house was very close to the university, and Mo Chenfeng drove her home without turning on the GPS or giving directions. He had sent Chu Xiangxiang several times. There was a street full of sycamore trees outside Chu Xiangxiang's neighborhood. As usual, Mo Chenfeng parked the car, and the two strolled under the sycamore trees, slowly walking towards the neighborhood. Mo Chenfeng wore a dark black short jacket, looking cold and silent. Chu Xiangxiang held his arm, and their shadows merged together, elongated by the streetlights. There was a slight accident today. The two of them were at the entrance of the neighborhood, and Mr. Chu, who had just returned from drinking at his old friend's house, bumped into them. Chu Xiangxiang let go of Mo Chenfeng's arm in a panic and shouted in panic, "Dad!" Mr. Chu looked at them for a moment, and was unexpectedly calm. "How long has it been? You look quite handsome, what's your name?" Mo Chenfeng held Chu Xiangxiang's hand, and said in a voice that sounded like ice cubes hitting each other, "Hello, uncle. I'm Mo Chenfeng. The Chu family." Mo Chenfeng sat on the sofa, and opposite him was Chu Xiangxiang's family of 3. The obedient girl snuggled up to her mother, and Mrs. Chu and Mr. Chu looked at Mo Chenfeng, their eyes sharp as if they were merchants choosing goods. It was said that the more a mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, the more she liked him. But here, it was the opposite. Mr. Chu liked him more and more, and Mrs. Chu was more and more shocked. This young man looked very much like an old friend of hers. Very, very similar. "Your surname is Mo, what does your family do?" Mrs. Chu asked. "My family runs a company." Mo Chenfeng's tone was calm, without any hint of nervousness. Mrs. Chu reached for the teacup, and said in a casual tone, but her eyes did not leave him. "What company?" "Mo Corporation." Mrs. Chu's hand trembled, and the teacup fell, and the hot tea spread along the coffee table. "Who is Mo Enian to you?" "My father." Mo Chenfeng answered honestly. "Schwa." Mrs. Chu stood up abruptly, and her face was pale. The three of them looked up at her. Mrs. Chu did not explain, and her body swayed a little before she rushed into the room. Chu Xiangxiang had never seen her mother lose her composure like this, and was at a loss. "Dad, what's wrong with Mom?" Mr. Chu looked at Imo Chenfeng, and seemed to have thought of something. His expression became complicated, and he said, "I'll go in and take a look." After a few breaths, the emotional voices of Mrs. Chu and Mr. Chu could be heard, mixed with crying. Mo Chenfeng listened attentively, and vaguely heard a few sentences. "He is Mo Yinyan's son, they can't be together, what a sin, now is not the time to talk about this, let's first ask the children what stage they are at," and other words that he couldn't hear clearly. Mo Chenfeng's heart sank. Soon, Mr. Chu came out of the room, and his face was ugly. Chu Xiangxiang asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Mr. Chu sat down and said in a low voice, "Xiangxiang, what stage are you two at?" Chu Xiangxiang's face turned red, and she did not know how to answer. Mo Chenfeng went straight to the point. "Uncle, if you have something to say, just say it." Mr. Chu looked at the ceiling and did not speak for a long time. After a while, he sighed. "Xiangxiang, I have something to tell you. Actually, I'm not your biological father." A bolt from the blue. The camera panned to Chu Xiangxiang, and her face was filled with shock, and confusion. "Dad? What are you talking about? I'm not your biological child." "Then whose biological child am I?" Mr. Chu looked at Mo Chenfeng and said word by word, "He's your half-brother." Mo Chenfeng felt like he was struck by lightning. Mr. Chu told the story. Back then, Mrs. Chu and Mr. Mo were lovers, and they promised to be together forever. However, because of the opposition of the man's parents, they broke up. After they broke up, Mrs. Chu found out that she was pregnant. Mrs. Chu was lucky to have a childhood sweetheart who always loved her, and that was Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu asked her to give birth to the child and raise him as her own. Mr. Chu said dejectedly, "Originally, you would never know about this. But fate made fools of people." Cut. The moment Mo shouted cut, everyone present, whether it was the crew or the actors, breathed a sigh of relief. They shot this scene a total of 9 times. There will be a crying scene next. "Let's try to finish it today," Mo said. Qin Zhe teased, "Why are you crying?" "Director, can I cry? My sister is best at this." Ouch! He was kicked by Qin Bao Bao. Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he changed his words. "Let's try it first. It depends on CEO Qin's condition. If it doesn't work, we can continue it tomorrow." For professional actors, crying scenes were not difficult. However, for non-professional actors, they might not be able to cry even if they tried for a long time. Representative, hold down Bei Bei. However, crying out loud and crying well were two different things. Qin Zhe's words reminded him. Mo felt that the crying scene next was not very likely to be successful because it was too difficult. Despair, sorrow, and pain of being completely disheartened. Unwillingness that could only be hoped for. How could Qin Bao Bao understand the despair of, the person you love the most is actually your brother? Therefore, they could only test the waters for this scene. Chapter 389. Boss Qin, please read the script again before shooting. Try to figure out the character's psychology. Mo asked someone to pass the script to her. The other staff members entered the room and started to set up the scene. Qin Bao Bao nodded. This was one of the most touching scenes in the novel. It was written in a tear-jerking manner, interspersed with many descriptions of the female lead's psychological activities and memories. Qin Bao Bao also shed a lot of tears for this scene. Qin Zhe personally went to the kitchen to wash the apples, cut them into slices and brought them to his sister. He also cut 3 slices of apples for the staff and 2 actors in the room. Everyone was flattered. The actors who played Mr. and Mrs. Chu were 2 veteran actors. The audience would recognize them at first glance, but they couldn't remember their names. His sister liked to eat apples and grapes. The reason was simple. Apples were good for her skin and grapes were anti-aging. From a certain point of view, women were quite tired, but beautiful women were even more tired. Qin Bao Bao ate her brother's apple of love and pondered over the script. After reading it, she closed her eyes and brewed her emotions in her mind. After about 10 minutes, she said, "Director, we can start now." Mo Chinfeng left in a hurry. Even though he was cold and aloof, he couldn't accept such a terrifying reality. No one knew what he would do. Perhaps he would vent his emotions or find a place to lick his wounds. Anyway, he left. Mr. Chu carefully thought about it and chattered on. Seeing that his daughter was dumbfounded and didn't say a word, he finally sighed and said, "All right, maybe what you need is some peace and quiet." Chu Xiangxiang walked to the room in a daze. The camera slid past her face and landed behind her. Her back view was bleak and lonely. In the room, Chu Xiangxiang opened her diary and started to write. Since they started dating, she would record every detail of her time with Mo Chinfeng in her diary. She would write about their good times in writing. She couldn't put her pen down. She sat in front of the table in a daze. In Chu Xiangxiang's mind, the time they spent together flashed past. After a long time, she tore a page and tore it into pieces. The second page, the third page, bits and pieces of good times turned into pieces of paper flying away like butterflies. The furthest distance in the world was not the distance between a bird and a fish, but the distance between a sister and her brother. As she tore the paper, tears came. First, a line of tears flowed down, then tears poured out. "Cut!" After crying for a while, Mu shouted, "Cut!" Immediately, a staff member passed her a tissue. Qin Bao Bao wiped her tears and looked at the director. The others also looked at the director. Mu frowned. "No, I owe you something." "President Qin, what do you think?" Qin Zhe rubbed his chin and muttered, "Not enough strength." "No, it's not that. There are too few feelings." She cried very calmly, without that kind of heart-wrenching feeling. Mu nodded. "That's right. Perhaps we still need more emotional input." When the book wrote this paragraph, it was filled with emotions. We can edit the scenes and use music to express the feelings expressed in words. But the most important thing is that we have to remember. The actor's emotional investment is the finishing touch. Qin Bao wiped away her tears. "Then how should I cry? Do you want to read the script for a while longer? I think we can find some sad movie clips. How about some sad music? Let's leave the room and let Chairman Qin brew alone." The assistant director, and scriptwriter discussed. Qin Zhe sat beside his sister and thought for a while. After some hesitation, he said, "Why don't you try to jump out of this role?" "Jump out of this role?" Qin Bao Bao was stunned and fell into deep thought. "Jump out of this role. Jump out of this role." Qin Bao Bao tried. Yes, she jumped out, but what next? What should she do after jumping out? Actually, her crying scene just now was not bad. Although it would not make people praise her acting skills, it was still above average. Mou was an experienced filmmaker. He clearly understood that this kind of youth romance movie sold emotions and acting skills. He perfected the small details. The few finishing touches of the plot needed even more acting skills to make people cry. Otherwise, what was the selling point of this movie? Qin Bao Bao sat in front of the desk and thought carefully. Just now, she put herself in Chu Xiangxiang's shoes and imitated her sadness and despair. Naturally, she cried. Even so, the director still felt that there was a lack of emotions. Then, how could she jump out of this role? Qin Bao Bao couldn't figure it out. She flipped open the book on the desk. This apartment was rented from a relative of the crew because there was a sycamore tree outside the neighborhood. It matched the scene in the novel. The room was the daughter's boudoir. Now, the family was sent to a hotel for 3 days. The cover of the book in her hand was a cartoon boy and girl. They were very tall and cute. The boy was holding an umbrella while the girl was holding him. The two of them were strolling in the season of cherry blossoms. It was a romance novel. Qin Bao Bao flipped open the cover and saw a paragraph in the introduction, "Love without love will never turn bad. So, we flirt and flirt, but we should never fall in love." She carefully read this sentence and felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. Jump out of this role. Was that what he meant? At this moment, memories surged like a tide. Sister, I wet the bed. Don't tell mommy. Two long-nosed kings, or I'll tell on you. Sister, this question is very difficult. I don't know how to do it. Two lollipops, I'll help you. Sister, your butt is bleeding. F***ck off. This is my period. Help me call it. In their childhood, Qin Bao Bao liked to bully her younger brother and take advantage of him. Like a little queen controlling her little followers. They spent the rest of their childhood playfully. In their youth, Qin Bao Bao's chubby face faded and became more delicate. The second and third year bosses fought over the prettiest girl in the school. They often caused a bloody storm on the lawn behind the school. If they won, they would treat the prettiest girl in the school. If they lost, they would be the sister-in-law. If they dared to think about the sister-in-law, they would be punished. After seeing the gangsters, it was impossible to stop. The bosses felt that to survive in the world, they had to have a woman behind them. If they didn't have a girlfriend, they wouldn't be able to raise their heads in front of their followers. The prettiest girl in the school was, of course, the girl of the school bully. Therefore, there was a saying, the one who got Qin Bao Bao got the world. Then, one day, a little kid appeared in the first year of junior high. He called himself Qin Bao Bao's little boyfriend. This young boyfriend of hers was very stubborn. He had fought his way through the martial arts world from the south to the north. He had been beaten up by groups of people, beaten up by sticks, and beaten up by people with sticks. He had won and lost, but he had never admitted defeat. Until his grades were too bad. He failed to advance from junior high to senior high and left school. Qin Bao Bao's lips curled up slightly. Mou waved his hand and asked the cameraman to fill in the gap. He felt that Qin Bao Bao was brewing her emotions. That smile just now was so sweet that it made his teeth fall off. It would be perfect if she could cry out later. When looking at the notebook in a daze, she should smile first because she was reminiscing about the past. The staff in the room quickly entered the zone. There was a period of estrangement when Qin Bao Bao went to college and moved in with her, while Qin Zhe lived with his parents. Although they would see each other every weekend, the two of them were no longer as close as they used to be. His sister, whose fighting strength was declining day by day, changed her strategy and turned into a crying monster. The effect was very good. Later, Qin Zhe went to university and studied for another 4 years. Until now, in the 26 years of Qin Bao Bao's life and the 24 years of Qin Zhe's life, there were 2 deep traces of each other. They could not be erased or forgotten. However, important turning points in life would still come. For example, marriage and starting a family. Love without love would never turn bad. Therefore, we flirt and flirt, but we should never fall in love. This sentence could also be said, love without confessions would never turn bad. There was no awkwardness, contradiction, or hysteria. We could spend the first half of our lives together and the second half of our lives in silence. This was a bitter, humble, and laughable love. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao jumped out of the role of Chu Xiangxiang and returned to this role. Tears flowed out of her eyes like a broken dam. She cried until her shoulders trembled and she cried hysterically. Under the camera, Qin Bao Bao's bitter face was ugly and ugly. However, in the midst of this crying, the cameraman also fell silent. He had been silent all this time, but it was different from the silence when he did not speak. Now, he was silent with his expression and emotions. He also could not distinguish between the inside and outside of the scene. The room was quiet except for the echoes of the crying. The atmosphere was inexplicably stifling. No one could tell if Qin Bao Bao was in or out of the scene. Mou turned around silently and walked out of the room. This scene was over, but there was no need to stop. Sometimes, one had to consider the actor's mentality. Since they were crying, they should cry to their heart's content. The scriptwriter was the second, and the assistant director was the third. 7 or 8 people walked out one after another. Qin Zhe waved his hand and the cameraman also walked out. There was enough footage, but if the director did not stop, he could not leave. This made him feel very emotional. In the end, only Qin Zhe was left in the room. He was standing, Qin Bao Bao was sitting, he was silent, she was crying. Chapter 390. If I Become Memories, this novel would definitely be a hit if it was put in the male genre. If it was put in the female genre, this plot would be very touching. If it was adapted into a movie, the effect would be the same. These days, a relationship without any twists and turns would be difficult to resonate strongly with. A perfect ending would be delightful, but it would lack a heart. Therefore, many movies would take the tragic route. For example, in the market, some sweet and nostalgic school romance dramas would leave the male and female protagonists with regrets at the end. Would such a movie be good at the box office? Of course, it would be good. The youth craze that was popular a few years ago was an example. If you don't believe me, you can search online. Most of the high-rated youth romance films had sad endings. Therefore, Chu Xiangxiang and Mo Chenfeng broke up. Outside her neighborhood, on the street filled with sycamore trees. The familiar street. The sky was gray and it was drizzling. Neither of them had brought an umbrella. It was early spring and it was extremely cold. The wind blowing against his face was mixed with raindrops. It was cold, and the traffic and people flowed silently. As usual, they strolled along the street in the rain. Chu Xiangxiang stopped and whispered, "Let's not meet again in the future." After not getting a response for a long time, she raised her pale face and pretended as if nothing had happened. She said the words that she had prepared for a long time. When I watched dramas in the past, I always felt that such plots were ridiculous. I didn't expect reality to be so ridiculous. But it's good, there's still time. Let's just pretend that nothing happened in the past 6 months. Chu Xiangxiang bit her lip. Actually, this is quite good, right? My parents hope that you won't come and find me again. I have the same intention. Mo Chenfeng laughed softly. Woman, you're too self-righteous. His face was cold and calm as usual. Actually, I don't like you that much. To me, you're more like a game. It's just a matter of time. Chu Xiangxiang heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. I thought you would not let go. Mo Chenfeng said calmly, you're thinking too much. The two young people who loved each other hurt each other's hearts. Then you can leave. I'm going home too. Chu Xiangxiang walked towards the gate of the neighborhood. The moment she turned around, Chu Xiangxiang's eyes turned red. Mo Chenfeng's face was pale. He just stood there and watched as she walked into the neighborhood and disappeared from his sight. Crack. Behind Qin Zhe, Mou exhaled heavily. The production crew stepped forward to hold an umbrella for Qin Zhe. Qin Bao Bao came out of the neighborhood with an umbrella. It was cold in spring, and it was drizzling. Around them were passers-by who stopped to take pictures. Qin Bao Bao put her scarf around her brother's neck and said softly, "It's still cold. Don't wear so little." Qin Zhe was wearing a t-shirt and a thin jacket, which showed off his tall and straight figure. You get in the car first, I'll talk to the director. Qin Zhe rubbed his sister's cold hands. The onlookers were snapping photos. The chauffeur drove the nanny car over. Qin Bao Bao was escorted into the car by 6 bodyguards in black. I'm finally confident now, Mou said. I went through all the footage yesterday. It's done. How safe is it? Qin Zhe asked as the two of them walked towards the car. Picky people look at the acting skills. Young people look at the face. Mou said. The acting is too good. Especially you, CEO Qin, your acting is off the charts. In terms of the plot, it follows the novel completely. This is another guarantee of reputation. Moreover, one of you is the queen of popularity, and the other is a handsome young man. On the day of the premiere, the box office will definitely not be low. We'll maintain the standard until the end. There won't be a problem. I've been studying the popular teen movies from a few years ago, and it's more or less the same. Although I know it's impossible, it'll be perfect if there's a finishing touch at the end. What kind of finishing touch? Qin Zhe asked. I don't have a clue at the moment. Mou smiled bitterly. Not long after, Mo Chenfeng took a leave of absence. In the next 2 years, he didn't come to the university for classes. He only appeared for exams. The two of them only met then, and they didn't say anything to each other. Everything that happened yesterday was like water without a trace. What day is it now? You're already strangers. In the blink of an eye, they graduated. At the graduation ceremony, they organized a farewell party. Everyone drank too much and talked about their relationship, asking why they broke up. I don't like him or her anymore. The two of them said at the same time. After that, they didn't say anything to each other again. After the party, the two of them were drunk. Have you ever loved me? At night, Chu Xiangxiang sent a message. What about you? Mo Chenfeng asked back. After the message ended, they were silent. Neither of them replied. Not long after, Chu Xiangxiang completely lost contact with Mo Chenfeng. She heard that he went to another city to develop his career. Spring went and autumn came, and the years were peaceful. The wrong love was buried in their hearts. Neither of them talked about it, didn't think about it, and didn't feel sentimental. Just like that, 3 years passed. Then, Chu Xiangxiang found a reliable man. She was going to get married. The groom happily prepared for the wedding. His parents were all smiles, and his friends sent their blessings. The wedding was just around the corner. Chu Xiangxiang turned on her phone and found someone she hadn't contacted in 3 years. She didn't know if that person had changed his number. Chu Xiangxiang looked at the number that she used to memorize. She was silent. The camera gave her a close-up. No one knew what she was thinking at the moment. In the end, she didn't have the courage to call, so she sent a message. I'm getting married. The day after tomorrow. Are you coming? In the past 3 years, Mo Chenfeng lived in a strange city. His career was smooth. Everything was good. In the camera, Mo Chenfeng was in a spacious and exquisite meeting room. He was elegant and graceful. In the camera, he walked to every corner of the office. The eyes of the female employees followed him to every corner. The cold CEO was the best Prince Charming in the hearts of the female employees. But no one could walk into his heart. On such a day when everything was going well, he received a message. Blue sky, white clouds, and sunshine. Mo Chenfeng stood on the street in disappointment. The camera kept zooming in. The crossroads, the bustling crowd, and the traffic were all in the camera. In such a turbulent ecological map, Mo Chenfeng became an unmoving black dot. Cut! Mou shouted from the director's seat that was more than 10 meters high. There are 2 more scenes. Assistant director, go and see if the wedding site is ready. The rest of you, follow me to the neighborhood. Mou slowly descended and arranged the work. The next 2 scenes, one was the wedding site, the other was the street outside Chu Xiangxiang's neighborhood. Mo Chenfeng came, but he didn't attend the wedding. He stood alone on the street filled with sycamore trees, reminiscing the sweet memories he had with Chu Xiangxiang. On one side, it was lively and festive. On the other, it was lonely and lonely. Director, come here. Qin Zhe called. Mou ran over eagerly. I suddenly have an idea. Qin Zhe said. What? Mo, you didn't understand. The finishing touch. The last scene. I have an idea. Qin Zhe smiled. What idea? Mo, you asked. I want to write a song. Well, we don't have to go to the neighborhood. Go back to Tianfang. I remember there's a nice piano room there. Qin Zhe said and strode to the car. Director, scriptwriter, come with me. I'll tell you my idea. The employees whispered to each other. We're not going to the neighborhood. Boss Qin said he wants to write a song. The last scene needs to be edited. What? Boss Qin is writing a new song. I've said it before. If Boss Qin can write a song in 3 minutes, the movie will definitely be popular. Ha ha ha. Tianfang Film and Television, Piano Room. Is it okay to edit this scene? Qin Bao Bao asked softly. Boss Qin, I still think the original scene would be more beautiful because there would be a sad contrast, the scriptwriter said. Let's film it first. Boss Qin, do you want to practice the piano for a while? You haven't even written a song yet. The director said. The cameraman in the piano room made a hand gesture, indicating that it was okay. The moment Qin Zhe stepped into the piano room, everyone went into filming mode. Warm sunlight shone in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, sprinkling on the teak floor. The air was heavy. He walked very slowly. His face was stiff, and there was sadness in his eyes. The sunlight flashed in his eyes, and the sadness was overflowing. Qin Zhe walked forward slowly, and the cameraman walked backward slowly. Finally, they came to the piano. He sat down, placed his hands on the black and white keys, and narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Qin Zhe was not only Mo Chenfeng in the movie, but also Qin Zhe in real life. In fact, ever since his sister cried that night, he had an impulse in his heart. He recalled everything that had happened since the start of the movie. He recalled every bit of Mo Chenfeng and Chu Xiangxiang, and the time he spent with his sister. His sister's cries and smiles had never been so vivid in his mind before. At this moment, Chu Xiangxiang and his sister merged together. They were not the same person, but the same person. He was Mo Chenfeng and Qin Zhe at the same time. He opened his eyes, and his fingers danced on the piano. The sound of the piano flowed like water. Qin Zhe's voice, you stopped at this street that we are familiar with. Read all the lines you have prepared. The street full of sycamore trees. That day, it was raining, and Chu Xiangxiang said they would never meet again. That was Mo Chenfeng's most desperate night, but he was not good at expressing his feelings, so he kept all his emotions in his heart. He pretended as if nothing had happened, and said he didn't care. But he watched her leave, frozen in the wind and rain. I'm still trying to be brave, lying. I don't have the ability to block the direction you went. At least when we broke up, I was magnanimous. Later, I chose to avoid that street. How I wish I could meet you on another street. He couldn't forget. Half a year of dating, he spent 3 whole years pretending that he had forgotten. But he knew that he couldn't forget that person. For 3 years, he was single. I'm still trying to be brave, refusing to forget. It's my fault that I don't have the ability to follow the direction you went. The more you love, the more passive you are, the more magnanimous you should be. A message, a marriage message. 3 years later, he only received a message from her that she was getting married, and the groom was someone else. The piano lowered, and the singing rose. What do you want me to do? Your sudden message is enough to make me sad. I don't have the ability to forget, you don't have to remind me. Even if the ending is like this. What else can I do? What else can I do? In the end, I still end up in the position of a lover. In the piano room, the cameraman couldn't help but hold his breath. Outside the room, more than a dozen people were silent. I'm slowly returning to my circle of life. I'm starting to get in touch with new people. Loving you until the end, it doesn't hurt. The message is arguing about who has loved before. I'm left with a look of no regret. The furthest distance in the world was not the distance between a bird and a fish, but the distance between two people who loved each other but couldn't be together. They didn't even dare to say, loved before. Just like the two messages back then. Qin Zhe closed his eyes again, and his slender fingers danced on the piano keys. The singing was loud. What do you want me to do? Don't be at my wedding. I got in the car after listening to your love song. I loved you, you're worth it. I won't go back to your wedding, I won't go to see someone else holding your hand and walking into the wedding hall. So, please don't show up at my wedding in the future. Spring goes and autumn comes, the years are peaceful, we live our own lives and leave the past behind in the wind, but, I don't want you to do anything, nothing. You can't forget the path I took with you. Because that was the happiest time of my life. I won't pester you, I won't disturb you, but please don't forget the time we spent together, don't completely erase my shadow in your heart. Even though that position doesn't belong to me anymore. My life after that was pretty good. I didn't end up lonely because of you. One night, I had a dream. You had white hair, you said you would take me to wander. I still didn't hesitate, I followed you to heaven. No matter what, I can accompany you until dawn. Everyone was silent, listening to the song, and the movie scenes flashed through their minds. When they heard the last line of the lyrics, they all thought at the same time, loving you can only be in dreams. That was the biggest obsession of Mo Chinfeng's character. Qin Bao Bao stood in the crowd and stared blankly. In the piano room, under the sunlight, the young man sat upright by the piano, his hands dancing on the keys. His figure slowly merged with Mo Chinfeng's. The song ended, and so did the song. Everyone was speechless, and Mo forgot to shout, cut. Is it okay? In the silence, Qin Zhe stood up and turned around with a smile. No one could answer him. At the wedding venue. The shooting of the last scene was delayed by more than an hour. Mo said, wait, I need to slow down. That song made me, the director, a little too immersed in the scene. After the scene in the piano room ended, the other female staff in the production team secretly wiped their tears, and the sister cried a little. In private, she punched his chest with her little fists, and the only thing missing was the dubbing, you're cold-blooded, you're cruel, you're unreasonable. At the wedding, everyone was happy. The groom was happy, he finally married the goddess he had been chasing for so long. The groom's parents were happy, their daughter-in-law was beautiful, had a good personality, and was virtuous. The bride's parents were also happy, their daughter married a good man, young, handsome, and had a successful career. There was no one more suitable than him, if that person back then was not surnamed Mo. Friends and relatives gave the newlyweds their blessings, and everyone's faces were full of smiles. But what about the bride? What about the bride? Was she happy or regretful? She looked around at the wedding, until the groom held her hand and walked to the side of the priest. Her hopeful eyes finally dimmed. The priest said, Groom, are you willing to take her as your wife, for richer or poorer, for better or for worse? The groom said, I am. The priest asked again, are you willing to take him as your wife, for richer or poorer, for better or for worse? The bride was silent. The priest asked again. The bride was still silent. Was she expecting something? She had been a good Bao Bao since she was young, and did not have the courage to resist her parents and the rumors. But she still hoped that that person would come to her wedding. Perhaps if he came, she would have the courage. She hoped that he would rush into the church and reach out to her, but no, he did not come. The groom asked with concern, are you feeling unwell? The bride shook her head. So the priest asked again. She was still silent. Just as the groom was frowning, a crystal-clear teardrop fell. I do. Good, cut. Mou's arms shook, and he shouted excitedly, perfect, this is perfect. This teardrop is simply a stroke of genius. The original plot was not like this. After the bride was sad, she got married. But when Qin Bao Bao was acting, she could not say it. She was too immersed in the role, so she hesitated. The groom and the priest were very anxious, and they kept looking at the director. The groom thought to himself, "Director, the bride is crazy, this scene can't be filmed." Then he squeezed the back of Qin Bao Bao's hand. Qin Bao Bao woke up from her dream and said reluctantly, "Yes." If I Turn into Memories had officially wrapped up filming at this point. The crew had to eat in the evening, and the two main actors, Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao, naturally could not be absent. At the banquet, the two main actors, the director, the assistant director, the scriptwriter, and a few important actors sat at the same table. The other crew members sat at 3 tables. In today's society, drinking was very popular. Not only did people drink themselves to death during social gatherings, but employees also drank themselves to death during company gatherings and ran over to drink with the leaders at the table. The driver was definitely a clear stream at the banquet. He did not touch a single drop of alcohol, but it was not that he did not like to drink. He could not drink even if he wanted to. President Qin, I think that this film has a chance of winning the Golden Horse Award. Your Best Actor award is also not a problem. You drank some wine and began to float. Yes. The scriptwriter said, the more literary, tragic, and emotional the easier it is to win an award. If the box office is high, it will be a sure thing. The assistant director agreed. President Qin's acting skills, TSK, I have nothing to say. President Qin, I think when promoting the film, we can write. His face was red and his eyes were bloodshot. He stuttered, If I Become Memories, a heart-wrenching love between a sister and a younger brother. Shocking, it actually stars Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe was speechless. The title is too long, it does not suit the style of the shocking party. Li Wei laughed. Then let's write it like this, shocking. Sister and brother in love, if I become memories. Qin Zhe, Mou waved his hand. The era of the shocking party is over. Now it's the era of the shocking party. The title should be like this, Qin Bao Bao's new film reveals the love between her and Qin Zhe. Looking at the group of people discussing excitedly, Qin Zhe suddenly had an ominous premonition. The film would definitely be promoted. In this day and age, in order to hype up the film, there was no lack of shocking parties and shocking parties. Could he really hide it from his parents? I obviously didn't think of a perfect plan. Why did I agree to act in a forbidden love with my sister? What's wrong with me? Qin Zhe's current mood was the same as when he woke up that day and found that he had slept with Su Yu. 3 words, shocking. He didn't think about going in and out of Su Yu's body. Similarly, he didn't think about acting in a blatant love between a sister and a younger brother. If his parents saw it, how worried they would be. Looking at his sister next to him, his sister was so drunk that her face was rosy. Didn't she worry about this at all? Was his sister so stubborn? Or, did she plan to let him take the blame from the beginning to the end? Qin Zhe panicked. I'm really a salted fish. I started to be afraid after the film was finished. In the evening, the crew drove the sister and brother back and parked the car. He himself took a taxi back. Qin Zhe held his sister, entered the password, fingerprint, and opened the door to go home. It was 11:45 in the evening. The living room was dark. Sister Ziwei must have fallen asleep. Turning on the light in the living room, he carefully put his sister on the sofa and took off her high heels. When Qin Zhe returned with the cotton slippers, his sister slumped on the sofa like a salted fish and fell asleep. Come on, go back to the room. Qin Zhe held her. Go away. Qin Bao Bao opened her eyes and looked at him. She was about to cry. Go away, I hate you. Qin Zhe. Was elder sister drunk and crazy? Qin Bao Bao's eyes were blurred and she cried. You heartless and bad thing, why didn't you come to my wedding? Why did you leave me alone? Believe it or not, I'll die in front of you. She seemed to be very sad and started to cry. Qin Zhe, Was she too deep into the role or too drunk? Should he give her 2 slaps and shout in her ear, "Don't be silly, go wash up and sleep"? Impossible, my sister is so cute, I can't do such a thing. Otherwise, she will kill me when she wakes up. Little fool, why wouldn't I come to your wedding? No, you're thinking too much. Any man who dares to marry you has to go through me first. A movie is just a movie, it doesn't exist in reality. Qin Zhe coaxed his sister. Sister twisted her body and said, "I don't believe it, I don't believe it, you're lying to me. Unless you kiss me." She was so pretentious when she was drunk. Qin Zhe said, "Of course I'm not lying." As she spoke, she kissed her sister's tender cheeks. Sister twisted her body again and pressed her index finger on her bright red lips. She said, "I want to kiss here." Qin Zhe thought to himself, since there's no one here, there's no harm in kissing her. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he heard a click in the corridor and the door opened. Then, the corridor lights turned on and Sister Ziwei walked out in her pajamas and teddy bear cotton slippers. Her hair was disheveled and her eyes were drowsy. "Ace, you're back." Wang Zijin rubbed her eyes. "Where's Bao Bao?" Qin Zhe said. Before he could finish, a pair of lotus arms reached out, wrapped around his neck, and pulled him down forcefully. Qin Zhe, the moment he kissed his sister, he thought, "I have to think of a perfect reason later, otherwise Sister Ziwei will kill me." Chapter 391. There was a smell of alcohol in his sister's mouth. Not only did it not smell bad, but it was also a good experience. Soft, moist, with a faint smell of alcohol and fragrance. 999 likes. Wait, what am I thinking? Now is not the time to taste her lips. Qin Zhe pried his sister's arm away and straightened up. Then, he saw Sister Ziwei standing by the sofa, watching this scene with a hopeless expression. Qin Zhe imagined that hopeless because Sister Ziwei's face was expressionless, and her oval face was stiff. It was so awkward. Even the air became awkward. It was not because he felt guilty, but because he felt that it was very embarrassing to be seen kissing his sister. This was different from filming. If this scene was seen by his parents, he would be dead meat. That. My sister is drunk again. Qin Zhe pretended to be distressed. Ha! Wang Zijin's mouth twitched. Ha. Qin Zhe laughed. Ace, how could you do that? Wang Zijin said faintly. Qin Zhe also drank a lot, so his way of thinking was a little different from usual. When he heard this, he subconsciously thought, "What do you mean? I didn't help my sister." Qin Zhe scratched his head. "Sister Ziwei, actually, we were revising our acting skills." Wang Zijin was stunned and said seriously, "That's why you're a biological sister." A biological sister and a biological sister were not the same thing. At this time, his sister made a scene again and shouted, get out, I've been waiting for you at the wedding for so long. Why haven't you come yet?" His 2 long legs were kicking in all directions. Qin Zhe shrugged at Wang Zijin. See, I told you we were acting." Wang Zijin knocked her best friend's head and said angrily, "That's why you're a biological brother." A biological younger brother and a biological younger brother were 2 different things. Qin Bao opened her eyes and shouted, "It's none of your business." Wang Zijin said angrily, "You kissed my man." Qin Zhe trembled. "Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. You're already so drunk." Wang Zijin muttered, "We're different." Qin Bao was not convinced. "What's the difference? Did you grow up eating shit?" What a terrible line. Qin Zhe silently covered his face. Wang Zijin's mouth twitched. Qin Bao moaned twice, and with a coquettish expression, she fell asleep again. After a long time, Wang Zijin sighed. "Don't just stand there. Take her back to the room and sleep." Okay. Big sister is cute." Carrying his sister into the room, Qin Zhe said, Sister Ziwei, the movie has been completed, but my sister seems to be a little too engrossed in the role. The wedding she mentioned just now was the ending where the female lead marries someone else, and the ending is too heart-wrenching. Wang Zijin nodded. I know. I've finished reading the heart-wrenching novel these two siblings wrote. When the movie is released, let's go watch it together. Qin Zhe pretended to be calm. Watch you kiss Bao Bao. Wang Zijin said faintly. Qin Zhe was speechless. Can't we have a nice chat? Wang Zijin helped her best friend take off her jacket and was about to take off her pants when she turned around and glared at Qin Zhe. What are you standing there for? Get out. I didn't want to do it. You're always wronging me. Qin Zhe left the room, feeling wronged. Wang Zijin gently tucked in the blanket and patted her best friend's face. You're hopeless. She whispered, Bao Bao, let me ask you again. Who is your favorite? She had asked this question before, and the answer she received at that time almost made Wang Zijin doubt her life. Now, she wanted to ask it again. Magic mirror, tell me who is the prettiest in this world. Qin Bao Bao opened her eyes and laughed out. Of course, it's Qin Bao, my master. Wang Zijin's face darkened. Qin Bao Bao, who is your favorite? Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. Why should I tell you? Wang Zijin was shocked. You're not drunk? Qin Bao Bao rubbed her head immediately and mumbled, my head hurts a little and my body feels weak. But I'm still conscious. Right, why are you asking me this question? Qin Bao Bao was puzzled. No, nothing. I just want to know if you're planning to fall in love. Wang Zijin said hypocritically. Oh, what love? Of course, the person I like the most is you, Zijin. Qin Bao Bao said hypocritically. Wang Zijin sneered. She was lying through her teeth. What do you like about me? You can't live without tissue every day. Wang Zijin, I hate this name. Qin Bao Bao drank a little too much and said a few words with difficulty. Then, she fell asleep. Wang Zijin closed the door and left the room. She happened to bump into Qin Zhe, who had just come out of the shower. So fast. I've always been fast. I'm multitasking. Qin Zhe said. Then, drink with me. Wang Zijin thought to herself. As expected of a fast shooter. I drank a lot today. I can't drink anymore. Qin Zhe said. Then I'll drink by myself. Wang Zijin complained. Or, you can drink a little more. The two took a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet, mixed it with green tea, and sat on the soft single sofa on the balcony. They tasted the wine, chatted, and enjoyed the night view. Sister Ziwei, is it really okay not to go home for the new year? Qin Zhe said. Of course. Wang Zijin curled her lips. But I'm in the rebellious period after all. I don't care about that. Qin Zhe, this sister seemed to have not figured out her age. Sister Ziwei was 26 years old, not 16. You and Suyu are two extremes. Qin Zhe smiled bitterly. Why do you say that? Wang Zijin picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Qin Zhe roughly described Suyu's situation. She has a bad relationship with her parents and is alone. Sister Ziwei has a headache and left home because her family arranged a marriage. Wang Zijin expressed her sympathy. Two extremes, but both are pitiful. Qin Zhe thought to himself that Suyu was not pitiful now. She was happy now and living under his crotch. The two talked about the interesting stories of the movie. Qin Zhe talked and Wang Zijin listened. Hearing that Qin Zhe finally wrote songs for this movie, Sister Ziwei was very envious. Aze, you wrote so many songs for Bao Bao. When will you write one for me? Wang Zijin said. She said sadly, Bao Bao is so lucky. If you want to be a star, you write songs and start a company. Whatever she wants, you'll satisfy it. And she has such a good figure and big breasts. I'm always envious of her. She said these words in front of her boyfriend without any pressure. Sister Ziwei. I suddenly want to write a song for you. Qin Zhe said. What song? Sad Pacific. Sister Ziwei's chest size was similar to Su Yu's. In fact, this size was very good. After all, most of the women's chest size in our country was between A and B, and C was already the best. A D-level big boss like her sister was very rare. But there was no harm without comparison. Every time Wang Zijin saw Qin Bao Bao's weapon, she felt inferior. In front of Qin Zhe, this kind of inferiority would be expanded. Sister Ziwei drank and drank, from drinking wine to drinking green tea, and then most of the wine went into Qin Zhe's stomach. Sister Ziwei, I can't drink anymore. Drink some more. I'm in a good mood today. But I really drank too much. Don't think about playing with your sister all day. Pay attention to your empty nest girlfriend, you bastard. Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. Sister Ziwei wanted to have sex while drinking. It was very likely. She was very conservative in this aspect. Normally, it would be very difficult for her to be honest with him, so she planned to get him drunk and then do it shamelessly. Could it be that today I have a chance to test Sister Ziwei's depth? Thinking about it made him excited. Qin Zhe tilted his head and pretended to be drunk. It was not an act. He was really drunk and dizzy. But his body was strong and his liver was very good, so it was very good at sobering up. Therefore, he would not be drunk to the point of unconsciousness. A few minutes later. A's. Wang Zijin called a few times. Qin Zhe murmured as a response. Her cold hand touched his cheek, and Wang Zijin called a few more times tentatively. Qin Zhe responded, but his brain was not sober and he responded instinctively. He was so excited in his heart that he wanted to die. He definitely liked Sister Zijin very much. Wang Zijin's personality determined that the two of them could get along. They could not laugh and play like their sister, nor could they be as shameless as Su Yu. But it was like the ancient saying that they should treat each other with respect. Wang Zijin thought, he's finally drunk. Let me test him. A's, can you hear me? Sister Ziwei. A's, let me ask you a question. Hey, A's, who's your favorite person? Wang Zijin revealed her true intentions. Qin Zhe thought, what's the meaning of this? Before having sex, she wants to confirm it to reassure me. Sister Ziwei is so naughty. Sister Ziwei. Qin Zhe pretended to be tongue-tied and mumbled, I like Sister Ziwei the most. Wang Zijin stared blankly for a moment before a bright and beautiful smile appeared on her face. It was not the name she thought it was. Very good, very good. Ding. Congratulations player, you have shot a Cupid's arrow and successfully hit Wang Zijin. In a few minutes, she will transform into a juicer, full marks for this maneuver. A's, it's cold here. Let's go back to the room and sleep. Wang Zijin held Qin Zhe, and Qin Zhe leaned on her softly. After entering the room, he took off his pants, clothes, and shoes. Wang Zijin covered him with the blanket and kissed Qin Zhe shyly on the lips. Good night. Then, there was no more. Footsteps came from the distance, and the door closed with a bang. Qin Zhe, ding. Player, you have shot a fake Cupid's arrow. Please, Sister Ziwei, I've already taken off my pants. You just want me to sleep. I really want to write a song for you. Really? What kind of woman are you? What kind of woman are you? She watched me sleep but didn't ask me anything. Chapter 392. The post-production of the movie was completed very quickly. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao participated in the whole process. During this time, Qin Zhe recorded the song, What Else Do You Want Me, in the studio and used it as an interlude for the movie. When the movie was released, he definitely couldn't use his original song live. The piano room part was done very well. His figure appeared in the camera from different angles. His side profile, front, back, and his slender fingers dancing on the piano keys. The production team added in the clips from the movie. It was a very poignant MV. They originally planned to use it as a trailer, but MOU rejected it after watching it. When he heard this song in the piano room, he was stunned. If this feeling was exposed in advance, it wouldn't have the effect of palpitating heart when watching the movie. It would reduce the viewing experience. When the time came, the more stunned the audience was, the higher the rating. This way, there was another problem. They had an interlude, but they didn't decide on the theme song and ending song. Director MOU and the music director argued. According to MOU's idea, they just needed to find a passable song. With an interlude that added the finishing touch, as long as the ending song wasn't bad, it would be a good thing. But the music director disagreed. Instead, he felt that with an interlude, if the ending song was too bad, it would be a mistake. The two argued many times because of this. When the movie was nearing the end of production, they argued again in the meeting room. I can guarantee that no one will sit in the theater and listen to an ending song. So, this is not important, MOU said. This is the first time I heard someone say that the theme song is not important. Don't forget, the movie is not only released in the theater. You have to understand that it will be sold to the major online media outlets, the music director retorted. But it's useless. After it's sold, the click rate of the movie has nothing to do with us. It has nothing to do with the theme song. MOU couldn't help but raise his voice. But the trailer is very important. Whether the theme song in the trailer is good or not directly affects the movie's box office, the music director said loudly. I think it won't affect much. As long as we promote it well, with two boss chains as the gimmick, the popularity won't be low. At this time, an employee of the post-production team raised his hand. Leaders, there's no need to argue about this. We can ask Boss Chin to write another song. It's very difficult to write a good song in a short time. But if it's a fast shooter, it shouldn't be a problem. MOU and the music director were both stunned. He hadn't expected this. He had been too tired from working overtime, and he had neglected the fact that his boss was a fast shooter who was as productive as a pig. MOU wondered if he would leave a bad impression if he went to look for Chairman Chin so directly. He might misunderstand that they were all treating him as a fast shooter. The director fell silent. The music director wondered what CEO Chin would think if CEO Chin asked him for a second song after he had just finished writing a song. These people all think I'm a fast shooter. Although the whole world knew that Mr. Chin was a fast shooter, he seemed to avoid it. If he had this kind of association, his impression of me would decrease. A few seconds later. Good idea. I'll leave this matter to you. Yes, young man. You should talk to President Chin about this. The staff was speechless. What was the meaning of this? Why did he suddenly feel like disaster was falling from the sky? The employee braced himself and went to the office to look for Chin Zhe. He politely knocked on the door, and Chin Zhe's voice came from inside. Come in. He pushed the door open and saw the two Chins sitting together on the leather sofa facing the door. He saw the charming CEO Chin pull down the hem of her shirt and rub her buttocks secretly. What's the matter? The other CEO Chin Zhe, asked. The employee calmed himself down and said, the director and the music director aren't very satisfied with the theme song. They want CEO Chin to help write another theme song. Chin Zhe slapped his head. I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. Ask them to come over. The employee left decisively. CEO Chin didn't seem to think too much. What a good boss. Can't your song be the theme song? Chin Bao looked at him from the corner of her eyes. That's an interlude. We still need an ending song or theme song. The director thinks that song is too amazing and it's not suitable for the trailer, Chin Zhe said. Oh. Chin Bao nodded. She suddenly kicked her brother and puffed up her cheeks. You black-hearted maggot. Before the unlucky employee came in, the brother and sister quarreled. The sister, who was not as good as the other, was pressed down on the sofa. The slapping sounds could be heard in every corner of the office. Qin ignored her. He took out a staff from the drawer and started writing the song and lyrics. When Mou and the music director knocked on the door and came in, Qin had already finished writing the accompaniment and was writing the chorus. Give me 5 more minutes. CEO Qin didn't even look up. 5 minutes later, he threw the song to the music director. Finish the accompaniment. I'll record the song tomorrow. The music director and director Mou looked at each other and felt a sense of admiration. He was really a fast shooter. It was 2F** King fast. They couldn't think of the leader that way. Maybe the leader had already prepared it a long time ago. Mou glanced at the score and said in surprise, what if I become a memory? It has the same name as the novel. CEO Qin really did prepare a theme song. The music director added, CEO Qin, can you sing? Let us hear it first. Qin nodded and cleared his throat. Qin Bao said, wait a minute. She got up and ran to the back of the CEO's desk. She took the guitar hanging on the wall. This guitar was bought by Qin Bao for Qin. Because Wang Zijin bought a guitar for Qin as a birthday present, the sister secretly competed and bought a guitar too. She didn't bring it home and left it in the office. Wang Zijin bought a wooden guitar, but she bought an electric one. In some aspects, women were really childish and ridiculous. After a while, Qin's voice and the sound of the guitar could be heard. Tired, trying to stay awake as usual. Also thinking of you as usual. So scared, sleeping in peace. My heart doesn't listen in my dreams. Then it stops. This song didn't fit the theme of the movie, but it didn't matter as long as it sounded good. It was enough that there was an interlude that fit the theme of the movie. If there was another song, it would be superfluous. The music director was excited. This song is good, this song is good. Mou was convinced. CEO Qin's standard is unquestionable. Qin Bao said in her heart, of course, my brother is the best. The theme song was decided just like that. The music director hurriedly left with the score. Mou also continued his work. After the film was completed, it had to be sent to the SARFT for review. In the past few years, the SARF's style of doing things had become stricter and stricter. If there was even the slightest problem, the SARFT would be stopped. Considering the company's leader's connections with the SARFT, there shouldn't be any big problems. However, he still had to use his connections, so there was still a lot of follow-up work. I have to stay with Tianfang for a few days. The investment company is preparing to expand its business. So you can't handle it alone. Is it okay to leave Tianfang to you? After the two of them left, Qin said, the stock market crashed too fast. I once wanted to take advantage of this bull market to expand my assets to more than 30 billion. I thought too much. Don't look at how much money I made in half a year. That's because I just happened to keep up with the trend of the times. In the future, the pace of making money will slow down. Don't worry, sister is so great. No problem. I will keep an eye on the follow-up work of this movie. There's no problem with the publicity work. Qin Bao patted her chest grandly. I thought you only knew how to sob, Qin complained. Qin Bao pouted. You just look down on me, sob. Qin there was no saving this sobbing monster. Speaking of which, his sister was still very capable. She was not as scheming as Wang Zijin. Her knowledge was not as deep as Su Yu's. She was afraid of hardships and fatigue and did not have much tenacity. But if it was something she should learn, she would focus on it. Half a year ago, she was still an ordinary person, with a perky chest and a slim waist. Today, half a year later, even without Qin she could still manage Tianfang well. Her connections in the entertainment industry had also expanded. 1/3 of the company's business was brought in by her own connections. An A-list singer, a female celebrity that advertisers loved the most. 1/3 of it was Chin Zay's connections. The current Chin Zay was rich and powerful, crossed out. The rest was what Tian Fong had accumulated previously. Chin Zay drove straight to Baoza Investment. There was a meeting in the afternoon. All the middle and upper management of the company were present. The stock market had weakened. The company definitely had to find another way out. They could not continue to invest all their financial resources in the stock market. It was time to develop other businesses. Not long after Chin Zay left, Qin Baobao stayed in the office and put on a face mask for 10 minutes. Then, she went out to inspect the work. The post-production team was very diligent. They were afraid that they would speak too loudly, so they whispered to each other about work. The crisp sound of Qin Baobao's high heels could be heard. They all looked up and greeted her. Qin Baobao nodded and asked casually, "When will the trailer be ready?" "As long as the theme song is recorded, it will be ready immediately," a staff member said. "What about the publicity?" Qin Baobao asked. "The movie posters are already out. We can release a batch of them tomorrow and the day after." "The marketing department said that we will start a bombing campaign at the end of April," another staff member replied. A mature and on-track company did not need the boss to handle everything personally. The other leaders could handle everything well. The boss's existence was to make the final call on important decisions. "Let me see the movie posters." Qin Baobao was excited. The staff member in charge of the art department pulled up a few posters on the computer. The first one was of a slightly bleak street in early spring. Both sides of the street were filled with sycamore trees. Chin Zay stood by the street and looked at the beautiful figure in the distance. It was beautiful and poignant. The second one was of a blue sky and bright sunshine. Qin Baobao was lying on the lawn. Chin Zay was lying on top of her. The two of them looked at each other affectionately. Their lips were very close to each other. The third one was of a corner of the campus. Chin Zay was pressing Qin Baobao against the wall. The sun shone from the side. Qin Baobao's eyelashes were very long and caught the light. Chin Zay lowered his head and kissed Qin Baobao's lips. Their side profiles were very beautiful. Qin Baobao's girlish heart was overflowing. She nodded enthusiastically. "Did you take these photos?" The staff member nodded vigorously. "Not bad, not bad. I'll give you an extra drumstick later." Qin Baobao smiled sweetly. "Send these photos to my computer." She went back to her office happily. The staff member smiled happily. In the office, Qin Baobao received the movie poster. She admired it over and over again. A sweet smile bloomed on her face. Such a perfect poster. It was better to share it with others than to share it alone. Wasn't the existence of chat groups for showing off? She logged into the chat software online and sent the poster to the group. "Oh, the poster is out. I'm so shy." Qin Baobao chose to send it to this group for a reason. There were only 4 people in this group. They were Su Yu, Wang Zijin, and Nan Man Pei. The first 2 had been blacklisted by this Baobao. The latter was vigilant and continued to pay attention. Chapter 393. About 10 minutes after the message was sent, the first reply was from Nan Man Pei. "Nan Man Pei, yo, a new movie." Qin Baobao, "Yeah, A's and I just took a, cute emoji." Nan Man Pei, "So, are you posting this to promote the movie or to show off your intimacy with your younger brother?" Wow, this question was so heart-wrenching. Qin Baobao, who originally intended to show off her intimacy with her younger brother, didn't know how to answer. If she answered that she was promoting the movie, the disgusting effect would be gone. If she answered that she was showing off her intimacy with her younger brother, it would feel too demonic. Clearly, he only needed to understand it. Why did he have to ask? This black-hearted sister man, same question. "Su Yu, by the way, I'm going to act too, remember to call me next time. Qin Bao Bao, can you act? Do you think acting doesn't require acting skills? Do you think you can act just because you're pretty? Naive. Qin Bao Bao mercilessly attacked Suyu. Suyu sent a hee emoji. Does acting require acting skills? If you want that, half of the stars in the entertainment industry will lose their jobs. Suyu continued, also, aren't you relying on your beauty to survive in the entertainment industry? Why can't I? Qin Bao Bao, TSK, this teddy bear's words were so sharp. Qin Bao Bao attacked, isn't Baoza going to expand his business? How can you have time to act? Besides, Tianfeng is mine, I don't like you. Suyu sneered, I also have shares in Tianfeng. A small shareholder is also a shareholder. Bean buns are also dry food. Nan Man Pei, are you serious? What movie are you going to act in? It's boring. Suyu, it's interesting, then I can kiss Qin Zhe. Nan Man Pei, Sister Man thought to herself, you still care about kissing? You know Qin Zhe's strengths and weaknesses very well. Kissing, this kind of house thing, is not what you, Suyu, look at. Qin Bao Bao, ha ha ha. Damn that Teddy Su. Her ambition was clear as day. Suyu, ha ha ha. Qin Bao Bao was speechless. Then, Suyu and Qin Bao Bao fought again, mocking and ridiculing each other. Nan Man Pei occasionally sent emoticons and ellipses, playing the role of an onlooker. Chat group, catfight. How interesting. At the same time, Sister Man was very confused. Wasn't Qin Zhe's girlfriend Wang Zijin? Why did she feel that Qin Bao Bao's sister was more like his girlfriend? Otherwise, why would she be so entangled with Suyu? On the contrary, Wang Zijin, who was his girlfriend, was very calm. She did not express any opinion from beginning to end. Nan Man Pei, Qingxing Zijin, what do you think? Wang Zijin finally jumped out. Well, the novel is very good. I believe the movie will be great too. Was that all? Of course not. Sister Ziwei had already silently forwarded the picture to Qin Ma, Auntie, Bao Bao and A's new movie. This is the promotional poster. It will be released in May. You must go and see it. Those were the original words. Suyu, Qingxing Zijin, do you want to make a movie together? Provocation, Wang Zijin, not interested. Suyu, yes, we are different, there needs to be an echo here. After all, I am a woman who knows Qin Zhe's strengths and weaknesses. Wang Zijin, we're different, echo is needed here. Suyu is just a crazy woman. I am his real girlfriend. Qin Bao Bao chuckled. What's the difference? Which one of you grew up eating sh*t? Suyu, Wang Zijin, on the other side, Qin Ma stood in the living room, holding a mop in one hand and a cell phone in the other. When she received Wang Zijin's message, she was mopping the floor. She said that her son and daughter were making a movie again. There was nothing wrong with that. However, the 3 promotional posters made Qin Ma very sad. What do you want me to do? Your sudden message is enough to make me sad, Qin Ma, who was sad, immediately called her husband. Old Qin, a few days ago, you said that you went to the set to watch A's and Bao Bao filming, right? Old Master, yes, filming is quite boring. The same scene is repeated several times. There is nothing to see. I watched for more than an hour and then left. There was nothing to see and you watched for more than an hour? Qin Ma hesitated. You watched for so long. Then, you don't have any objections? They did that. You didn't even tell me. Old Master was confused. What do you mean? Qin Ma sighed. I'll send you a few pictures. She thought to herself, old man, you have to hold on. She sent the 3 posters over. A moment later, she called again. What do you think? You must beat them up. Old Master laughed. Not bad. Bao Bao is very beautiful. Ace is also very handsome. This is called beauty. My students are all using it. Qin Ma. What do you mean? Your son and daughter have shamelessly kissed each other. You only care about beauty. Qin Ma said in a serious tone, even if it is a movie, kissing is not good. Old master, you are making a fuss. You don't know the power of technology at all. Making a fuss. You. Old Qin, you are like this. Qin Ma's sadness turned into a river again. I've seen it all. The kissing scene was done by a stunt double. They just showed up. Old master's tone was calm. Qin Ma breathed a sigh of relief. It was acceptable if it was a stunt double. But it was his son and daughter who showed up. This made him feel sad. However, Qin Ma said in her heart, you don't know how terrible your children are. After hanging up the phone, Qin Ma held the phone in a daze. May, huh? I have to go and see. Qin Zhe arrived at Bao Zhe Company at 1:30 p.m. just after the lunch break. He immediately held a meeting. One of the two futures departments would be retained. The other two would be retained. The other would be developed into other financial businesses and set up new departments. Two team leaders were promoted. Qin Zhe had a good network in the entertainment industry. The stars who had tasted the benefits were all talking about buying their company's fund products. Therefore, even without the huge profits from the stock market, the company's profits were still thriving. The meeting ended at 3 p.m. Qin Zhe and Suyu went back to the office to rest. Suyu put on black-rimmed anti-radiation glasses and wrote the work plan of the new department in front of the computer. Looking at it this way, she had a bit of the temperament of a woman with glasses. What are you writing? Qin Zhe asked. Some things in the investment department. Suyu tapped on the keyboard. Husband, I'm hungry. Can't you be quiet? Let's talk about it at night. Qin Zhe was helpless. Suyu was stunned and blinked her eyes. I hate you, always thinking about things that are not suitable for children. I'm hungry. Qin Zhe, what do you want to eat? I'll go to the convenience store downstairs to buy it. A glass of milk, 2 hot dogs, a sandwich, and a banana. Suyu said. Qin Zhe helped her buy the things back. She was still writing, no, tapping hard on the keyboard. Suyu's mobile phone on the table vibrated and rang non-stop. Why don't you answer it? Qin Zhe said. Crazy bees and butterflies. Suyu said. What do you mean? Suyu said softly, husband, it's a stinky man who wants to steal your woman. Speaking of which, Suyu is also a beauty at the goddess level in the workplace. In the hearts of countless male employees, my beautiful president, and my iceberg beauty president, could definitely write 500 chapters of male songs in their hearts. It was not surprising that such a high-quality woman was pursued. How dare they think about Hei's king's woman? Who is it? Qin Zhe frowned. Suyu was a little happy and said charmingly, you answer the phone yourself. Qin Zhe picked up the phone and said, who is it? The other side was stunned, and a thick male voice, you are? If you have something to say it quickly. Oh, I'm looking for Suyu. She doesn't have time to answer the phone. She's busy. If you have something to say, tell me. Qin Zhe said. Who are you? Why do you have her mobile phone? The tone of the other side suddenly became bad. I'm Ju, right, luring, Jing, stem. If it were the system next door, there would definitely be such a prompt, from XXX's negative emotions, plus 10086. Unfortunately, his system was low-level. Suyu slowly opened the milk, took a sip, and deliberately said loudly, well. My husband's milk is thick and delicious, and it's still hot. Qin Zhe's body shook. Suyu took a tissue to wipe her mouth and said sweetly, oh, you have a lot of goods. Qin Zhe found that the other side silently hung up the phone. Qin Zhe said helplessly, Li Shizhen's skin. Suyu licked her lips. My father has a son who is a family friend. I've seen him a few times at home. At first, he chased me crazily, but I'm not interested in this kind of man who is gentle and thrifty in front of the elders and is proficient in 48 hands behind their backs. As she said, she threw a fresh and refined coquettish look. My husband, who is proficient in 365 hands, is what I belong to. Qin Zhe said angrily, eat lollipops at night. Suyu pretended not to hear and focused on writing. Eat lollipops at night. Qin Zhe repeated. I don't want to listen, you bastard. Suyu acted coquettishly. This is very unmasochistic. Eat lollipops at night. Qin Zhe repeated again. Suyu curled her lips, oh. Well, this is the right style. Suyu finished the hot dog and sandwich, drank the milk, and burped comfortably. The banana took a small bite and said, it's hard and astringent, not ripe, don't want it. Then throw it away. It's a waste to throw it away, husband, you eat it. Suyu put the banana over. Qin Zhe just opened his mouth, and she poked it in. Qin Zhe choked and held her hand. Are you crazy? Do you want to choke me? Suyu said righteously, I'll return this sentence to you. Qin Zhe. Chapter 394. At 6:00 in the afternoon, the sky was dark. It was the beginning of spring, and the sky didn't get dark so quickly. People living in the metropolis ended a busy day. Qin Zhe and Suyu got off work on time and went to the vegetable and fruit shop near Suyu's house to buy groceries. Suyu held Qin Zhe's arm and was in high spirits. She strolled around the small shop, which gave her the feeling of Nanjing Road pedestrian street. Qin Zhe's patience was surprisingly good, because when he saw Suyu's happy smile, he remembered a very artistic sentence, this world is very beautiful, because there are traces of you. So even if he was buying groceries, he was happy. The old driver Qin Zhe personally cooked 3 dishes and 1 soup. Suyu ate happily. Qin Zhe was good at cooking. His cooking skills were good. The dishes not only looked, smelled, and tasted good, but also had the feeling of home. Halfway through the meal, Suyu's feet under the table were restless and she tried to tease Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe glared at her. Not only was he not afraid, but he also threw a coquettish glance. Don't make trouble. Do you want to play at the dinner table? Qin Zhe said angrily. Suyu blushed and answered shyly. Qin Zhe, your blushing makes me very anxious. My little teddy is getting more and more dirty. After the meal, Qin Zhe washed the dishes in the kitchen. He told his sisters that he wouldn't go home to cook at night. His sister knew that he was busy recently, so she didn't pester him for the reason. She said, oh, and said, can't you eat pork without butcher Qin? Qin Zhe said, what's with your attitude? Then you eat pork, I'll eat abalone tonight. Qin Bao said disdainfully, it's not like I haven't eaten abalone before. What's there to show off? Qin Zhe sneered 3 times at that time. His sister was too naive. Suyu leaned against the door and made a seductive posture. Hubby, you've worked hard. I'll reward you later. Qin Zhe followed her words and said with a smile, what reward? Suyu made a smile that didn't sound like a good family and walked away with a twist of his waist. When Qin Zhe finished washing the dishes, he saw her in the room. She had already washed herself clean and was wearing a maid outfit with a pair of cat ears on her head. Cat ears. This move was too much. When I bought it last time, there was a complimentary cat ear. I was embarrassed to take it out. Suyu's face was flushed. She had also overcome the shame in her heart for a long time to dress up like this. Cat ears may be late, but they will never be absent, Suyu said. This is an indispensable part of the uniform series. Recently, she read a lot of shameless women's chicken soup on the internet. The chicken soup said that women should be able to go to the hall and the kitchen, fight against the mistress, beat the rogue. Suyu was not interested in these. She agreed with one of the sentences, women's modesty can add points, but women's modesty can't stay in bed. Suyu glanced at Qinzhe's tent and bit her lip. Go take a shower. Qinzhe snorted, wait for me. Keep an eye on the crotch. 9:00 in the evening. Qinzhe leaned against the headboard of the bed, comfortably smoking a cigarette. After smoking a cigarette, he was as happy as a fairy. Suyu snuggled up to him, her snow-white shoulders were exposed to the air, her hair was messy, and her face was flushed. Qinzhe, I want to show you something. Suyu straightened up and showed her snow-white and graceful body to him without any psychological barriers. Qinzhe stared at her fiercely. No need to see it. It's not the first time I've seen it. Suyu blushed and said, not this, bastard, it's the mobile phone. She lay on Qinzhe's body, stretched out her small hand, hooked it a few times, and took the mobile phone on the bedside table. Look, Qin Bao sent it in the group. Suyu showed him the mobile phone. It was Qin Bao's poster to show off. Qinzhe looked at it for a moment, and his head was full of black lines. Didn't I tell you to leave the group? Suyu pretended to be stupid, I took off my skirt, otherwise how could you come in? Qinzhe, damn it. As long as you're happy. Qinzhe said in despair. Forget it, I'm too lazy to care about them. Live in the moment, have fun, and don't care about messy things. Next time there's a movie, ask me to shoot it, okay? Suyu raised her beautiful and refined face. I'm so hot and beautiful. Standing still is a scenery. It will definitely increase the box office. Let's talk about it later. The movie just finished shooting. How can it be so fast? Besides, I don't plan to shoot anymore. Qinzhe said. Huh? Suyu said angrily, how can you be like this? Oh, you only shoot a kissing scene with your sister. You're too biased. If you have the ability, write a novel. I'll help you change it into a script. You'll be the female lead, and I'll be the male lead. Qinzhe said in a bad mood. You don't say, my dream when I was a child was to become a writer. Suyu said, I'm best at writing sad rumors. I used to write essays that won awards. When I was a child, I dreamed of being a scientist. Qinzhe sneered, things like dreams are disdained by salted fish, because salted fish know that it's not reliable. She pinched him angrily. Qinzhe gasped and scolded, you don't know how to control your strength. Suyu said angrily, you don't love me at all. Qinzhe used his dragon claw to scratch her, does it hurt? Suyu was about to cry, it hurts, 9:30. Suyu said, you're still not leaving? Qinzhe hugged her, I'm not leaving. How about I stay with you tonight? Suyu frowned, how are you going to explain it to your sister Ziwei? Qinzhe, do whatever you want. I'm going to give up sooner or later anyway. Suyu said softly, then you'd better go, I'm used to sleeping alone. She turned over, wrapped the quilt tightly, and turned the back of her head to Qinzhe. Qinzhe felt pity in his heart. He hugged her from behind, buried his head in her hair, and whispered, sleep, I won't leave tonight. Sometimes I really hope you can be a little bit of a jerk. Suyu said. What? Qinzhe didn't understand. Suyu shook her head and said silently in her heart, compared to forcing you to choose one of the two, I'm more afraid of being abandoned by you. But Qinzhe's arms that hugged her slender waist were strong and hot, and that was a man's thick chest. He said that he would stay with her at night, giving her an infinite sense of security, so she kept this sentence in her heart. At this time, she also heard Qinzhe murmur, waist, sister, most, admirable, so you didn't hear it all. Qinzhe's original words, sister's waist is still the most comfortable. Tight, elastic, small waist with a mermaid line. Before going to bed, Qinzhe sent a text message to sister Ziwei and Bao, saying that he would stay in the company for the night. The next day, Qinzhe and Suyu were both late, both with dark circles under their eyes. Before Suyu went to work, she carefully touched up her makeup, but if one looked closely, one could still see that she was in low spirits. Last night, one of them was the one who made the first move. Maybe Suyu gave Qin-Zhe an abyss gaze, or maybe Qin-Zhe showed Suyu an iron rod. Anyway, in the middle of the night, the two of them fought again. They went to bed at 9:30 and woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning, full of energy. Then they fought until dawn. It would be strange if they were in good spirits. In the morning, after taking a shower and changing clothes, Suyu cried and complained, "The sheets can't be covered, and the sheets can't be used." Qin-Zhe simply booked a room in a hotel near the company to let Suyu catch up on sleep. He was strong and could still hold on. There was still a meeting in the company in the afternoon, so Suyu couldn't ask for leave to go home. At noon, he brought food into the hotel to find Suyu for lunch. The two talked about the direction of the company's expansion. Suyu was more conservative and wanted to establish a firm foothold in the financial industry first. Qin-Zhe, on the other hand, wanted to expand his territory and roll around in other industries. "Host, I have a good product here," the system said. "Long time no see, system boss." Qin-Zhe was happy. "Do you have a product to reward me?" "No." The system sneered mercilessly. "Dream at night, keep your mind clear during the day." "Then what are you talking about? Your design drawings and whatnot are all sky-high prices." "I don't have enough points," Qin-Zhe said. "TSK, the host is really a salted fish. Always thinking about doing business. Don't you know that business is harmful to the country and real estate is prosperous?" The system complained. "People all over the country want to beat people when they hear it." Qin-Zhe ridiculed. "Of course, business things are expensive, but virtual things are very cheap," the system said. "What do you mean?" Qin-Zhe was at a loss. "For example, the internet. Now the Internet Plus is the mainstream development trend of society, and the Internet does not exist physically, it is just a virtual data," the system said. "I understand, you are talking about online games or something." "System, you want to support me to kill Penguin?" Qin-Zhe was excited. "No, your points are not enough to exchange for large-scale online games, your points," the system said. "I looked at it for you, it's probably only enough to exchange for an antivirus software." Qin-Zhe, "What the F***ck, can I use antivirus software to kill a lowly person like you?" The system said, "The Internet technology tree, antivirus software is only a part of it. You can use points to exchange in the future to slowly perfect the technology tree. There are discounts. For example, the online game you mentioned just now. Let me be clear, it is only an example. The production of online games is also a part of the Internet technology tree. If you exchange for antivirus software, you can exchange for other technology tree products in the future. You will get a 50% discount." Qin-Zhe understood. "That's it. In online games, you learn from a master, start with basic skills, and then slowly level up, from a rookie to a newbie. So be it if it's an antivirus software. The system's products must be the best. Who knows, maybe I can unify the country's antivirus platform." "How many points?" 2,000. Damn, Qin-Zhe's balls hurt. He only had 2,800 points in total. "I'm not exchanging, I want to keep the points for missions," Qin-Zhe said. "In fact, with your salted fish personality, missions are rarer than meteor showers. Moreover, you are already in the middle of a mission. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 6,000 points, and if you fail, the corresponding points will be deducted. There is no point in you keeping these points. If you fail, it won't save you," the system said. Chapter 395. In the end, he still exchanged it. If he abandoned the ambition of being the leader of the world, the system's golden finger was still quite powerful. You see, after exchanging a few songs, Qin-Zhe was given the title of the first fast shooter in the music industry. You see, After swallowing a few skill books, hanging an all over his head for a month, and sleeping only 4 hours a day, he achieved his goal of earning 100 million yuan a month. You see, the system gave elementary school students radio gymnastics. The times are calling. After practicing for more than half a year, it was not a problem to deal with a teddy bear, but his waist was a little painful. Qin Zhe wiped his bitter tears. Now, he has to use the hard-earned money of half a year to exchange for an antivirus software. This seems to be the system opening a way for him to dominate the internet industry. In fact, an antivirus software can at most set up a good internet company, right? Can you beat black cats and gray dogs, and penguins? Even in the internet industry, there are many unrivaled bosses. But since it was produced by the system, and the price was 2,000 points, 30 points is a fine song, 2,000 points, how can it be bad? It is impossible to help him reach the sky in one step, but it is still very appropriate to open a channel for him to climb slowly. Why don't you talk? Suyu ate the food in small bites, raised her beautiful face, and said sweetly, "Do you think what I said is very reasonable, and you have nothing to say?" The two of them were arguing about Bao's future. Although Suyu was a little masochistic, in life and in bed, she was resigned to it. But in work, she was very opinionated, and even a little overbearing. "I do things, don't talk about it." Looking at her working style when she was in the company, she could delegate power to the manager, but she would never allow her half-brother Suhao to dictate. "Let's do this, for the time being, follow your idea, but share a batch of funds." Qin Zhe murmured, "I want to register a network technology company." Suyu raised her head from the lunch box, stuffed food in her mouth, swallowed, and was stunned. "What do you want to do? Venture capital is not as messy as you. Your major is finance, my major is also finance. Our milk, harmonious, blend is 1 + 1 is greater than 2. But the internet industry, do you understand? Even if you want to invest in the internet, you don't have to register your own company. You can just invest in venture capital. I can't explain it clearly in a short time. Just treat it as me playing around. Anyway, I don't need to invest too much money," Qin Zhe said. "All right then, you're the head of the household." Suyu pouted. "I'll get someone to do it tomorrow." "Good girl, I'll reward you with a lollipop before you check out." "I'm not eating." Scram. After the meeting in the afternoon, Qin Zhe received a call from Huang Yitsong. "Qin Zhe, my company is investing in a movie and we need a second female lead. The crew is interested in Li Wei from your company," Huang Yitsong said. "Do I need you, the CEO, to make the call personally?" Qin Zhe laughed. "Of course not," Huang Yitsong said. "I found a very nice clubhouse a few days ago and made an appointment with a few friends. Would you like to have some fun?" "How nice." Qin Zhe's tone became sneaky. "I found 2 of the top 10 weapons in the pugilistic world. Don't you think it's nice?" Huang Yitsong chuckled. "Did you feed your little wife?" "She's bored at home and went to do business. Recently, she's been running around on business and enjoying herself." "So you're having an affair behind her back? How can a man improve his martial arts if he doesn't have an affair? Have you seen a straight-A student who only knows how to solve a math problem? That makes sense. Address and time." "At a clubhouse." The so-called high-end clubhouse was a place where the rich gathered to eat, drink, and have fun. There were many types of clubhouses. For example, women liked to go to beauty and fitness clubs. Men liked to go to unique clubs. They did not like to play sports, but clubs like golf, shooting, bowling, horseback riding, and so on. The clubhouse that Huang Yitsong invited Qin Zhe to was a health club. There were massages, foot baths, massage, acupuncture, and so on. "I heard that you and your sister just finished filming your new movie." Huang Yitsong lay comfortably on the recliner, wearing a bathrobe and holding a glass of red wine. "It's going to be released in early April." Qin Zhe also wore a bathrobe and drank red wine. They had just finished massaging and enjoyed the service of the female technician's soft hands. "It's a big gathering in April," Huang Yizong said. Yeah. Qin Zhe nodded. Do you remember the number of the female technician who massaged you just now? Huang Yizong smiled and said, I specifically asked her to come. She's a famous weapon. You can take her away at night. Qin Zhe recalled the female technician's good looks, slim figure, and charming eyes. This trip was a social event between men and also a tour of the adult world. He was already a billionaire, but he had never been to a clubhouse. It would be embarrassing if word got out. Forget it. I don't like shared bicycles. I have my own car. Qin Zhe shook his head. If it was in the past, he might not be able to resist the temptation. Although famous weapons were good, they were like university and miss. They were used by people every day. Brother, I'm mainly here to learn from you, Qin Zhe said. Sure. As long as it's not about essence. Huang Yizong nodded. Is it about the entertainment company? No. Then is it 48 hands? Huang Yizong was interested. I've created 365 hands. 48 hands is too low end. I'm not going to talk about this with you. Qin Zhe said, aren't you experienced? You have a lot of women outside, right? How do you manage to keep the red flag at home and the colorful flag outside? Isn't this the talent of rich men? Why are you asking me this? Huang Yizong said curiously, besides, it's too early for you to think about this. Look at those rich bachelors now. They change girlfriends as easily as they change clothes. Besides, you don't have a red flag at home. Qin Zhe waved his hand. I'm different from those flirtatious sluts. I talk about relationships. Huang Yizong rolled his eyes. Pretentious. Qin Zhe was speechless. I have no experience in this area. My red flag doesn't know that I have a colorful flag outside. She thinks that she's the only flag under the sky. If I can make my red flag and colorful flag coexist, I won't have to play behind her back, Huang Yizong said. You might be a fake driver. Qin Zhe was a little disappointed. But my grandfather has experience, Huang Yizong said. Qin Zhe was stunned. What do you mean? I have 2 grandmothers. How did your grandfather do it? There's no skill involved. What do you mean? My grandfather used to be a landlord. It's normal for him to have 2 wives. My father is the silly son of a landlord. He also wanted to have 2 wives like his father, but he was suppressed by my mother. He could only have a mistress outside. Huang Yizong said, actually, in our circle, mistresses and whatnot are very normal. Which man with a net worth of hundreds of millions or billions would stay by his wife? Oh, you're different from us flirtatious sluts. Qin Zhe was speechless. Qin Zhe was not convinced. Those mistresses don't have feelings. They're all here for the money. Who said that? Haven't you heard of love grows with time? Huang Yizong retorted, I have a brother who failed in his investment and went bankrupt. His wife brought the children back to her parents' home and wanted a divorce. In the end, his mistress took him in and never left him. After he made a comeback, he married his mistress. The role model of the 3 realms. No, I'm asking how to live together harmoniously. That's hard to say. Some hide it, some tacit understanding, and some don't want to see it. But I've never heard of anyone who can live happily with a mistress, Huang Yizong said. I understand. Qin Zhe sighed. Huang Yizong glanced at him. Are you stuck between 2 women and can't decide? Yes. 2, 3, or 4. You want all of them? Yes. Then don't get married. Marriage means you have to make a choice. Just don't get married. I thought so too, but how many years can a woman wait for you? I also want to give them happiness. Then have you ever thought that it's your desire to make a choice that makes them feel insecure? Qin Zhe was shocked. Huang Yizong patted him on the shoulder. A marriage certificate can at most give a woman a sense of security. There was no such thing before. They're marrying you, not little notebook. To put it bluntly, they need a sense of security. As long as you give them a sense of security, they won't care about things like a small book. Oh, yes, a small book is not only a sense of security, but also property. No one wants to give birth to an illegitimate child who has no right of inheritance. Qin Zhe said, I don't have to worry about that. Whether it was Su Yu or his sister, they were all rich people. Sister Ziwei was even more so. She was the daughter of a rich family. As long as she was willing, Qin Zhe could give her whatever he had. If he didn't have it, he would find a way to give it to her. Hey, it seems that something strange has sneaked in. Sister, crossed out, pretend you didn't see it. Chapter 396. Seeing that he was deep in thought, Huang Yizong smiled and said, Isn't listening to my words better than studying for 10 years? Qin Zhe said, T, China's 9-year compulsory education can't compare to your words. Huang Yizong was speechless. Let's talk about the movie. I heard it's a romance between an older woman and a younger man. Huang Yizong said, Our company originally wanted to adapt that novel into a movie, but some time ago, the news was tight and the higher-ups were nitpicking. To be safe, we gave up. We planned to wait for a while and see how things go. I didn't expect you to beat us to it. The novel was very popular, but the movie adaptation rights had not been sold because of this reason. That's fine. Didn't young Master Duan make a few remakes? Qin Zhe said, If I slept with it, it would be a banned film. If I didn't, it would be a literary film. Your backer is really strong. Huang Yizong sighed. Yes, Tara Stone's backer. Qin Zhe said. After the two of them finished their foot bath, Qin Zhe was about to leave. It was now 8:00 in the evening. It's quite comfortable. My waist has been revived. Qin Zhe stretched. Let's come again next time. You. What do you want me to say? Seeing that he was about to leave, Huang Yizong sighed. You didn't realize the beauty of this club at all. No matter how beautiful the shared bike is, it's not mine. Brother, let's go. Qin Zhe left and walked to the changing room. I'll get someone to send you. Don't drive after drinking. It's okay, I'll ride the shared bike. It's not far from my house. Huang Yizong was speechless. Didn't he not want the shared bike? This B**TCH was really pretentious. When they reached home, it was 8:30. Dynamic music rushed to their faces. The TV was playing a dance tutorial video. The sisters were wearing yoga clothes and learning to dance on the TV. It was a very hot dance. Coupled with the sisters' domineering figure, it was pleasing to the eye. The way her butt moved could only be described with one word, awesome. Wang Zijin was half lying on the sofa, wearing headphones and looking down at the video. I'm back, Qin Zhe said. The sisters replied with an, oh, and then went back to their own business. That's why Japan's etiquette is pretty good. When the male host returns home, the female host will cross her hands and stand at the entrance. Welcome back. Have you guys had dinner? Yes, Bao Bao. Wang Zijin said, how about you? How's the company? Fortunately, we've formulated a preliminary development plan. A's, come dance with me. Qin Bao Bao panted. I don't know how to dance. Big sister will teach you. There are some things that men have to try. Learn from big sister for the first time. Qin Bao Bao said. What a terrible line. Qin Zhe took off his jacket. How about a tango? You know how to dance. Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. I don't know how. Go wash up and sleep. What are you doing here? Wang Zijin snorted. His sister bounced to his side and said with a smile, if you don't know how to dance tango, then we'll dance ordinary aerobics. Qin Zhe glanced at her deep cleavage. Coach, I want to play basketball. Zijin, you come too. You'll get a belly if you sit all day after eating, Qin Baobao said. No way. Wang Zijin refused. Come on, only A's will accompany me. It's boring. 1 A's can't satisfy you. Qin Zhe, Sister Ziwei, your lines are terrible too. Qin Zhe held the remote and chose a more intense dance that was suitable for both men and women. Hey, this dance again. It's tiring. His sister said. It's your body that's too weak. Wang Zijin complained. His sister put her hands on her chest and said in distress, it's tiring here. It's heavy and swaying. Wang Zijin. Suddenly I don't want to dance. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Qin Baobao looked at her back and whispered, she's inferior. After all, she's just a C. Qin Zhe nodded. Sister Ziwei's sadness is the ocean. Besides, you'll be beaten by other women if you say that. By the way, you practice dancing during the day and dance at home. I don't remember when you liked dancing so much. I'll walk in a few days. I'll dance. Oh, okay. Dancing is good for your figure. Qin Zhe thought that dancing women had particularly soft figures. He and Suyu practiced 365 moves and finally encountered a bottleneck because Suyu couldn't do some postures. For example, trapeze. If it was his sister, she should be able to do it easily for more than 5 minutes. Qin Zhe didn't dance with his sister. He slipped into Wang Zijin's room and comforted his sad girlfriend. In fact, C is already very good. Really, I especially like women who can be grasped with one hand. Qin Zhe comforted. Also, what's so good about a big cow? Wang Zijin hypnotized herself, Qin Baobao big cow, Qin Baobao big cow. Suddenly, she smiled. Wang Zijin sat on the bed and patted her side. Sit down. Qin Zhe hugged her waist and shamelessly said sweet words. Chasing girls now, do you only know how to say sweet words? There's nothing practical. Wang Zijin said. Watch a movie. Do you only know how to watch movies? Wang Zijin said, by the way, today, several of my female employees were chatting while eating. They said why boys don't chase girls now. Maybe it's because they're not good looking. Qin Zhe said. They're not bad. They're quite pretty. Then let me analyze. Qin Zhe thought for a moment, I think I know the truth. What truth? Let me tell you, treating a girl to a meal, watching a movie, playing around, and finally sending her home like a gentleman. In a day, it'll cost at least 400 to 500 yuan, right? If it's once a week, it'll be 4 times a month. Almost 2,000 yuan. You might even have to buy gifts, and it'll easily cost thousands. In the end, you might just get a good person card. However, if you use this money to get massages, eat and drink, and find a girl to give you the full service, you can still buy a skin and show off in the game. It's simply too good. Wang Zijin, get out, I'm going to sleep. Wang Zijin kicked her feet repeatedly. Qin Zhe held her warm and soft little feet. I'm talking about others. Of course, I'm not. I'm different from the coquettish bitches outside. Wang Zijin said angrily, then did you give me a gift? The way you chase me is to take me to the movies every day. You're a coward who's afraid of being seen by your sister when you buy gifts. I do everything I can to wash your clothes, do housework, and cook for you every day. What else do you want me to do? Shouldn't there be a gentle and virtuous sister who knows how to take care of people? I'm obviously a sister Khan, but I'm doing what a sister Khan should do. I might be a fake big sister complex. Qin Zhe said, I can give you my most important thing. Then give it to me. Okay. Hey, why are you taking off my clothes? Isn't this what you want? Get out, get out. Another series of kicks. The next day, Suyu asked someone to register the company. The registered capital was 3 million. It was an internet technology company. Qin also exchanged the antivirus software code from the system. In order to write the code, Qin also exchanged elementary computer proficiency. The core code must not be given to others, otherwise it would become someone else's. In addition, he also transferred 3 IT specialists from Baozi and Tianfang to help him. It took him 2 days to make the antivirus software. After the antivirus software was made, he forced the company's employees to install this software. The office computers must be installed, and private computers were ignored. This is the antivirus software you tinkered with. Suyu sat on Qin's lap, half lying, operating his computer. It has a lot of functions. Not bad, you made such a software in a few days. She said. If Suyu was knowledgeable, she should be shocked now. When others make software, they upgrade and improve it step by step to make the software perfect. Qin directly reached the point in one step, saving the long improvement process. The rest is promotion, but the antivirus software is almost monopolized by the industry bosses. It is difficult to promote, it costs money, and it may not be able to eat the market. Suyu said. Take it slowly, put it into the market first. If the software is good, there will definitely be more and more users. Qin said. Then. Okay. Suyu suddenly said, by the way, why is your sister so annoying? What's wrong? Qin heard this sentence, just like many men heard their wives say, why is your mother so annoying? Last night, I ordered a big meal. I posted it in my circle of friends, and everyone liked it. Your sister replied, single dogs eat so much, he. Suyu gritted her teeth and said, I almost replied to her, my husband is Qin. My sister has been busy recently, so she is in a bad mood. She has a lot to do, and her mood will be bad. Don't pay attention to her. Qin comforted her. Then am I very free? I have to work during the day, and I have to be done by you at night. Suyu glared. Qin, a woman who has been developed is really different. If it was before, her face would be red and she couldn't say the last half of the sentence. My sister is going to walk in a few days, and I'm going to walk today. Qin pressed her on the table and lifted her office lady suit. What's wrong with your computer? Suyu suddenly said. Qin's computer suddenly popped up a dialog box. The dialog box background was red, with the logo of a lock, the time, and a text description. What did you just do? Qin was stunned. I opened the file, and then this dialog box popped up. Suyu was confused. Looking carefully at the text description, well, it was a virus. The general meaning was, the file was encrypted, and if you want to get the important files on the computer again, you have to send a remittance to the other party, and it only costs XX coins. Not only the files, but also photos, compressed files, audio, documents, and so on, were locked. How did my computer get a virus? I didn't enter the site. Qin looked confused. How do I know? I wrote a proposal on your computer, which is tens of thousands of words. Suyu was depressed. In fact, Suyu just clicked on an email. The content of the email had nothing substantial. It was just an advertising spam email. She didn't know that because of this email, Qin's computer was infected with a virus. Crazy, I'll try to kill the virus. Qin said. He clicked on the antivirus software on the computer and detoxified it. Soon, the antivirus software scanned the virus and began to kill it. But it was useless. The virus dialog box was still there. Suyu was about to cry, or send money to try. Damn, it's a few thousand. A few thousand yuan is not much. Tens of thousands of yuan is a small matter for Suyu. She just felt aggrieved. I'll try it with my own software. Qin said. He opened the software of the low-level system, scanned and killed. 5 minutes later, the virus dialog box was gone. Suyu's little face was happy, and she clicked on the file. There was no loss, no mess, and it was as good as before. "Oh, husband, your software is very powerful." Suyu was very happy. "That's, Qinzai's products must be the best. That's what the internet says." Qinzai boasted. "At the same time, it's very fast gunman." Suyu joked. "Damn, lie down and let you see how fast I am," Qinzai said angrily. Chapter 397. From Tuesday to Friday, a virus suddenly broke out. Ordinary users were the first to be affected. Their computer documents, pictures, videos, and so on were all locked. A dialog box popped up, demanding payment of XX virtual currency, which was about 2,000 yuan. The infected user immediately activated antivirus software, but it was useless. This virus was unexpectedly strong and could not be killed. The only way was to format the entire computer. However, that would mean that all the files and information would be destroyed. Ordinary people were fine. There were no confidential or important documents on their computers. However, some business elites, white-collar and gold-collar workers from various industries, were troubled. Their computers usually stored more important business information and customer information. At first, the virus did not cause much of an impact. It was only mentioned on some forums, Tieba, Weibo, and other social media platforms. Not long after, the virus broke out. Part of the reason was that it was highly infectious. If infected users kept going online, it would spread to other computers. The most obvious case was the office network. The virus changed its target from ordinary users to enterprises and institutions. Many institutions were stunned. They were infected with the virus out of nowhere. Moreover, antivirus software was useless, causing huge losses. The News Online reported. Recently, a virus has swept the country. Enterprises and individual users are threatened by the ransomware virus. The ransomware virus originated from abroad and has swept the world, including China, the United States, the United Kingdom, Russia, and other places. Currently, the ransomware virus in the country is expanding. According to the Internet Security Agency, this is the use of criminals. The ransomware virus that has swept the world continues. At least 150 countries have been attacked. A considerable number of enterprises and institutions have also been infected. According to an employee of XXX branch, the day before yesterday, all the computers in the unit were affected by the ransomware virus. In addition, many universities and networks in the country have been attacked by the ransomware virus. They can only be restored by paying the ransom. In the country, apart from the education network and campus network, the virus's range of influence is suspected to be gradually expanding. There are user feedback on Weibo. Oil gas stations, police stations in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai have also been attacked by the virus, causing huge losses to major enterprises and institutions. The opinion of Internet security experts is that files encrypted by the virus are basically unrecoverable, regardless of whether the ransom is paid. Unless you have the key to the virus encryption, but that is basically impossible. School websites, corporate websites, telecommunications websites, and many other websites were affected by the ransomware virus. Foreign countries had it the worst. The virus's influence had spread, and many foreign news had been dug up. It was said that more than 40 hospitals had been exposed to the ransomware virus, and even the National Cybersecurity Bureau had been invaded by the virus. It sounded scary and lofty. Rumors spread like wildfire, and the ransomware virus became a hot topic among the people. Even individual users who weren't infected learned about it on the internet. Recently, netizens' expressions changed when they talked about it. The company's network has been taken over by a ransomware virus. 2 days off. Why do I feel so happy? F***ck, my computer is infected. Everyone, please don't open any strange emails. Currently, it's all formatted. Luckily, there's nothing important on my computer. The campus network can't be used anymore. Damn it. They even hacked into the students' computers through the campus network. Several students in the dormitory have been infected. This virus reminds me of the panda burning incense. It makes me shiver. It's true. Currently, there's nothing we can do about the virus. We can only swallow the bitter fruit. It's still fine for us. At most, we'll just be formatted. The hackers won't be able to get a single cent, and the enterprises will be finished. The experts only know how to blabber, telling us to pay attention to safety. It's just that there's no way to kill the virus. In fact, the ransomware virus had been circulating overseas for a long time. It had only entered China recently. Many experts overseas were actively trying to crack the virus. Not long after, someone overseas found a way to intercept the ransomware virus. In the era of information explosion, the news immediately spread to China. Foreign network engineers discover a way to intercept ransomware virus. The spread of ransomware virus has been curbed, and the virus is under control. There's always a higher mountain, the bane of the ransomware virus. All the major media outlets wrote exciting news. On Weibo, netizens were excited. Someone overseas discovered a way to intercept the ransomware virus. That's great. But there's still no way to unlock an infected computer. No matter what, it's still a good thing. At least we don't have to worry about being poisoned in the future. In the field of internet engineering, our country is still too young. F***ck, the bootlicker above. Although I don't want to admit it, it's the truth. There are too many overseas experts. Our country is lagging behind in many fields. There's still a long way to go. But in just 2 days, the ransomware virus broke out again. This time, it was a variant. The previous method was no longer effective. The ransomware virus came in full force again. More and more organizations were implicated. For example, a famous movie company with a children's theme and a famous IP movie company had their new movie stolen by the ransomware virus. The hackers demanded that they pay $10 million. Otherwise, the new movie would be broadcast to the audience for free. This seemed to be a benefit. For the first time in history, the pirated version was faster than the original version. This incident shocked all the local film companies. They were afraid that the hackers' next target would be them. However, it was obvious that they were thinking too much. Chinese films were only good in their own country. That was if they did not encounter any foreign blockbusters. Bad scripts and actors with no acting skills were not good enough for the hackers to take a liking to. Hollywood blockbusters were their targets. F***ck, the computer I just reformatted has been infected by a virus again. Is there an end to this? My 180 gigabytes of action movie. We're not the worst. The unit next to mine has been extorted by a virus again. 233, I heard that the boss has paid, but it's useless. The ransomware virus is still not cured. In the past few days, we've lost hundreds of thousands. This time, the target of the ransomware virus is a big company. Every day they delay, they will lose a lot of money. Don't worry. This virus won't last long. There are so many powerful people. There will be a way to solve it. Haven't all the previous viruses been solved? But to some infected companies, time is money. After the old master finished browsing Weibo, he clicked his tongue and said, "Look, this virus is really powerful. Even our school's website has been hacked." Beside him was Qin Bao Bao, who was sitting cross-legged. There was a plate of grapes on her belly. She was eating happily. Beside Qin Bao Bao was Qin Zhe. He was also browsing Weibo like his sister. Occasionally, he would eat a few grapes. In the kitchen, Qin Ma was cooking. Wang Zijin was also in the kitchen, helping her. Sister Ziwei was pretending to be virtuous. She didn't know that her scheming nature had been exposed on New Year's Eve. She felt good about herself. Qin Ma felt good about herself, Wang Zijin thought so. In Qin Bao Bao's mansion, Qin Ma and the old master came over for dinner and stayed for the night. After Qin Bao Bao received a call from her parents, she turned around and destroyed Qin Zai's things. Then, she called her brother to inform him. Qin Zai went home after work and bought some disposable items. He pretended that he had never stayed in his sister's house. Mrs. Qin was very satisfied when she saw this. "Dad, the virus is most widespread in the school. You have to be careful. Don't get poisoned." Qin Bao Bao said. "I didn't bring my laptop to school a long time ago. There is a lot of information I have collected over the years. I am afraid that hackers will hack it." The old master sighed. "Are you okay? My company has made an antivirus software. You can download it later and it will kill the virus." Qin Zai took the grapes from his sister's plate. There were only a few grapes left. Qin Bao Bao didn't eat enough and slapped his hand away. Qin Zai didn't want to lose his sister's grapes. He snatched them back. The two of them punched each other with 4 hands. The old master sighed bitterly. After the new year, one was 24 and the other was 26. He felt that they were still 14 and 16 years old. Back then, he was already married. "What are you doing? Are you still a child?" The old master leaned forward, took the plate and ate the grapes silently. "It's quite sweet. Bao Bao, go wash a few more." Qin Bao Bao, the lazy sister, changed the topic. "Hey, Ace, what did you say just now?" "Oh, I said that my company has made an antivirus software that can remove the ransomware virus." Qin Zai cooperated with his sister. "Nonsense." The old master snorted. "Even the experts are helpless. The cybersecurity agencies of many countries can't do anything. How can your antivirus software work? Then the virus won't sweep the world. It's up to you to believe it or not." Qin Zai pursed his lips. "Dad, your son is just making a fool of himself. He is taking advantage of this wave of popularity to make an antivirus software and profit from it. Many companies do this. Some say it's 10 yuan, some say it's 20 yuan. They are all lies." Qin Bao Bao said, "This is called black-hearted wealth." "Shut up." Qin Zai kicked his sister lightly. Qin Bao Bao jumped up like an angry kitten and pounced on her brother. "Are you trying to rebel?" The sister and brother were practicing their fists. With the old master present, his sister felt that she had a backer and was especially fierce. Qin Zai couldn't press his sister on the sofa or touch her big butt. It's also a skill to be black-hearted. The old master pulled his daughter away and said, "Don't talk about black-hearted wealth. It's okay to be rich and heartless. As long as you don't break the law, you can make money however you want. In today's society, there is no moral bottom line. The law is the bottom line. If you can really make money, I will give you a thumbs up." Those who used a stick to serve their son at every turn, saying that a man should be indomitable, return to society, and have a kind heart, were just acting on TV. For normal parents, as long as their children were happy and healthy and could make money, it was enough. Wasn't it the government's business to benefit society? What did it have to do with us ordinary people? Qin Zai poked his sister's waist. "Help me say on Weibo and promote the antivirus software. I also said on Weibo that if I make money, I will give you a commission." Qin Zai had encountered the blackmail virus before. At first, he didn't care about it. But these days, the virus had been fermenting. He wasn't stupid. It was a huge business opportunity. He turned around and made the official website. "I don't want it. It will damage my popularity." Qin Bao Bao said that she didn't want it, but her body was honest. She took out her phone and posted on Weibo. "Send the download link to me." Original Weibo post: "Blackmail virus is so annoying. I recommend an antivirus software to everyone. Whoever uses it will know. It has a link." Chapter 398. This virus had been in the news for a long time, but no one paid attention to its dangers. Or it could be said that the virus went into hiding and did not cause much of an impact on society. Its main target was overseas, and China was not within its scope of business. Now, it had finally expanded its business to China. So, in the eyes of ordinary people and many organizations, the virus had suddenly erupted. It was very sudden and did not give people any time to react. If ordinary users were infected, they would at most curse and reformat their computer's hard drive. Only idiots would pay the ransom. Only a small number of elites from various industries gritted their teeth and admitted defeat. But they were still in the minority. Because of this, the virus targeted large organizations and enterprises. To them, a few 100,000 or a few 100,000 was child's play. Data loss was the real problem. After Qin Baobao posted on Weibo, netizens immediately commented. On social media platforms, celebrities were always the most popular. Thank you, goddess. But this virus is unsolvable. I have tried many software, free and paid, but none of them worked. In the end, I reformatted my computer with tears in my eyes. Did Qin Baobao accept an advertisement? Don't post such advertisements. It's useless. Nowadays, many trashy antivirus software use the pretense of cracking ransomware to scam money. Now, we can only hope that the overseas experts can crack this virus. In fact, no matter what kind of virus it is, it will be cracked eventually. It's just a matter of time. The antivirus software in China is all trashy. Previously, all of them claimed that they were good at protecting computers. But when faced with such a powerful virus, they are all helpless. Golden Shield antivirus? I have never heard of it. Maybe it's a black-hearted technology company trying to scam money? Yes. I downloaded it, but I found out that I have to pay to use it. 200 renminbi. It's so expensive. There were many comments, but not many people paid attention to Golden Shield antivirus. Paying attention to celebrities was one thing, and choosing to use the product was another. Everyone was used to celebrities endorsing all kinds of products. They would not rush to download and pay just because of Qin Baobao's advertisement. But the reputation of Golden Shield antivirus had more or less spread out. The purpose of advertising was to make people familiar with it. Hey, I've helped you advertise, but I can't guarantee that it'll be effective. At the dining table, his sister looked at the comments and said, "That's enough. As long as the advertisement is released, people will try to download and use it. It's good that people use it. Gold will always shine." Qin Zhe picked up some food for his sister. Wang Zijin looked at him silently. "Sister Ziwei, eat too." Qin Zhe immediately added, "Mom, your cooking skills have deteriorated. It's not as good as A's." Qin Baobao frowned. Qin Ma felt a stab in her heart. "Stupid child. You grew up eating your mother's vegetables. Now you want to get rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness." Qin Baobao stuck out her tongue. Qin Ma said, "You're not even as conscientious as the dog at home." Qin Zhe asked, "Mom, when did we have a dog?" Old Master said, "You two don't have a conscience. Your mom was bored at home alone, so she bought a dog." "What's its name?" At the mention of the pet dog, Qin Ma smiled happily. "Pomeranian. It's only 2 months old. It's small and very cute. Your dad and I are sleeping here today. I sent it to old Zheng's house. He was the Uncle Zheng who owned a teddy bear that was known as the God of Love." Old Master said, "I bought it last week. The dog hasn't been named yet." Qin Ma joked, "Why don't you just call it Bao Bao?" Qin Baobao puffed up her cheeks. "No way. Why don't you call it Zai Zai?" Wang Zijin immediately laughed, "Yes, it sounds better when you repeat the words. Bao Bao or Zai Zai is fine." Qin Zhe complained, "It can also be called JJ." He regretted it after saying that. Qin Ma, Old Master, Qin Baobao, Wang Zijin, she was most afraid of sudden silence. What else do you want me to do? Your sudden message is enough to make me sad. She lowered her head and scrolled through Weibo. She poked at her phone screen with one hand and held chopsticks with the other. You have to eat properly. Old Master frowned. What song is it? It's pretty good. Qin Ma smiled. A's new song. Qin Bao Bao smiled. She was cute and beautiful. Well, it's the theme song of the new movie, Wang Zijin said. It's not the theme song. It's an interlude. Qin Zhe said, let's eat. You're shooting a movie again. What movie? Qin Ma asked knowingly. When will it be released? Take Mom to see it. Qin Bao Bao panicked. No, there's nothing to see. It's a low-budget teen idol movie. Wang Zijin, little pervert, I'll help you advertise again for free. Qin Bao Bao guiltily changed the topic. Okay. Thank you, sister. You're so nice. Qin Zhe said loudly and cooperated with his sister to change the topic. How do you advertise? Someone in the group is talking about the ransomware virus. It's a celebrity group. I know it from the entertainment circle. Qin Bao Bao said. She picked up her phone and typed quickly. Qin Bao Bao had many celebrity groups. Her celebrity friends would invite her to join them. Most of them were lurking and would occasionally say a few words. Qin Bao Bao usually just watched and didn't say anything. There was an A-list movie star in the group just now. His surname was Luo, and the celebrities in the group called him Old Luo. Old Luo was crying about how his studio was accidentally infected with a ransomware virus. Old Luo, just because I accidentally opened an email, I got infected. I can't do anything about it because some clients are used to email. It's hard to guard against it. Li Rongxing, hurry up and unplug the internet cable. Don't let the whole studio get infected. Li Rongxing was the one who had pulled Qin Bao Bao into this group. This guy had wanted to pursue her in the past, but Qin Bao Bao had deliberately ignored his hints a few times, so he had given up on the idea. Old Luo, it's already infected. Moment of silence. Moment of silence. Moment of silence. Everyone expressed their sympathy. Old Luo, everyone, take this as a lesson. Don't get infected. Don't click on unfamiliar websites or emails. Pay the ransom. The information is more important. I can only admit defeat, Old Luo. Old Luo, pay it. You didn't even remove it. I'm so angry. Qin Bao Bao, Old Luo, I recommend you an antivirus software. Try it. She sent the link. Old Luo, Qin Bao Bao. Did your account get hacked? Qin Bao Bao usually didn't say anything. Her sudden appearance made him feel very abrupt. Qin Bao Bao, she sent a string of ellipses. Li Rongxing jumped out, it wasn't hacked. She also advertised on Weibo. Qin Bao Bao, don't accept such advertisements. It's bad for your popularity. Qin Bao Bao, thank you, but this is my brother's software. He's preparing to promote it. Li Rongxing, your brother's crossover is quite impressive. Is he preparing to make a fortune? In the group, there were a lot of ellipses. Old Luo, then, should I give it a try? Then there was silence. The discussion in the group was still continuing. I don't know if it'll work. I don't think so. There's no cure for this virus at the moment. It can only be prevented. Once infected, even the foreign experts can't do anything about it. I'm reminded of the panda burning incense from a few years ago. It's too scary. This virus is really rogue. I've already told the studio's staff to be more careful. Don't touch unfamiliar emails or click on unfamiliar websites. I hope the foreign experts can find a way to crack it soon. About 5 minutes later, Old Luo came online. Old Luo, Qin Bao Bao, the virus is gone. It's really gone. This antivirus software is godly. Unbelievable, unbelievable. He sent over a dozen thumbs up emoticons. When the celebrities in the group saw this, they found it even more unbelievable. What's going on? Old Luo, are you joking? Old Luo, don't joke around. How can this be cracked? Old Luo must be joking with everyone. People started speaking one after another. Old Luo, no, I'm not joking. It's really cracked. I downloaded it to try it out. After the virus was scanned, it was really cleared. Furthermore, it only costs 200 yuan. It's not expensive at all. I was dumbfounded just now. This is a virus that even the Foreign Internet Safety Bureau is helpless against. It's a virus that has swept over more than 100 countries. It's actually cracked. Qin Bao Bao, how did you guys come up with this antivirus software? Qin Bao Bao, it's really effective. My brother made it. I'm just helping to advertise it. Another wave of ellipses. So you don't know anything and you're still so confident in advertising? Qin Bao Bao, Old Luo, remember to help me advertise on Weibo. Old Luo, no problem, thanks. Qin Bao Bao, wave, she went offline. However, the group seemed to have exploded. Many lurking celebrities also jumped out. Old Luo, is it really effective? My company's computer is also infected. Old Luo, is this for real? That's impossible. Old Luo, try downloading it. It's definitely effective. I feel like there's going to be big news tomorrow. Then I'll download it. Send me the link. Scroll up yourself. Qin Bao Bao posted a link to the official website.